YouTube and watching that because that's where I saw heliosorcery. And so, earthen vessels. If you're into biblical cosmology and you're into prophecy, if you're into go look up earthen vessels, EARTHEN vessels VESSELS. Go look up earthen vessels on YouTube. It's really really good. They even have somebody who's on there for over an hour. I forget his name. You can go over and see him. He was on for an hour, and he even brought up the black swan. He was telling a story how he came to flat Earth, and he even brought up the black swan. So I don't know if he's been on this channel or this server, or if he just heard about it, but he actually brought it up during his little presentation. That was really cool. I'll find it and post it. Just a second. I'll find it and post it.
So this is
The one I just posted at 38 minutes after the hour. This is the guy that was he gave his little testimony how he came to the journey to biblical cosmology. He brought up brought up the black swan. It was really cool. Yeah, if you're into biblical cosmology, I would highly recommend. I would highly recommend Earthen Vessels to get into. It's Chris Sparks, what he's part of with heliosorcery.
Yeah, I'm already subscribed, but I've saved that video to watch later. Thank you.
Welcome. Right when this thing happened 40 months ago, they did a 4-part series. His name is Bill Pinto, Pinto, with Earthen Vessels. He did a 4-part series on prophecy, and he was very detailed. And so I won't mention the main culprit, but if you want to go over and watch it, it's a 4-part series. They're about an hour apiece. But you can if you're so interested, you could sit through it in an afternoon and watch them all. But he's really cool. And what I really like at the end of each presentation, about an hour long, he kneels and prays to God. He actually he's in a suit, and he kneels and prays to God, thanking for for everything. It's really cool. So these people that are earthen vessels, they're 7-day Adventists who believe they live in a stationary plane, and so they kind of broke away from their main church who believed in the ball in Australia, and so they started their own little online ministry, which is really cool. And that's what Chris is part of with heliosorcery. So it's really neat. So whenever you see earthen vessels on YouTube, it's always good stuff.
Say it.
Earth is not a globe. Heaven's above us.
Come, say it to Jim. Say, Jim, I got something to tell you.
Muy bien. Very well.
Jim, I got something to tell you. The Earth is not a globe. Heaven's above us.
The Earth. Are you saying the Earth is not a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever expanding universe?
Yes, say yes.
Yes.
She's saying, Earth is not a globe. Heaven is above us.
Ooh, really? Awesome. Awesome. Yes, yes. See, when you say under the heavens, you say under the heavens, you don't have to worry about the exact, what's below you. You just know it's under the heavens, which is really cool.
They both heard you. They're like all smiles because you're talking to them.
There you go. Just when you see all your, how old are they, Jimsy?
6 and 10.
Okay, so when they go see their teacher friends, just say, "Hey, leave me alone." No, teacher, leave those kids alone. Anyway, say, "Hey, teach, hey, Mrs., whatever, be respectful. We see too far," and see what they say. Let's see if they say refraction. Here's a 6-year-old, probably first grade now. Here's a 6-year-old going, "Hey, Mrs., Mister, we see too far to live on that fairy tale that you have by your desk." And then the 10-year-old goes into 4th grade and goes, "Hey, Mister and Mrs., we see too far, to be living on that, that thing that you have on your desk that spins 23.4 degrees, tilted." And I want to see what they say. Oh. Wouldn't you love to get a 10-year-old who knows what they're talking about, go into a teacher and say, "Hey, we don't live on that. Prove it. You're teaching us, but you can't prove it, and we can see too far. So what do you got to say, Mr. or Mrs. Teacher?" Respectfully, of course.
Hey, teacher, leave
My
the
kids
balls
wanna do that.
alone.
Can you imagine a teacher telling a 6-year-old or 10-year-old, "Well, it's because of refraction." Oh my goodness. And then the child comes home and tells Jemsy, "Dad, the teacher said that the reason we're a ball and we can't prove stationary and flat is because of refraction." Oh, that's so cool, man! I can't wait, Jemsy, to go see the teacher.
My time, I never saw, I never, I never had a teacher talking about refraction except in science about optics. not like, not talking about the globe.
Oh my goodness!
No way under heaven that I'm gonna release my children to these satanic spinning ball believers and be like, "All right, girls, have at it."
Come see your spinning space ball by the teacher's desk, and the teacher says, "You live right there, and the other person lives in Australia, which is down under here." And then it's like, oh, and then they come home and tell Dad, "Hey, Dad, it's so cool, man. People that are in Australia on the bottom of the ball actually can stand upright, and because it's so cool, because gravity pulls. I've been told that gravity pulls everything towards the center of mass or center of the ball. So therefore, Timbo down in Australia can stand upright." It's so cool, man. And I bought that for how many years?
Well, I think it's eventually going to have to come to the point where we're going to have to be identified as a social group that can't be discriminated against. So all
Okay.
discrimination laws and policies should apply to any flat earther.
Right.
Right? Like there should not be an exception to the rule. their own standards.
Imagine when your children come home and they say, "Daddy, today I learned that your friend Timbo is upside down. I didn't learn it today in school."
Oh my goodness. I'm not saying I questioned it, but I always kind of wondered. I kind of looked at that spinning, wobbling, space ball globe, my home, right? And I always kind of wondered how it worked, because when I played baseball and basketball, you know, there was a bottom to the ball and there was a bottom to the basketball and the baseball. So hey, but I guess when the mass gets so big, when the Earth gets so big, gravity takes over, right? And so it works out just fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, be happy. And then you realize that the only exception to the rule in the entire, where we can actually verify is this ball, and it's just like everything else is, turned upside down, and it's just like, but you didn't want to question it because gravity was, like God 2.0, and it was just like you couldn't question it, and it's just like. And now it's just the funniest thing in the world that I actually believe that. And then when you tell a globe believer online that, this is really silly, stupid, whatever you want to say, if you want to be nice. And it's just like, and they just kind of laugh at you because they just say gravity, which they can't prove because inside of gravity, 9.81 meters per second squared, how things go boom, boom to the earth, you have the radius and you have the mass. And neither one has been verified. You know what's interesting about this Greek guy, this Aristoteles, whatever you call his name? This is 2,300 years ago. Do you realize that he wasn't mentioned in textbooks or education, anything until like the mid to later part of the 1800s? So where did Aristoteles or the Greek guy go from 2300 BC to 1860, 1870 AD? I mean, he went away. He was nowhere to be found for 2,150 years. And all of a sudden, he was resurrected along with Darwin and, with evolution. And he was resurrected along with Louis Pasteur, germ theory. And so everything like between 1850 and 1900 started happening with the spinning space ball and with Darwin and with Louis Pasteur. It was really, I don't know what happened. Was there something in the water during those years that caused these guys to, come up with these strange ideas that people accepted? I don't get it. But the Greek guy left for 2,150 years, never was mentioned anywhere, and they brought him back up in 1860, 1870 from 300 BC. It's the weirdest thing, man. It is so. Jesus Christ was mentioned all the way through from 2,000 years ago, all the way to today. Nobody took a break. Even in the Dark Ages, they really didn't take a break from Jesus. Talking about Jesus in the Bible, and it was just So Jesus didn't take a break, but the Greek guy took 2,150 years plus of a break. That people never talked about him. It's the weirdest thing. And people go, the Aristoteles, however you pronounce it, I can never pronounce it. I can pronounce crepuscular and selenilian, but I can't pronounce the Greek guy's name. And so it's the weirdest thing. I mean, people go, who proved the ages per mile square drop over distance? Well, Aristoteles did 2,300 years ago, and he put sticks in the ground, and some of them were in a well, and they figured out that that's how it was. And one was in Syene, 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 Egypt, and the other one was in Alexandria, and they somehow hooked up and compared notes, and it lasted till today, or lasted till 1850, 1860, and now it's like, well, that's what he did. And even Danny Faulkner, I saw him. Danny Faulkner, I was watching the beginning of a presentation one time. It's like I couldn't watch the whole thing. I like to watch the first part, and he brought up the Greek guy right at the beginning. It's like, oh no. It's like, no, give me a break, man. I don't want, don't tell me about the Greek guy who went away for 2,150 years. No, I don't want to hear it. That's a long vacation.
Yeah, I remember during the Dark Ages, they were kind of like figuring it out. They were doing all the math and putting everything together, and then we came to the Age of Enlightenment, and everybody knows we live in a globe now.
Even Wycliffe, the Wycliffe Bible, that was done kind of like during from what I understand, if you believe the dates, during the middle or the late part of the Dark Ages. So even he came up, got away from the Latin Vulgate and what the Catholic Church was preaching, and he came up with the Wycliffe Bible, which was kind of the precursor to Erasmus and Tyndale, and obviously much precursor to the King James. So it's really interesting. I really don't trust any dates. I can't trust dates. I don't think Copernicus lived. That's just me. I think he's a product of the Catholic Encyclopedia, because he supposedly published from his deathbed in May 1543 on the revolution of the heavenly spheres. He actually, they said, but he died the same month. So I think once he published what the Catholic Church wanted him to publish, on the revolution of the heavenly spheres, they killed him off in the script. That's just my opinion.
Maybe he was some type of character in the books, right? You make a character, and the character say things, just like a novel.
Yeah,
Or maybe like a Neil Smoke That Weed Tyson type of guy. It will say what he's being told to say or something, or make stuff on the spot. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I have no idea. I look at that and I go, no. If they wanted to make somebody, the Catholic Church wanted heliocentrism, and they wanted the Gregorian calendar, which came about in 1582, and they wanted to get off the Julian calendar and go to the Gregorian calendar, which basically changed everything. You got Easter, got the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus off, what they wanted to, and they replaced it with Easter Bunny, which was fertility. You know what fertility gets into. So they got rid of Jesus and the resurrection and his ascension to heaven, and they replaced it basically with the Easter Bunny. So that's why the Easter Bunny, Easter Bunny in that time has nothing to do with the death, the resurrection, and ascension of Jesus. It has nothing to do with it. It has everything to do with sex and fertility.
I thought bunnies had to do with eggs.
Eggs, I like that. Hey, I'm gonna color some. It reminds me, I forgot to color the eggs last Easter. My bad. I left them white. I should have colored them. My bad. Don't you like how the White House has an Easter egg hunt every year? In South Lawn or wherever it is. Every year they have an Easter egg hunt.
Yeah, the bunny lays eggs, and then you find them, right? What's such an activity to just ignore the real world and just go into a fantasy mindset?
That's a cute kangaroo. I like that kangaroo. He looks like he's getting ready to go on the other side of the ball.
Yeah.
It looks like when he's right there when he starts. It looks like he's in the North Pole, and by the time he gets done, he's like at 40 degrees, 20 degrees south, south latitude, which is kind of like where Australia's at. So, I guess he's starting out in the North Pole, and he goes, "I want to go home." So you can see he's running. He's pretending like he's running because he wants to go home. See, right? Right now he's at the North Pole, and now he's slowly making him down south. Of course, in his life, it's down south, right? Because you're going down. And so, but he's happy now when he's back home. He's back home with his master, Timbo.
Hey, Miguel, that vehicle was manufactured in Australia and then it was imported into America or something?
I don't know the full story. I think they are
That car.
they're trying to prove there's an upside down. Anyway, it is curious.
So we're gonna have a little review here.
Hey, this Wednesday, let me see the time. It will be 22 p.m. UK time, but let me see. It will be 5 p.m. East time.
Well, it just went to Tuesday for you because it's 12:01 where you are, and so it's 6:01 where I'm at and 7:01 in the East Coast.
7 because they set us the template from that server, the Nexus.
So let me be the first one to wish you a happy Tuesday.
Yeah. Anyway, he did invite me, but if one of you guys want to, it's a 1-1 debate. But if you want one of these guys that are now at live stream, if he wants to occupy that place, it's okay because I'm not so fluent talking. Anyway, I will do my best. If someone wants to do that, I'm okay.
We're gonna have a little review right now on refraction. So there are 5 different types of refraction that we can actually verify: compression, sinking, towering, stooping, and looming. So those are the 5 types of refraction, but they don't prove the ball. So we have to come up with a new type of refraction. We're going to call this type of refraction fairy tale refraction. So we have compression, sinking, towering, stooping, and looming. And then the 6th type of refraction is fairy tale refraction. It's where you look out and you can see too far, but it's a physical and apparent horizon. Even though we can't see the physical horizon, we know it's there, but it's just apparent because we get our cake and eat it too. And at the same time, we can take our pie, heat it up with ice cream, and eat that too because we have our apparent and physical horizon. So I can see too far, but no, it's magically raised itself up in a holographic image that we can see it as if it's on a stationary plane. Cool, man. Cool. I just invented. I want royalties when you guys use this from now on. When you guys use refraction, when it comes to proving your ball, I want a royalty. So I want like $1 for every time somebody invokes refraction to prove they're spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever-expanding universe. I want $1. So you guys keep track and hold these people to giving me my $1 for every time they say it. So I just want you to know that your eyes lie to you, that when you see too far, it's actually over the ball, but it's actually just perfectly stationary. So it looks like it's flat, but it's not really flat. It's curved and it's back up in the air. So it's cool. I tell you what, somebody invokes refraction. I think it's time to look at them and go, we're going to call it fairy tale refraction. I'm going to talk to you, but I'm going to call it fairy tale refraction. Is that okay? And see what they say.
I would call it stupid refraction.
It's so pathetic, man. I mean, it's so pathetic. I mean, my goodness. You think about it. You think about it objectively. Obviously these people come in and they're very subjective. They're emotionally tied, maybe financially tied. If you're a professor, you're obviously financially tied to it as well. And you come in here and you go, okay, Those flat earthers are dumb and they're stupid and they're uneducated. So I'm going to school them on refraction. And I'm going to tell them that even though it looks flat and stationary, it's actually over the ball and it's brought back up because of light, bends around the ball. So trust me, I know that I live on a ball, spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever expanding universe, and you flat earthers are just dumb. So trust me, don't worry, everything will be okay. You guys will learn the truth sooner or later. That you guys that come spend time in flat earth Discord servers, you'll come back to the truth sooner or later. But right now, don't worry about that you can see too far, because you're not actually seeing too far, because light bends, and trust me.
The light benders.
I'm glad I came up with the 6 type of refraction, because compression, sinking, towering, stooping, looming, and now fairy tale. We have 6 now, so we just added one called fairy tale. Hey, Jemsy, you there? Jemsy? Probably not. He probably stepped away with his daughters.
Yeah, I'm here. I heard you.
Oh, I was worried for you there for a second, because I thought you'd been lost over the ball. I thought you'd fallen off over the ball and trying to climb back up to the top so you could come talk to us.
So actually, since you're in the North America, I'm at the equator. The satellite connection takes a little while to connect. And yeah.
Starlink isn't quite up to snuff yet.
No. At this time, a lot of people are like watching TikTok and watching Netflix ball documentaries, and it gets a little slower than normal.
Don't forget that time dilation from relativity.
Oh
Yeah.
yes.
In light refraction, it refracts around the ball. Takes a little while to make the
If you
image look. Yeah, you
you
gotta
have
compact all the refraction information for the sound to be coherent.
if there was no atmospheric disturbances and you have good enough optics, you could see your own ass through refraction. Just
No,
looking at
I
the
don't want to
horizon.
do that.
Yeah, because you have a mirror. I know you have a mirror on the ceiling, Gemsy. You have one on the ceiling too.
Yeah, but I have a neighbor right before me, so I'll be looking at his ass.
Ah, so you're one of those, huh?
Not really, but he's on the way. What do you want me to do? If there's something in the way, I'm gonna see that.
Sure. That's what I said to the lawyer. So anyway, how are you, man?
Doing okay.
Hey,
That doesn't sound too convincing.
I wanted to show Jemsy refraction. I just posted it 8 minutes after the hour. That's actually refraction. That horizon where all the arrows are at, that's not really there. That's over the ball, and it's miraculously come back up, so you can see it as if it is flat. So I just want you to know, don't trust your eyes. Trust the globe. Love the globe. The globe is your friend. The globe, I think, Jemsy is going to take you and your daughters out for dinner tomorrow night. So you wait for a phone call from the globe. I think they're going to take you out to a nice steak dinner. So don't eat too much before.
The globe at revenue. You talk about the globe. You say things about the globe, and you say, we found more globes far, far away from here. And then you wait until people watch that, and they say, "Ooh, I like it. Give me more." And then you get ads, accumulate, you make some money. You take your family for dinner.
I don't know,
So
folks.
you get paid.
I want somebody to go to the Grand Canyon, and I want them to go to the watchtower, and I want them to look across 60, 70 miles like I have here. And I want them to tell me that those rims on the top, those plateaus on the top, are curving away 2,993 feet. I want them to actually look at me when we're on the east rim of the Grand Canyon, looking across there, whether you can do it with your eyes or take a camera with you. And I want them to look at me in the eye with a straight face and say, I see almost 3,000 feet worth of curve away from me. I want them to tell me that. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Don't know what to tell you.
You should wait at a seated position.
See, you got no water deal because the water's down in the canyon, Colorado, and then you got no land because it's spread out. So all you got is air, and it's just like I'm looking and I'm going. I don't see almost 3,000 feet worth of curvature. I just don't see it, man. I don't see it. Obviously it's there because obviously I got to beg the question, and we live on a ball, right? So I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I have no idea if I would have been shown these pictures 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 3 years ago and you would have told me we don't live on a ball because look at the Grand Canyon. I don't know what I would have done. I don't know if my begging the question would have kicked in, cognitive dissonance, confirmation bias. I don't know. But this is so obvious here. I don't know.
So watching the horizon at that, at the middle, see those mountains far away. The distance between this tower until those mountains far away, more or less, that we see in the middle at that horizon. How much is the distance, Jim?
What's that?
When you see the horizon in that picture, at the middle, see those mountains far away.
You talking the Grand Canyon?
Yeah. What is the distance?
Well, the very far rims are 70 miles.
70 miles.
The very furthest is 70 miles away. So the ones closer obviously are not, but even the ones on the right, where the watchtower is right there, just go a little bit to the left, underneath those clouds. I mean, nothing's bending away, nothing's going anywhere. But you look out as far as you can see, you see the rims, 60, 70 miles away, and then you go to the south rim where all the tourists are, where they have the restaurants and hotels, and you step out there, 6 feet observation height. The south rim is 6,800 feet in elevation. The north rim is 8,200 feet in elevation. It's 1,400 feet taller, and there's a forest on the north rim, and you're supposed to be 216 feet worth of earth curvature between you and the north and south rim, with you 6 feet observation height, and you can see, even it's 1,400 feet taller. You can see the green, because nothing's bending away. You can see the green trees, nothing's bending away. Of course, I was there in 1990 and before that, but I didn't think about this stuff. It's just like I went there and it was really cool. Went bowling. It's before my wife and I had our kids. Went there, and I didn't think twice about it. And it's just like, it's pretty, huh? Grand Canyon is very pretty, but I didn't think twice about ages per mile squared drop over distance. That was the last thing in my mind.
That's awesome.
That bottom picture of Chicago was a 10-second time lapse right around there, time exposure, somewhere around there, because you can tell a time exposure because you can't see the waves, you can't see the waves. It's all blurred. And so that's what Josh Lewicki, that's why you can tell that his was a timed exposure because the waves are all blurred. And so, but this was 28 miles away, 40 feet observation height. That's 273 feet worth of missing curve. Even if it was 50 feet, it'd be 249 feet of missing curve, I think. So hidden height. So obviously there's not, you're just looking at it there. Somebody did a analysis of that picture. They were very nice to do that. And they took a regular picture of the Sears Tower and they broke it down like I have it right there. And then they magnified what the shot I took. They magnified it very nicely. And there it is. And they came up with the conclusion that the only thing that's missing is the trees that are right behind the beach. That's the only thing that's missing. So everything else is fine. And so that picture there, proves we live on a stationary, flat, level plane. So all these pictures do. But we got to have refraction, man.
Refraction with no distortion.
It's a ball because it has to be a ball.
I was watching metros. Metros means meters. It's a Portuguese or Spanish word. Metros. It's almost the same. Meters.
Well, if it says bloque, it might be Spanish.
In Spanish or Portuguese, bloco is like a brick.
In this case, it will be building or floor of a building.
Yeah, that's awesome. And some Glovers, they can claim those buildings are perfect vertical because of refraction. Yeah.
Especially brain retraction.
Yeah.
Now remember, it's fairy tale refraction. It's fairy tale. I just want you to know that. We have compression, sinking, towering, stooping, and looming. But now we have fairy tale. Cool.
Now you made me have to memorize all of this to sound as smart as you. All of the types of refraction.
Actually, somebody.
Are you reading that?
Yeah, I'm reading it. Because somebody said it. Somebody said it yesterday, the day before, in the last 2 or 3 days. Somebody they said compression, and I said, "Excuse me, what else did you say?" Because I forgot, and so I had to write it. And if you're listening, I apologize because you're whoever told me. I appreciate it, but I wrote it all down, and I wish I could remember who told me all those things. I'm not going to guess because I don't want to leave anybody out. But it was really cool. So I wrote them all down. Yep. When you get a little older, you got to start writing things down.
Yeah, it's a goal of mine. I bought a Kindle electronic book and a new pair of rollerblades. And when I'm not rollerblading, I'm gonna have a notebook too and start writing all the stuff down. Because I've went through so much information through my life and research, but I noticed since also I've been 3 years almost off the server and not talking about this, I lack information I used to know because I didn't memorize it properly or didn't use it.
Yeah, I think it's it's perfectly okay because I write down a lot of stuff. So and the thing is, I have to keep it. I got to keep it somewhere close so I know how to get to it. So
I'm just gonna do like memento style and just tattoo them on my wrists and
there you go. There you go. It's getting. I don't know if it's getting colder for you, but what you can do is when you start wearing long sleeve shirts, have a button at the bottom So so you can roll up your sleeves and write on your arm what you need to remember, and then when you're talking about it, you can just roll up your sleeves and read off your arm. Really cool.
Or just maybe when I'm casually sipping a bourbon on the bar,
Yeah.
just put my fold my wrists, my show my wrists and see the reaction of the girl.
Yeah.
When she after like maybe 90 spilled drinks on my face, maybe I get lucky.
Hey, after you tell her about compression, sinking, towering, stooping, and looming, and then you throw in fairy tale refraction, who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
And maybe the first 4 things that you said were positions in Kama Sutra. She would not know.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, well,
Yeah, you know what looming is, baby? Let me show you.
yeah, okay. Yeah, you younger generation folks, I'm telling you. Anyway, it's funny.
Yeah, just for comedic effect, but I'll
So,
keep it chill
so next time,
for you old fellas.
yeah, yeah, true. So next time you get a PhD in here, go. What would happen if you disagreed with anything of importance historically with your fairy tale abomination? What if you, as a PhD in astronomy or astrophysics, disagreed with the India moon landing? Oops. With the Russia crashing on the moon? Going to Mars with the unmanned spacecraft? Voyager, ISS, moon landing, redshift, blue shift universe, massless photon, muons, time dilation, Lorentz contraction, 9.81 meters per second squared gravity, drop over distance. What would happen if you went into your boss and said, "Sir, ma'am, I don't believe in any of this stuff anymore. Can I keep my job?" And let's see what the boss says.
It's almost worse than being a vegan in a steakhouse restaurant.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Working in a steakhouse restaurant.
It's just like you're gone, man. You pick up your 2 week notice and you're gone. I don't want you talking to any of our students ever again because you just might tell them the truth. And we can't have that.
some flowers to the globe. Bye bye, globe. Rip, rest in peace. The globe, an object that you can put. It spins, but if you put inside a vacuum chamber, it falls down to a flat floor. Awesome. Doesn't work.
Is it quiet in here, or is it just me?
The long minute of silence about the globe. He's buried.
Man, screw the globe.
Hey, yo, Flatsy.
Well, hey, how are you guys doing up in here from all over the world?
We're good. We're chilling. Just quiet at this moment, but it was okay a few minutes ago.
Any Globers come in today?
Well, I just chimed in now, but when I came, it was just regular combos between us here.
Yeah, they're getting few and far between these days.
Yep. I need my fix. We need our fix, right?
It's funny because a lot of the new people that we get are already flat earthers, and like it's awesome that we
That's
have that
great.
many coming in. And then on the other hand, you're like, well, I wanted to flat smack somebody that thought that they could really do it.
It becomes an addiction, yeah, at least to, yeah.
Hey, Flatsy, I wanted to bring you up to speed on what we agreed upon. There's 5 different types of refraction. There's compression, sinking, toweling, stooping, and looming. But we as a group decided to add a 6th type of refraction. It's called fairy tale refraction. So, if somebody comes in here and goes, that horizon at the Black Swan, that's way too far. It's actually bent over the curve, but it's been brought up miraculously so we could see it. As if it's a flat level plane. That when they say refraction, you mean fairy tale refraction. So I just want you to know that that we've agreed. Actually, I did that we agreed to add a 6th form of refraction. It's called fairy tale refraction. So
Good to be up to speed. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate it.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Now we just need to work it out to put it in the school textbooks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll start with we'll start here and we'll expand to the school boards, right? We'll take our textbooks into the school board meetings and see if they accept it.
We can start with some pamphlets. As I said, I rollerblade. I just take a bunch of pamphlets and start spreading the good word.
Fairy tale refraction. I like it because if you take it further, it's a fairy tale globe. Excuse me, fairy tale abomination. So we'll let refraction stand, but the other fairy tale is the abomination. That I don't even like using that word anymore because it doesn't exist. Starts with a G, ends with the E, and has an LOB in the middle. I don't think I want to use that one anymore.
I got you.
I would rather talk about Alabama football than talk about that G that ends in an E that has an LOB in the middle.
They just played their first game this weekend.
Did they play a Division like 3 team that has like 200 people in the college?
Yeah, they didn't play a big team. Yeah, it was a small team.
So they were all under 5 foot.
Oh, no, I meant like it wasn't a
I
what
know.
was it?
I know.
What was it, Sterling? That Alabama played Middle Tennessee State. So it was Middle Tennessee State.
In Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Ooh, that was cool, man. I've been there once.
Yeah,
I've been
they
there
spanked
before.
them.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's check it out here. Let's check. Let's see the scoreboard. Let's see here. Let's see here. Oh, they may not even put it in there yet. I might have to go to ESPN and see it. ESPN will be up to date. Let's see here.
Alabama spanked them, but I mean, you can't really expect that they wouldn't if it's just a smaller team like that.
Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders in I think it's Murfreesboro, Tennessee. It's like maybe a little more than an hour south of Nashville on Interstate 24. I think maybe not 24, maybe 65. I don't remember. But anyway, 56-7. Okay, cool, man. Let's see. Look.
I said spank him, man. That's a little overkill, but yeah.
Hey, you know what's overkill? I'm gonna define overkill to you, Flatsy, and you should tell your husband he should be ashamed of himself. They scored. It was 28-0 at halftime. It was 42-7 after 3 quarters. And did Alabama let up on them? No, they scored another 14 points in the fourth quarter. So they scored 14, 14, 14, and 14, and won 56-7. They didn't let up on them. What do you call that when you run up? Oh, they ran up a score. They ran up a score, Flatsy. Your husband should be ashamed.
That's something else, right? They're known for that. Hold on, my son's about to whine at me.
Can you imagine having a team down 49-7 and scoring another touchdown on them? Oh my God, that's so rude, man.
So, Sterling just told me that 3 different quarterbacks got a rushing touchdown in that game. That's something else. They were kind of rude, huh?
You guys, I tell you what, poor Middle Tennessee State. They had to travel all the way to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, from south of Nashville to have the score run up on them. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh well. They're probably tailgating in Tuscaloosa right now going, yeah, we scored easy on that team. You know, if your guys are all over 6 foot tall and 250 pounds, 300 pounds, the other team is 5 foot tall and weighs 175, maybe 150. I mean, shoot, you should be able to score every time you want. You know what Alabama should do sometime? Instead of scheduling Middle Tennessee State beginning of the year, they should schedule the San Francisco 49ers or who else is good? Cincinnati Bengals or Philadelphia Eagles. So they'll know what it feels like to be stomped on by a superior team. What do you think? What do you think? Is your husband there? Can I talk to him?
No, he's busy.
Yeah. So if Alabama wants to know, how
How you want to talk to him though? There was this one time where QE and him had a conversation. I was sweating, like I had to like keep from sweating so much because I was like, "What is gonna happen?"
well, I'll talk to your husband about football. I won't go anywhere else. I'll just talk football.
Yeah, well, Sterling's a big Alabama fan, so
Yeah, I tell you what. If Alabama wants to know how Middle Tennessee State is feeling tonight after a 56-7 drubbing, like I said, they should schedule the Philadelphia Eagles, for their first game, and then they'll find out how it feels like.
Yeah, a lot of the the students that go to Alabama get drafted into those big teams.
Yeah, it's possible that if they played the Philadelphia Eagles, it wouldn't be 56-7. It's
But
possible.
I
It's
get it.
possible
I get
because
it.
Alabama has so many pro players that are going to be there in a year or two or three.
I didn't even watch the game. I had to hear about it later.
Yeah, sometimes you think some of these really good college football teams that have all these professional athletes, they're going to be drafted in a year or two, could probably go in the NFL and play some of the worst NFL teams and probably beat them.
Yeah, that's something to think about. I figured I'd come in here and see what was up with all my fellow flat earthers on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord while I was cleaning and getting ready to cook dinner.
And all we're doing is talking football.
Yeah,
Shame on us, man.
it's funny.
Also in that faith. And so we're already discussing.
Whoever just said something, I did not hear it. You know, guys, the globe doesn't need this much silence. Never existed to begin with. Consider yourselves grateful to be able to see the truth. Kind of awesome. Something to be grateful for in your nightly and daily prayers.
I want beef.
Dre.
I like the thicker ones. I don't like the thin ones because those are too flaky for me. So I like the thicker ones.
This
Yeah,
is some good sound bites.
yeah, it's funny. Funny little bits I clipped from QE. I just finished making a little funny show. You guys want to listen to it? Made with AI.
Let's do it. I'll mute up so it doesn't echo.
Okay, so I'm ready. It'll start with his intro music.
Welcome to MC Loon's Lunatic Show, where globe-loving AIs discuss meaningful events. Our first guest of the evening, Craig McFaddy, also known as Fight the Tight Shirt. Welcome, Craig.
Thank you, MC Loon. It's an honor to be in your presence. My relationship is open, and don't worry, I will just watch.
Okay, moving on. Tell us a little about yourself.
Like you, I love globes. I love globes so much that I want to become one. That is why I wear tight shirts, so you can see the rotundity of my body. I still have not developed gravitational orbits, but one can only hope.
I think the word is grab a mammalian, but are you not called Fight the Tight Shirt?
Yes, because it's a struggle to get it on, you see.
Ah, makes sense. But tell us about this incident in March of 2023. What happened there?
So, it all started with my neighbor asking to borrow a bike that my wife owns. And since I have a hard time saying no to people, I just said, yeah, no problem. A week later, while in my yard, I noticed there is still no bike. Since, as you know, I am an overgrown child with zero control over my emotions. So I start seeing red and start cursing.
Keep going.
Okay, so I stumbled around the yard dazed by the confusing flatness, so I steeled myself and looked around not finding the bike. I flew into an uncontrollable rage. But then I remembered that the neighbor's wife is scary, so I hid. So hiding in the bushes I wait for the my neighbor to exit his house. So seeing the object of my rage, I lose it, screaming loudly in my shrill voice, give the bike back. I see him turn and look at me confused, saying to me, what do you mean? I returned it almost a week ago, right where I got it from. Clearly he was lying, so I am offended by his confusion. So of course I yell even louder as I run to tackle him to the ground. Thief, you stole the bike, fight me.
That escalated quickly. And did he fight you?
Yes. Although he was saying, what are you doing? And raising his hands up. My time with my lover in the Navy prepared me for this. So, I simply grabbed his arm and tripped him with my leg. Then using my enormous weight, I fall to the ground with him, and then grabbing his head, bashing it into the ground repeatedly.
Wow. Whoa. Okay, wow. That is too graphic for my show. Thank you, Craig. And thank you to our sponsors, Spaceys. It's space food in space. We are also selling land on Mars if people are interested. Just contact us on the number scrolling past on your screen. Until next time, this has been MC Loon and the Lunatic Show.
And that's my show.
Dude, that was great. I can't breathe. Oh my god, did you make that?
Yeah, it's based on an article about the people who inspired the AI versions. The AI versions are mockeries of the real thing, but it's all based on that.
Yeah.
And if you want, I have another one where I made I basically took Jordan Peterson, and there was a clip of him talking about a thing, which I just put in between tiny bits of AI. So it's mostly him just talking normally, but I changed the frame to get people to consider a thing that I have noticed for after all of these years in this community and talking to the Globers. There's a definite simile happening between what he's talking about and what we are going through.
Let's hear it, man.
Yeah, definitely. That other one was great.
It's probably not as funny because I didn't try to make Peterson look dumb. I was just using him to make a point.
Yeah, my daughter happened to walk out just as you started playing and started busting out laughing. She was like, "What in the hell is that?" Oh man, that was great.
Yeah.
I think there is a connection
between left-wing authoritarianism and dogmatic defense of the globe belief, the overlap is shocking. I've been arguing with a globe believer, rolling my boulder, formerly known as Sisyphus. I don't think I've ever heard him say a true word. No, and I'm not trying to be overly dramatic in that regard. I've met people in my clinical practice and otherwise who were temperamentally incapable of any gesture or any word that was actually genuine. And that's a consequence of long practice. I think he's at least narcissistic, at minimum. And I think he's enabled by the useful idiots of the liberal left. And I actually think that's a very widespread problem and probably more typical of Canada now than any other developed country, much to our chagrin. So there's a developing body of research on left-wing authoritarianism. Now, the social psychologists, who are a pretty woke bunch, denied that left-wing authoritarianism existed from the end of World War II until 2016. And when the first work on left-wing authoritarianism came out. Now, the way you study something like political belief is you take a large corpus of questions about political attitude, several hundred, let's say, and you subject them to a statistical analysis that tells you how they sort. And so imagine you're likely to agree with one question, then you're more likely to agree with another related question. If you disagree with the question, there will be related questions that you're likely to disagree with. A sophisticated computer program, it's kind of a primitive AI system, by the way, can sort those questions, and then you can tell if there's a clump of them. And at the time, 2016, the idea that there was such a thing as a politically correct corpus of beliefs was derided as a right-wing conspiracy, so we decided to test that. And it was clear that you could identify a group of beliefs that were progressive, let's say, but then you could identify a variant of that that combined hypothetically progressive goals with authoritarianism, which was really the willingness to use fear and power and compulsion to force. So then there's an alliance, let's say, between compassion and force, and that makes you a left-wing authoritarian. Now, we looked at what predicted whether or not you would be a left-wing authoritarian, and we found that the biggest predictor was low verbal intelligence. Right, and it was a walloping predictor. It was more associated with left-wing authoritarianism than it was with academic performance. And those are basically the same thing, right? General cognitive ability and academic performance. So to find a relationship that was even more powerful was quite the shock. So when you ask yourself, how can people be clueless enough to buy the politically correct line, the answer is, well, they're not very sophisticated verbally. And so if you offer them a solution that's a one-stop fits-all solution, it's all power, then they buy that because it's a comprehensive explanation for the world. There's a self-serving aspect to it, and they have no capacity for critical thought. The second best predictor was being female. The third best predictor was having a feminine temperament, independent of whether you were male or female. And the next best predictor was having ever taken a course that was explicitly politically correct in its aims. So we were well on the way to publishing that, although that's when my career blew up, and it only ended up being produced in a master's degree format. But since then, there's been a lot of additional work done on left-wing authoritarianism. And so people have been looking at the relationship between left-wing authoritarianism and something called the dark first triad and then tetrad. Okay, so in British Columbia, there was a professor named Robert Hare, and Hare studied criminal psychopaths. He was really the first person to define psychopathy psychometrically. Predatory parasite is what a psychopath is, someone who will take what you have and will live off you if they can. That's a predatory parasite. And he studied the serious ones, the ones that were in prison, and hundreds of them. And then his students started to study subclinical psychopathy, so the same traits at a lower level in the general population. And there are different disciplines and industries that attract people with a more psychopathic bent: media, politics, entertainment, medicine, possibly especially surgery. We'll get back to that. And they found that subclinical psychopathy manifested itself in 3 manners. Narcissism, so that's the desire for unearned social status, right, and the desire for constant attention. Machiavellianism, so if you're talking to a Machiavellian, all he's ever trying to figure out is what he can get from you and will craft his words accordingly, right? He used words instrumentally. And psychopathy, which we already touched on. And then, as a consequence of further analysis, the researchers ended up adding sadism to that because those 3 weren't bad enough. And so sadism is positive delight in the suffering of others. And lulz culture online, LOL culture, lulz culture, that's a manifestation of sadism, right? And we know, too, the researchers who have been investigating this area have shown that the real online troll demon types are very high in the dark tetrad traits, so they're enabled online. Anyways, the relationship between dark tetrad personality traits and left-wing authoritarianism is so high that they're probably indistinguishable on the measurement front. And so what that means is that all this nonsense about compassion is the manipulations of snakes pulling in the useful idiots who perhaps are genuinely compassionate to, what would you say, to further their unbelievably narrowly self-centered and destructive agenda. There's nothing glorious about incivility, but there's very little to distinguish excessive niceness from weakness. And the problem with being nice, and this is a technical problem because niceness is associated with trait agreeableness, is that agreeable people are cannon fodder for psychopaths. And biologists have modeled this. So, for example, if you put together automated communities of reciprocal cooperative traders, they do very well. You know, the whole pot expands. But if you throw one psychopath into the mix, he takes everything. And the reason for that is that if you're too agreeable, the dark tetrad types, the predatory parasites, they'll take you out. And they'll use your compassion as a weapon against you. I mean, we know that the people who suffer from the psychopathologies or manifest the psychopathologies that are associated with quasi-psychopathic traits are very much prone to using victimization as a weapon. So I don't believe that any of the conundrum that we're in is unmanageable if we become aware of the tactics used. So dealing with these trolls trying to obfuscate the topic, you know, is in no way unmanageable. That is why the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server has rules. You can find them at the top of the server under hashtag welcome. Truth should fear no scrutiny. This has been a recording of Jordan Peterson with a little AI magic at the start and end to give context to the topic of the server. And so the AI parts do not reflect the actual views or experiences of Jordan Peterson, but is rather intended to draw attention to the striking similarities between the two. As you spend time in this server, this will become very obvious. There are thousands of hours of recording. It is a veritable feast for a clinical psychologist and critical thinker. But the server is also a communal hub of like-minded individuals from all walks of life, all trying to contribute. Best part is, as a community, they ask for nothing besides following the rules which are designed to counter dark tetrad linguistic tactics that are used to manipulate and prey on people's biases or good intentions. It is an insidious corruption. But if you want to discuss the shape of our world in a reasonable manner, without fallacies or manipulative tactics, whether unknowingly or knowingly, just know we will hold people to a rigid standard of logic. So being honest with yourself and us is the best option. To join the 24/7 panel and discuss the nature of the Earth, click the link on YouTube or Rumble and get verified. Thank you.
Thank you, AI Peterson.
That was wonderful.
Agreed. That was great.
That I think it's also very important to mention that, like, why there's rules for the server. No more beautiful way than to put Jordan Peterson in there.
Clean your room.
How can you save the world if you can't even clean your room? But welcome, C Styles. I think he's got a listening pass, but he's not VC verified. What's up, everybody? Regardless.
We have to bring you up to speed. Have you been listening to the YouTube stream with 24/7 Beastie?
No.
Okay,
No.
we got to bring. You like to talk to globers when they, globe believers when they come in here. So, we've, as a group, have decided to. We know that refraction is compression, sinking, towering, stooping, and looming. That that's the refraction that everybody can agree upon. So we've come up with a sixth type of refraction. It's called fairy tale refraction. And so when somebody tells you that light bends down over the curve, so it brings everything up so you can see it from a distance to make it look like it's a stationary topographical flat level plane. And they tell you that refraction lets you know that apparent and physical horizon's the same thing, so they get their cake and eat it too, and their pie and their ice cream warmed up, so everybody's nice, warm, and fuzzy. And so when they tell you that refraction bends things over the ball, so you can have your globe, from now on, instead of calling it compression, sinking, towering, stooping, and looming, we have a sixth one. It's called fairy tale refraction. So
you're missing another one. Jim.
It doesn't work because
My bad. Go ahead.
those are so-called refractive effects. That means they are things we see at a distance, or distortions at a distance, that get attributed to refraction.
I like
not
distortions.
refractive types. So we can't just add a magical refractive type and say that they have that, because they don't have an effect.
Jim, you're missing another one that Sanak made up the other day. It's called Southern Hemisphere Refraction. That is different from Northern Hemispheric Refraction.
Southern Hemisphere refraction. I got to write that one down.
Yeah, write it down. You're gonna be hearing that one maybe in the near future. No, I'm not making any promises, but it might be coming.
Southern Hemisphere refraction. Thank you. So it's in your ultimate knowledge, Gemsy, how is it different than Northern
Because
Hemisphere?
there is less gases and less activity in the south. Less flora, fauna.
Okay.
Right? So the air has less things, and there's more refraction on one side than the other.
Okay. So and there's less people too.
Yeah. So, but don't. Yeah, like contamination, whatever things in the air. But don't quote me on that. He might have a different definition. I'm not 100% sure, but it goes towards that sense that I tried to explain.
So is that like fairy tale refraction 2.0?
Possibly. I think it was Sanek that said that, but don't quote me on that.
Oh, Zanuck said that. The substitute science teacher said that to you. Cool.
Not to me, to Witsit, actually.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, ask Witsit about it.
I actually have a question about atmospheric refraction, or refraction in general, because I've heard from I know it sounds stupid, but I heard from Alex Jones when he was talking about I know but when he was talking about to Joe Rogan about why you see like a red moon, or why does it look so big sometimes, and essentially it's kind of like when you're looking straight up, kind of like why the moon is like usually small and white when it's straight up above you, because you're not looking through so many dense layers. Does that still hold water, that kind of thinking?
Yeah, we still have a pressure gradient.
Okay.
Vertically
Cool.
up, but when you're looking across the Earth, you're looking for thousands of miles in the air, for instance.
Right,
Because
right.
you can see a star that's mapped to a GP that's horizontal from your location, that's 1,000 miles away, but you can still see that star in the sky.
Right. But okay, I just wanted to make sure that that line of thinking was still okay, because I thought that made a lot of sense. Because you're seeing
It's
through so
basic.
many layers when
It's
you're looking at
basically
it
also
inside.
it's also as the light is traveling through the air, the more air it has to travel through, it more it scatters, and so as the light scatters, the light drops in wavelength, and so it eventually drops into like red, which is when it's you see it at the horizon, and then like the red is the last visible wavelength that we can see, so anything beyond that is not even visible anymore.
Is that because it has the longest range, I guess you would say? In
Oh
a
no,
sense?
it's because visible light, of course, you can only see by visible light, and
Right.
but the sun is a black body, so it's radiating a multitude of different spectrums, like all the different spectrum, and so it's also radiating infrared, it's radiating everything.
Right,
just
UV, heat,
yeah.
infrared, right. Interesting. But yeah, that's definitely interesting. It looks like C Styles got muted. Do you wanna talk, C Styles?
Let's take this moment of silence to maybe address C Styles. Maybe he wants to ask something in the server. Go ahead, C Styles. You've been unmuted. You can open your mic and say hi.
Oh, what's up, guys? You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. And what's up? I'm gonna reply. The sky is up. And
How's
I will
everything,
add.
man? No, I'm just.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I'm just sitting back listening.
Sounds good, man. Sounds to me that you're over 13 years old. If you have a chance to check the welcome page in the server, there's some rules over there for you to overview at your leisure. I will go ahead and give you the
Okay.
visibility from it. So you're gonna be able to open and mute your mic whenever. So whenever you have a question and want to talk to people in here, you're welcome to do so.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm driving right now, so as soon as I stop, I will go check that out and verify. But this is good. This is a good channel. I've been into this subject for a long time. I do a lot of research. I look up a lot of Eric Dubé stuff and stuff like that. I've seen all the, all the videos and the movies, Level with Me, and all that stuff like that. And I'm trying to. I'm a college graduate. I graduated out of Stony Brook University, Long Island, New York. I went to medical school and all this, and it's clear to me, that the Earth isn't a spinning ball. It's just, you know, it's something called a fact. And I tell the people this all the time. If you guys, I'm sure you've heard of 200 proofs the Earth is not a spinning ball, right? So there only needs to be one of them that are correct. You can have 199 of them that are wrong, and if one is correct, then it's not a spinning ball. And I understand tautologies and stuff like that. So once I heard about this subject, I was like, you know what? Let me give it a chance. And then once I started listening to it, it was just like so much information and so many facts and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, after I got all these facts and all this cool stuff and this, that, and the third, I started thinking, like, all right, where do I go now? Like, why did they hide that it was round or flat or whatever? Why would they hide? They could have told me it was a triangle and I wouldn't have cared. So it leads me to believe that not only are they hiding something significant, but it always seems that the elite, they believe in evil. They believe in all this stuff they're praying and worshiping and all this stuff, right? So I believe that it's a spiritual battle versus good versus evil, similar to like my mother told me since I was a little kid. But yeah, man, this channel's great, man. It is great. I love listening. You guys keep doing your thing, and I'll just be sitting here, man, while I drive.
Yo,
Awesome,
see,
man.
you're gonna be right at home here, man. Your energy and eloquence and everything is refreshing. So welcome, brother.
Thank you, man.
Yes, sir.
Very cool. Very cool, man.
I had a very similar way of dot connecting as you did once you found out the Earth is flat. You know, once you find out they're lying to you, like what else are they lying about?
So C Styles, are you saying that you don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever expanding universe? Is that what you're saying? I can't believe it. My
Ooh,
goodness.
you're breaking up actually, though, C Styles.
Yeah, you're driving, so drive safe, man. And wherever you're out of the tunnel, you can respond to Jim's
Yes, sir.
sarcasm.
Yes, sir.
I hear you in a valley,
If
and
you
that,
can,
yeah.
if you can, repeat your question again.
So you say you don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever expanding universe. Is that what you're saying?
100%. Not only do I know that
Oh.
when
Hey, hey,
not only there's only one planet.
I
Breaking up,
think
man.
I think his Starlink satellite connection is down.
You guys keep going. I'm just gonna sit back and listen.
Okay, you
Yo,
got it,
you have
C
to come
Styles.
back, man. Wherever you have better connection or you're not driving, come back and chill with us.
Yes, sir. I'll come back later, man. I'll just be sitting here listening.
Yo, what a refreshing guy, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gemsy, you
He's got
sound like AI right now.
he's got that good energy, like Tracy.
Oh yeah.
Might wanna.
Since he's driving, I'm gonna mute him for now, so he doesn't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
See, Styles, if you're gonna have loud snacks. Oh, okay, he muted.
Nah, you're
Somebody
good.
muted him. He's good though.
He said he's driving, so he doesn't have to worry about Discord right now. Just let him do his.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Later
yeah.
on,
Let him drive, man.
he can get him muted later on.
Yeah, just post in the voice text live stream when you're like nice and comfortable. If you want to come off mute, C Styles. You know, we know you're driving.
Yeah, because we don't want to make you push
Like
buttons
graduate
now.
from what?
They,
North Carolina medicine or something? North Carolina?
Huh?
He said he's a graduate, school graduate or
No,
something
no,
like
he
that.
said Stony Brook.
Stony Brook. Okay, yeah.
That's in New York, Long Island.
Long
Long
Island.
Island.
So yeah, like some people see this stuff. It's not like it's just dudes on the internet that never done anything in their life. Like there's a lot of people in here from many parts of the world, and the guy, even though he went through the school system, he figured out that they're lying about something. At least in this topic, right?
Yeah, I'd also like to bring it back to his what he was mentioning, or the motive. We can't really know for sure their motive, but some things that I would consider when trying to consider that is they tell us that we got the globe 2,000 years ago. We've known it all this time. But if you look at the societies around that time, they were all religious based. They had their flat earth religions, and there were these secret societies which had people in educational institutes and other things like that. And they created their own internal secret doctrine, the globe. And so that got passed on through the secret societies, getting worked on for 2,000 years, sure. But the public was not in on it until much more recently.
Right. Another
yeah,
thing is,
and maybe that. Yeah, sorry about that.
no,
Maybe that Tartaria reset thing is part of it. beasticles. Like how can they do that in like less than 100 years? Convince the whole world it's a globe.
Well, history is always written by the victors, so it's not
Yeah, and you only
surprising
need and you only need 3 generations, and
to wipe a
once you
memory.
have control, once you
right.
have control of the education system, which they did get, and then you start shattering the family unit and making sure that the kids don't get raised with the parents and all this stuff. They get dependent on the state and the education system, and you can just feed them whatever they want, and then the kids grow up and they're like, "Mom, Dad, you're wrong. There's evidence the teacher said so."
Yeah, true. What Enzyme was saying, basically with Tartary and stuff like that. But if you just think about it, right? Let's just say, history is written by the victors, and if you think about the Renaissance, right? The rebirth of what? You know what I mean? I think it's the rebirth of like society's worldview. That's what I think. And all these people come out of the Florence, Italy, and in France and England, and like they have all these crazy inventions and art, and I feel like most of it is completely fake. Like I think they just invented these guys' names like Michael and Da Vinci, and just like needed to have like a person to put the inventions behind, like a front man, that just including the Kepler and Copernicus arguments and stuff like that. It's just like there is real scientists back then who were just like, this is ridiculous. What are you guys talking about? I can't remember the guy's name, but there's this like Swedish um, astronomer that was basically counteracting Copernicus and Kepler. I can't remember his name. And then somehow mysteriously the dude got poisoned, and it's just been that kind of like a game.
Yeah,
You do know.
I wouldn't
Sorry, go
question
ahead.
the existence of all historical characters. However, if you look into Newton's and Fomenko's work on alternative history, you'll find that there's a lot of discrepancies in the historical record, and so there's some fiffing that's been done there, but I wouldn't say that all of them are fake. And you're probably right that some of them were figureheads for secret societies. So
Right.
they put the work out that was worked on by many, and so they appeared like a genius, and then they used that credibility to push the designs of the societies onto society.
Right.
Hey, and I did want to add. I wanted to add. You were talking about the art and stuff from the Renaissance era. There were a lot of other things that were used to make incredible art back then that weren't necessarily given. The information about that wasn't necessarily given to us. So,
Yeah,
as
they were
wild
very
and
secretive.
amazing as they're, sorry, go ahead.
You're totally right. I was just going to agree with you. We were very secretive about it, and it was kept within closed circles. That's why everybody didn't have access to it.
Right. And there's so many things that happened back then that we can find out now due to, our technology and stuff. How you can, especially, just look how easy it is to draw. Anybody can, pick up a stencil now, and I don't know. There's many different types of things that were used to make that fantastic art from back then that would make it seem less fantastic if you would have known that they used what they did.
No, right,
Yeah,
exactly.
like if you look at the pictures I just posted, this is basically a pinhole camera, and this is the basis for that. And that's how they did a lot of this stuff, using techniques that were not basically shared with the public, even though they knew.
Right.
It's crazy how the image inverts just by the hole. or is there a mirror? I used to do that when I watched, like, I had a magnifying glass and watched the TV inverted on the wall. I liked that as a kid, but does the pinhole make the image inverted? That's crazy.
Um,
Is it-
no, it's like uh, I don't see. I'm outside right now. I can't see the picture, but I think I know what you're talking about. Is it the
Is
one
it
where they have
practical?
like the aerial view?
Can you actually do it? I mean, I never seen it done in a room or anything. Is it actually there's some specific way to do that?
It's like a
Yeah,
projection.
you need to have the angle right to the light so that you can get it
Right.
to go into the hole and then diffract as it goes into the hole, and then the light will spread out as it exits the hole, and it'll be inverted.
See, it still doesn't explain, for example, the Mona Lisa. Why the Mona Lisa is such a valuable painting. It's because the layers, like we can't even replicate the paint layers today. Like it's like a micro con or something. I can't remember what it's called exactly, but it's so thin, like each layer, that like we can't even get 3D printers like that accurate. Like it's crazy. It's just the accuracy of the layers of paint, and they're so thin. So some people call it antiquitech. That's the code word, you know what I mean? Like of ancient technologies that's been hidden away from history, controlled by secret societies and stuff. They call it antiquitech and stuff. But yeah, there was like a huge change in artistry when you look at, you know, like the Renaissance period. Like if you look at medieval cave paintings and stuff like that, and like different type of cave art, it's like there's no 3D perspective. I can't remember what it's called exactly off the top of my head, but seen a fascinating video on it, and it's just like all of a sudden they just sprouts the most beautiful art, you know, that we see of our lifetime, you know, ironically coming out of the Vatican. So I don't know. It's probably some weird stuff in those basements, in those archives, miles of archives.
Well, craftsmanship, mastery of craft and art has been devolving for sure.
Oh yeah.
Like, look at the complexity of music, and then you go to the monotone, and now we're just one note beats, which is okay if it's a style choice, but in general, we're degrading the complexity of art and everything, simplifying it to something that's not comparable to the master craftsman in the past.
It's because of virtual memory.
You know, I would really enjoy going to one of these old churches that have the acoustic set up to where your one voice can be a chord. You can make a chord with just one voice due to the reverberation and the structure of the building. I've always wanted to do that. That'd be so cool.
Yeah, that reminds me of um, that temple. I can't remember what temple. I think it was an Aztec temple or Mayan temple, where the dude like would stay at the base of the pyramid, and then he'll clap, and it'll sound like a
A bird, like a
yeah, it sounds
bird,
like a
right?
bird. Yeah. What temple is that? That thing's crazy.
I forgot the name, but I saw the video just recently. But at the same churches, or what we call churches, are like extremely resonant. They're like,
Hmm.
and the master craftsmen that used to make the pipe organs made 2,000 pipe piece organs in resonance with the church, but just by throwing supposedly a stick and hearing the reverb. Nobody can do that now.
I know, no
That's
one can do
amazing
that now.
stuff too.
It's like
I
the
would say no one can. I would say that it's kind of one of those it's more um beneficial to those who are, putting up buildings and stuff to do it in a way that is they don't have to worry
what
about structure so much. They don't care about the people, so that's why our buildings aren't beautiful. You can find out how the people are cared for when you go into a town that has beautiful buildings.
you guys ever seen the 6-octave working range diagram where it's like do re mi fa sol la, but it shows it in arches. I think it's called the 6-octave working range, right? And then if you take that diagram and look at the front of most of these old churches, it's the same thing. It's crazy. It really is about
That'd be
resonance.
Like
something to look
they
forward
even
to, looking for a building like I would like to find so I can sing in there. I would love to do that.
they were like masters in the relationship between geometry and sound and shape and color and knew how to tie it all together. And it's fucking amazing that we lost all of that. I was really into cymatics. Um,
Yeah.
and like every mandala from India could be inverted into a frequency or vice versa. They used to tune their instruments with the shapes from a copper plate and how the violin, for example, reverberated, made shapes. I'm sure Beasticles, in your research, you ended up
Oh yeah.
with Eric P. Dollard, for example. That he's the guy that actually I remember listening to explaining the churches and if you play like Bach in D minor and you sit in the middle where the two organs frequencies interfere, you get certain effects.
No, I actually haven't seen that video. I was referencing Michelle Gibson's video on
Mm.
circuit board Earth theory, but it's ironic how you said like the Vedic, like in mandalas, and how they correspond to sound. Well, in like Vedic or Hindu lore, I guess you would say that the universe was created from the primordial, right? And if you think about
Yeah.
it in biblical terms, it's like that's the
The word
voice
of
of
God.
God, the word of God. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's all vibration, resonance, frequency, and the relationships in between.
I have something that I got to do that was really cool for a few years. When I was in college, I went to college for music, and we have this church nearby that it's a beautiful church, and the inside of it's really beautiful too. But we every year they would prepare everyone to do Handel's Messiah at this church, and you couldn't really you had to practice in that church before you actually did the performance, and you would do the performance at, like once a night for a weekend. Um, so like Friday, Saturday, and or it was Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. But anyways, I think so. Anyways, I'm trying to remember. Anyways, we would perform Handel's Messiah in this church, and when you would be up on the stage, I was a soprano. You couldn't hear as much like of anyone else, so you really had to know your part perfectly to be able to sing. It was wild. So like you can hear it so much better. Everything comes together just perfectly. So yeah, I have experienced a bit of it, but I haven't been able to sing by myself in one of these places. So it'd be pretty cool to do that. But I think the older buildings, because this one's not super old or styled that way, it's more modern. Um, they suppress the sound on stage, but in the audience you can hear all of the voices come together perfectly.
Here, I found it. And then this is from Michelle
Yo,
Gibson.
those look like the doors of some of the buildings we were looking at. I
Yep.
went on a rabbit hole again, and I watched like maybe 50 videos related to the topic of the global reset or whatever, and a lot of them had this doorways.
Mm-hmm.
Really interesting. Thanks for sharing.
No, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's pretty it's evident. If you just look, it's not just one; it's so many of them. Yeah, exactly, right there.
Wow. So beautiful, man. I went to Prague a few months ago, but I actually was dealing with some shit. I didn't really pay attention as much as I would like now to all the buildings. Prague is a crazy city
Oh yeah.
once you're into that rabbit hole.
It's funny. I forgot she mentions it, but a hedral or hedron, a geometrical solid with a specified number of plane faces, right? A cathedral, right? Like a
Yeah.
cathode, anode, cathedral, like a battery, in a sense. Weird.
Like a tetrahedron.
Yeah.
Mm.
But like, if you just break the word cathedral down, right? You just have like a cathode, anode, and then cathedral.
Mm. Can
Yeah,
cat be translated into a number? Because most of them have 6 corners and stuff. I was watching. I was watching many years ago about how almost all these churches, when you look from above, they're similar to how we describe a gold atom, like the proportions of protons and electrons and neutrons and everything. So it's extremely interesting.
Like this?
I don't know why I said 6, but maybe I'm wrong, but cathode and anode, yeah. Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah. The thing is, it also depends on the medium.
Right.
So the medium would change these geometries a lot, and the frequencies they resonate at.
Thank you, Ether. I was waiting for that. I knew he was getting on that etymology thing.
Nice.
Interesting. Way down.
A way down for something that's coming from above. Like a pathway.
Cathedral etymology. I'm gonna look up that right now. Oh, interesting. Cathedra means seat.
Oh.
What do you mean, Gemsy?
I think James, you might be referring that maybe those are all technologies to gather some sort of energy or catalyze it or gather it or channel it.
Oh
Maybe.
yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, just look at
To
this
charge
building.
Because there's a
the old
cathode,
world
right? But
Zeppelins.
you have the cathode and the what's the other name? The opposite,
Anode.
the anode. So it's not just you have kind of like a flow that is flowing from one to the other.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is
cathode would be positive, anode would be negative, but in the
perfect
theory of
example right there.
electricity, yeah, it goes from negative to positive. Is that Mallorca? No.
That is Sao Paulo. But look
Yo,
how
I lived
big
2 years
the
in.
doors are. Look at the people. Look how big the doors are. So
Did you
crazy.
see the giant books found in Prague?
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely seen that one too. It's crazy. It's really interesting.
Yo, they're the size of a 6.6-foot person or bigger.
What about the letters in the book? The information in the book, how big is it? Is it tiny like the regular ones, or is it like a? Because I remember someone saying that, oh, the books are big, but the letters are kind of like the same as any other
Well,
book.
the thing is, I'm not sure. I didn't see what was written on it, but supposedly these books were for people with much better eyesight than we have. Some of the
So
clay,
you
for
can say that.
example, some of the clay tablets and stuff they found around you need like perfect eyesight to actually read.
Hey Drace, by the
I
way,
don't
your
know.
mic is a little choppy. You might want to unplug it and plug it back in. I think it's loose.
Joyce posted something, the pyramid resonance or frequency. What's the name of that? I think that's the frequency or something. Let me look it up, because that's an actual specific. I think that's a specific resonance or frequency or something like that.
I think that
That
was,
kind of makes
if I'm not wrong, 111 hertz. It's a really low tone, but it really depends on the medium.
depends on the medium. Yeah.
So that's why a lot of people try to debunk this because it depends on the medium.
Yeah, it's not gonna
Because
make that
usually,
shape on steel, right? Or
no, I
is it?
mean, yeah, well, I think, yeah, I'm not sure,
Because I've seen people putting the frequencies into water or sand or stuff like that. It will kind of like give you that different shapes depending on the frequency that is being used.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not like you're gonna put the frequency to your wall and the wall is gonna turn into that frequency or something like that.
Well, it's the same. You're just finding the resonant frequency of the medium because you can find the resonant frequency of a building and make it collapse, like supposedly Tesla almost did by accident. You can
Yeah.
just like those bridges that actually didn't, the wind didn't
Actually,
break them, but it was the sound, the wind going through the cables.
I bet you can mathematically figure it out. Because if you think about it,
Oh
right,
yeah.
why sand and water, work so well for sound, it's because it breaks down pretty easily. I mean, if you think about the melting point of sand and water, it's really not that high. But the melting point of like steel or another type of substance, it's probably really high. And if you can just figure out mathematically, like make a proportion to whatever the resonant frequency of sand and water is, and then kind of make a proportion to its temperature and boiling point, you know what I mean? You could probably figure
Well,
that out.
when it comes to frequencies, if you can concentrate a frequency, you can manipulate the medium of air, and things can even levitate in the in like the high like concentrated frequencies. So that's what you would have to do to manipulate. That would be what you would manipulate. Is like the concentrated high frequency.
Hmm.
Well, you need an interference pattern that you can control, and I've seen that done. I've seen experiments. It really depends on when they do it in a tube. Depends on the length of the tube,
Oh, I'm
and
sorry,
then
Enzyme. I said Drace. I meant your mic. It's your mic.
oh,
Yeah, it's
maybe because I don't have a ground, and sometimes I need to touch it to get better because it needs to get grounded. Wait,
Funny that you say that, Enzyme, because that happens to our Bluetooth um, converter in the car. Like, because I only have like a CD player, and we just use the radio. We dial the radio to the right channel, and it'll like just sync up with that channel, and we can transmit whatever from our phones to the radio. And
is it
sometimes
better
that
now?
thing will be really
there you go.
like it'll have a lot of static, and if we just touch our hand to it or put our hand
Yeah,
near it, it'll sound better if it's really static.
yeah. Since I'm talking here, I don't get feedback, so I don't notice it. But when I'm recording or anything, I just touch it. That's why you have sound engineers. They usually make a proper grounding for your mic, so that doesn't happen.
Oh, this is interesting. So I'm looking at the melting points of elements for reference. See, if you had a guess, right, on the periodic table, what has the highest melting point? It's pretty
Carbon.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, 10
That's
points for me.
wild. That's pretty wild. Never thought about that.
I just, I played this game called Oxygen Not Included, and it's a survival game where
Oh,
you
the same creators
manage.
that Don't Starve Together? Yeah.
Yeah, I love those games. So you learn so much
Did
about
you say argon?
thermodynamics.
No, carbon.
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 Argon is a noble gas.
It's
Yeah.
Carbon is the highest melting, or it requires the highest temperature to melt it.
Is it 6,000? How much is it? 6,000 C?
6,332 Fahrenheit and exactly 3,500 degrees Celsius, which is also interesting.
3,500.
Yeah.
So I was saying with this game, I learned almost like I learned the boiling points and all the boiling points of almost all the elements from that game, or just the basic ones you have in the game, but still.
So what are I'm gonna go back to the cathedral, that San Paulo Cathedral, for example. And what was it made out of?
Are you going into what will survive a wipeout?
No, I'm just trying to see like what material it's made out of. Okay, let's see here.
Moon rocks.
You silly. Say moon rock.
Space
Balustrade?
dust.
What the hell is
I can't
balustrade?
keep myself unmuted because I'm doing too much. I'm trying to contribute though. I'm sorry.
You're okay, Flatsy.
It doesn't tell me. Ironically. I mean, I'm not surprised, but
Well, if we're going on boiling points, I think next to carbon would be silica, right? And silica has a really high melting point too. And concrete
no,
has a lot of
actually,
sand in it.
silicon is pretty far down compared.
Not silicone, silica.
Oh, well, isn't that silicone though? Silica?
I don't know. I don't think so. Like
Because
quartz.
I know there's
What's the
quartz.
melting point of quartz? Sand is 1,600 or something. C.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken, around almost 2,000 Celsius. Because when they say if we weren't made out of carbon, the next element that could be a building block of life would be silica. And they talk about all these silica-based life forms and how we're gonna go from carbon 166 to carbon 666. Right?
Silicon is actually okay. So iron there.
Well, silica and silicone are two different things.
Silica. It's just silicon.
Okay, my bad.
No, you're good. Silica is not an element, rather it is a compound that is composed of silicon and oxygen.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep, Timbo. Actually, they were trying to make this hard drives using light and silica crystals.
Mm-hmm. I've seen those before. Yeah.
Have you seen how they try to hack light? Like
Mm-hmm.
they put it through a prism, then they on purpose, for in a way, somehow they make the green spectrum slower or shift it, and then they reincorporated it into a reverse prism, and then they embedded information into light
Yeah.
without
Yeah. I've seen that.
visibly. Yeah, it's crazy, right?
That was basically that was the basis for fiber optics.
Mm.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty wild to think about in terms of like crystals as a way to store information. Sand is quartz, silicon sand, also known as white sand.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
silica
the
is
fiber
silica, but
optic.
when it's dioxide, it's silicon.
Interesting.
Mm. Quartz, piezoelectric quartz. When you apply pressure, you get electric field, electromagnetic field, and vice versa.
Right. Oh, it's so weird.
Crazy, actually.
Oh, that
I
makes
have a
so
bunch
much
of.
sense now, bro. That's
I have a
why.
bunch of. Sorry,
Oh,
yeah, continue.
oh, sorry. No, I'm just like having a realization right now. So we use silicon, right, for pretty much everything in terms of computer components.
Semiconductors.
Right.
Yeah.
And copper, its boiling point is right below silicon. So it takes a lot more
Also,
heat to melt silicon rather than copper. And then gold is right underneath copper, which is why you have like, oh my god, it makes sense.
no, well, silica is not a proper conductor like metals. There's also different reasons because you can do a semiconductor with it. It's a semiconductor,
Yeah, dude,
not a full conductor.
semiconductors. I went on a rabbit hole one day with those, bro.
Hmm.
It's the weirdest
Vacuum tubes.
invention. Yeah, the weirdest invention known to man, I think, is semiconductors and the origin of it. It's fucking. It's crazy. Went
Our
deep into
brains
that.
actually have a lot of copper.
I would like for you to expand on that if you wanted to. Your rabbit hole you went down.
Sure. If you just look up, like, let's just go to the mainstream, like, who invented a semiconductor, right?
I do know that it came after it was due to the quantum mechanics field taking off after they were able to. Just go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're good.
Vacuum tubes are special. They do things differently.
So when they first started coming about, what was his name here? I'll find his name. William Shockley. That's his name. William Shockley. So he, for some reason, him, Shockley, Bardeen, Bratrade, in 1947 Shockley had earlier theorized a field effect amplifier made from germanium and silicon, but he failed to build such a working device before eventually using germanium to invent the point contact transistor. But yeah, it's very weird, that whole era, because they just started using different types of techniques called like doping. Doping meaning like, you you add controlled impurities to the
We were just
semiconductor.
talking about this the other day, so that's why I was like, you just used the doping term, and we were just discussing it the other day. So that's when you're trying to build the frequency of the light that's hitting the plate. But yeah, you're saying that you're using different materials for
Yeah.
for
So
is it for the negative, like to keep, like you have to
so
dope
right
it much
here.
more for certain
Yeah, so for example, the pure
material.
semiconductor silicon has 4 valence electrons that bond each silicon atom to its neighbors. In silicon, the most common dopants are group 3 and group 5 elements. Okay, hold on, let me see what the hell. Boron and nictogen.
Have you seen the news? Superconductor at room temperature. If it's real, it's
Yeah, I heard
in
about
a
that. I
in
heard
the
it's not really a legit
yeah. I
experiment.
doubt it. It's bullshit.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But that's what
But
they were doing basically to try to discover something like that doping, right?
yeah, essentially. But hold on, let me see if I can break this down into layman terms here. Acceptor atom replaces a silicon atom in the crystal. A vacant hole is created. Ah, okay. So group 3 elements contain all 3 valence electrons, causing them to function as acceptors when used to dope silicon. When an acceptor atom replaces a silicon atom in the crystal, a vacant state, an electron hole, quote unquote, is created, which can move around the lattice, the crystal lattice, and function as a charge carrier. 0 and 1, essentially. That's what, on or off. And it's the difference between those in the semiconductor that allows it to go on or off like that to basically semiconduct. Oh wow, that's crazy.
And there's only one like okay, in one certain mechanism with the material and the plate that they're bouncing, or they have to have enough frequency to emit the electrons off of the plate. Um, that's where the vacuum is, from what my understanding.
Yeah, you're on the nose there. It says it's a multiple step photolithographic. Is a general term used for techniques that use light to produce minutely patterned thin films of suitable materials over a substrate, such as silicon wafer, to protect selected areas of it during subsequent etching. Thermal oxidization, thin film deposition, ion implantation etching, during which electronic circuits are gradually created on a wafer, typically made of a pure single crystal semiconducting material. Silicon is almost always used, but various compound semiconductors are used for specialized applications.
It almost sounds like anodizing quartz, right? A way to anodize it.
It's wild. Okay, so
Well, as much as you can learn up on this particular thing, I suggest it because so you'll be able to understand a lot. I mean, not that you don't already. Please, for anybody listening, the royal you is to really try to tackle this in your mind on how this stuff works, because this is what's in contention in the flat Earth right now.
no, it's weird. Like I went through this rabbit hole a long time ago, way long time ago, but now I'm going through it with new eyes, So listen to this. So this is really interesting. So all machinery and FOUP, FOUP, it's a specialized plastic carrier designed to hold silicon wafers securely and safely in a controlled environment and to allow the wafers to be transferred between machines for processing or measurement. So all machinery and FOUPs contain an internal nitrogen atmosphere. It's so weird. The insides of the processing equipment and FAUPs is kept cleaner than the surrounding air in the clean room. This internal atmosphere is known as a mini environment. Fabrication plants need large amounts of liquid nitrogen to maintain the atmosphere inside production machinery and FAUPs, which are constantly purged with nitrogen. That's interesting. Why does nitrogen...
Is nitrogen like argon, meaning non-reactive, or am I wrong here?
Well, I'm just thinking in my mind right now, like, why is it just nitrogen? An internal nitrogen atmosphere. It's really, really interesting. Oh, it reminds me of that B.O.B. song, man. Silicone in your body, iron in your body, similar to robotics.
I remember watching that with you.
Yeah, dude. It's pretty interesting. Now I'm thinking about like semiconductors, right? And how we make semiconductors by doping, quote unquote.
Ah,
You know?
that sounds dope.
If you get my drift.
Yeah, well, doping, like I guess, yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Is this is the part that that's in contention that really proves one way or the other. You know, the doping part is with the light onto the plate, and the electrons are as long as you have enough of the frequency, if you dope it enough, uh, considering whatever contraption you're using and whatever material. You have to dope it enough to where there are a sufficient amount of electrons bouncing off the plate. And then on the other side, it's like a battery, like a positive and negative charge on the other side to stop it. But you can connect or you can either disconnect or connect that part and it'll function. So, yeah, it takes a lot, it takes a certain amount of frequency. So you have to use that. Um, I get you have to dope it to
No,
see,
I
or
get what
well,
you're
they already
saying.
know now. They already know now for certain materials how much to do that, but there's an
What you're
equation
saying
for it
though,
too.
Flatsy, what you're saying is dead on. The certain frequency, right? So I'm reading here, the main process with water fabrication begins with electrical engineers designing the circuit and defining its functions and specifying the signals, inputs, outputs, and voltages needed. These electrical circuit specifications are entered into electrical circuit design software such as SPICE and then imported into circuit layout programs, which are the ones similar used for computer-aided design. This is necessary for the layers to be defined for photomask production. So basically, that's the frequency. You have an electrical frequency that creates a quote-unquote photomask that gets imprinted first via software onto the silicon wafer, and then it's like when you dope it, it follows those lines in a sense. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, and I'm only able to.
I know it's
I
a
can say
lot.
it in layman's terms.
No, I
I can
got
say
you
it in
though.
layman's terms, but yeah, you that's exactly what I was trying to say. So you got it down to the specific and concise terms, but I like to be able to explain things in layman's terms for anybody listening so they can kind of understand what we're talking about.
But it's pretty
It's almost
interesting.
like atomic etching.
Yeah, it is 100%. But it's like using frequency, and it's just crazy how like we just trap that certain frequency into a silicon wafer.
Hmm.
It's just weird. Here, let me
You know,
see here.
the pyramids were supposedly covered with this engravings and white rock, right? Granite.
Mm-hmm.
And they had these helioglyphs symbols, and you could see supposedly the pyramids from Europe from the light that it refracted, or at least the light from the pyramids.
see, this is if you look into William Shockley, everybody here, seriously, it is one of the most craziest rabbit holes you'll ever go down in terms of technology and stuff like that. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Let me see here.
Yep, Timbo, covered in quartz. I was gonna say granite, but then I remember why it came to my mind is because we were talking about quartz. Can you write down the name, Bisticle, so I can research it?
Yeah. William Shockley.
Thank you.
You know, I've heard so many other conspiracy things about Shockley and where he got this information from, how he, you know what I mean, channeling and stuff like that. Not to mention Shockley was a eugenicist, by the way. Just throw that out there.
Well, it's one of those times we need to separate the art from the artist, I guess.
Well, I think that I don't think that it's when it comes to semiconductors and stuff. It's like they're really trailing off of quantum mechanics and the isolation of a single photon. Even using like a mirror mechanism to trap it, and you can see it bouncing, and you have to like redefine and break down 1 second. Like there's pictoseconds and like different ways to break down 1 second because the speed of it is unfathomable. There's no way to measure it. So when they tell you what the speed of light is, they don't fucking know. Oh, excuse my language. No swearing. They don't know because it's impossible to tell because you're having to see like one single photon moving in this maze of mirrors that they've captured within a second, like small, even smaller than a second. It's hard to explain, but they've even got ways to 10 trillion frames, 10 trillion frames per second. They've gotten it down to that, or gotten it to that so far, and that's astounding. But that also goes with the whole um, takeoff of technology was being able to understand how how what we were talking about, how there's the plate and bouncing the frequency of the light and increasing it to get enough electrons bouncing off the plate, and that's what brought back the whole like quanta
How many
instead of
frames?
wavelengths. So, what's that?
10,000. How many frames per second was the camera? Well, like
10,
not a camera, but
10 trillion.
wow. How much is a picosecond?
It's
That's like an
insane.
eternity.
I know if you measured that out, it would be like 30,000 years for 1 second. Like I don't even. That's why it's really hard for me to explain.
Yeah, it's like
It's such
light
a
years.
short
It
amount of
escapes
time, but
our minds
we're
grasp.
able to, you know, how you can go like just frame by frame. That's the only way that you can capture what's going on. When you just, it's like a this. They have to use like machinery to even get this um, pinpoint of light because it has to flash in just such a small amount of time, so you can see how light works. And it's so hard to explain. You have to be able to flash the light super quick, if that makes sense. It's like it's got to be quick so that you can capture just one single photon.
Yeah, I think I've seen a video like that trying to capture it. I think you're referencing the same one I'm thinking of.
Oh yeah, probably. I just had we've watched it a couple of times now in another server, and like kind of breaking down what was actually happening because it's so amazing to watch just something be captured like that. And it seems like it's moving so slow and ominously, but it's really just because it's being captured by, like frames per, like not even so many frames per second. It's unreal.
Since we're on this kind of topic right now, I got a question. What do you think about sonoluminescence?
Well, I
Uh,
went deep in that rabbit hole, yo.
I'm not
uh,
super. I don't have enough knowledge on the topic to even have a. I don't know.
Have you
to
seen
tell you the
have,
truth,
have you seen it though, Platsy?
are in a jar.
Star in a
No,
jar?
no, I haven't. But I do know what you're talking about. I just don't know. I know
Here.
it's more of an implosion instead of an explosion.
Exactly.
But I
This is
haven't looked into it more.
Actually,
this here, I got the video. So watch this, Platsy, real quick. This doesn't really explain how it's done. I'm gonna go deep into that, but this is Star in a Jar. I've been fascinated by it since Big Root showed me.
Beasticles, why you think the reaction is the collapsing of the it's actually the hydrogen and oxygen imploding, right?
It's a collapsing star, or quote unquote. It's
I think it's due to the speed that the pressure changes inside
Mhm.
that bubble, and it
right, and
reaches,
because it's
yeah,
contained in water.
just like these survival pistons that you can make a spark out of pressurizing a bit of air, because you condense all the heat energy into a small, a really small space, and you ignite a piece of paper just by pressing it.
Mm-mm. I
Yeah,
kind of
like
zoned out when you were explaining that. I'm not gonna lie.
like when you're in survival mode, you have this magnesium metal to make a fire, right? But
Oh yeah,
there's another survival gear. It's like a piston inside, like this piston that you press, and the gas inside gets pressurized to a really small space, and you can ignite and make a piece of paper ignite. Because if you do the contrary, you get the same amount of heat is dissipated into more space, so it gets colder, and vice versa. When you concentrate the pressure, it becomes hotter.
yeah.
Anyway, it's like this piston. I'll find it for you.
I watched a little bit of it. I'm still in the middle of doing stuff in the kitchen, talking to you guys, so please forgive me. I do know like a remedial amount of what's going on with sonoluminescence, but I haven't looked into it to even be able to be versed on the subject. But I'm happy to hear anything you guys say for sure.
Oh, it's pretty crazy because apparently there's multi-bubble sonoluminescence too. I didn't even know that. This is wild. This is crazy. Da-da.
So I couldn't find a shorter video or an image that explains it uh,
I'm watching.
easily. But that fire piston is basically what I think the collapsing bubble does, in a way. If like cubic centimeter of air is 300, let's say 30 degrees Celsius and you compact it 4 times that volume, you're gonna get 100 and something degrees.
So isn't that kind of like how a cigarette lighter works in a car?
That's how an engine kind of works.
Right, but I'm just saying, like,
How the fuel, yeah. Well,
yeah,
the lighter in your car, you press it and pops when it's hot, but it's just by resistance and current.
oh, okay.
It has
It's
nothing
just
to do with
electric.
pressure.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is so weird though, but no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, piston and an engine. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's imagine the same kind of thing where it's not air pressure, but it's
Vibration of the, so it vibrates enough to, I guess, make the liquid gas, and then it vibrates more to collapse it. I don't know what really happens, but that's what the image came to mind.
so they call it a standing acoustic wave. That's what
Standing, yeah.
keeps it in place. It says transient boiling through short current pulse in nichrome wire. A small jet of water perturbs the surface to introduce air bubbles. A rapidly forming vapor cavity via focused laser pulse. The standing acoustic wave, which contains pressure antinodes at the center of the containment vessel, causes the bubbles to quickly coalesce into a single radially oscillating bubble. Once a single bubble is stabilized in the pressure antinode of the standing wave, it can be made to emit pulses of light by driving the bubble into highly nonlinear oscillations. This is done by increasing the pressure of the acoustic wave to disrupt the steady linear growth of the bubble, which cause the bubble to collapse in a runaway reaction that only reverts due to the high pressures inside the bubble and its minimum radius. And it's after bounces. The collapsed bubble expands due to high internal pressure and experiences a diminishing effect until the high pressure antinode returns to the center of the vessel. The bubble continues to occupy more or less the same space due to the acoustic radiation force, the Birkenes force, and the buoyancy force of the bubble. The effect that different chemicals present in solution have to the velocity of the collapsing bubble has been recently studied. Non-volatile liquids such as sulfuric and phosphoric acid have been shown to produce flashes of light several nanoseconds in duration with a much slower bubble wall velocity and producing several thousand-fold greater light emission. This effect is
Well,
probably...
Sorry, sulfur is flammable, like pure elemental sulfur, so maybe that's why.
It's crazy, though.
You see why I thought about the piston, though? It's all about the pressure created.
Yeah.
For the collapse to happen. Also, of course, the friction between the gas molecules, perhaps, helps.
You know, it would be people like us that would need to be interviewed on these. I think that it really is important to be able to like help other people understand what you're saying instead of just saying a bunch of things and just I don't know. You
Well,
can
it's
say a bunch
funny.
of things about a certain subject, but really like we can break it down so anybody can understand. If that makes sense. Uh, I really
Well,
admire anybody that will take the time to break it down for anyone to understand, which is the only reason why I understand as much as I do. So that's why I'm very interested in learning about sonoluminescence because I've heard of the star in the jar and I haven't really looked into how it's done. So
well, you heard it maybe in the concept, in trying to explain what stars are, but we know that that just might not be, but it's still an interesting effect.
I
in the
found the
context of
earliest
stars.
version of Sonoluminescence. I just found it. It's a patent filed by Hugh Flynn. Why does that sound familiar, that name? In 1978, appears to be the earliest documented reference to a Sono-fusion type reaction. This thing looks
Interesting that his
wild.
name, he's studying sonoluminescence, and his name is Hugh.
Hugh Flynn, yeah.
Like the color, wasn't it like the color thing?
It's wild. Let me see. Oh, 1982.
I was researching a guy that made it, and I forgot you need the speakers and being able to drop a drop of water and it make a bubble, but it needs to. I forgot that the bubble, you insert the bubble. It's not created by the sound waves, and you almost see nothing because it's a small dot, and you can only see it in complete darkness properly.
So interesting. So what is plasma?
Well, some would argue that it's a fourth state of matter, highly excited gas, in a way.
Because I keep seeing that in reference to sonoluminescence.
Well, they
Plasma is
refer to the.
superheated matter so that the electrons are ripped away from the atoms, forming an ionized gas.
It is plasma in the sense that it's superheated gas until it's self-luminescent, I guess.
Yeah, you can think of it kind of like another state of matter. That's what it is.
Fire is plasma. Fire is technically plasma.
Oh, this is weird.
There's this video of this guy that made a cold so he made like a cold fire by making electric plasma and nitrogen or something. It's pretty cool.
You know what you would like? You've ever seen Look Mum No Computer enzyme?
Look, mom, no computer, no.
Oh my god. I think you're gonna love this guy. So
Is it a pun on look, mom, no hands?
yeah, but essentially he makes all of these his own contraptions, like he solders and makes circuits and stuff like that. Like he'll make like a Furby organ, right? Stuff like that, or like circuit bend a Bible or something. You know, like something crazy stuff.
You've seen the guy from the channel I Did a Thing? He makes
So
just great. Yeah, he makes just crazy stuff too.
but this is one I wanted to show you. Check this out when you get a chance. This is where I got into cymatics and stuff like that, because he converts an old CRT
On
cathode ray TV.
oscilloscope.
Yeah, and he makes a
Yeah, I've seen
oscillographics.
that. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen something like that before.
Yeah, there's a couple people that have done it, but he goes into it how you could just take any normal TV. It's crazy.
Analog
Mm-hmm.
tube.
That's why
Yeah.
his name, Look Mum No Computer.
So he's analog. Okay, I get it. That's cool.
Right. That's all. That's his whole shtick.
Are his videos recorded in film or what?
Yeah. Yeah. Look. Oh, ha ha.
For real?
I got what you're saying. Nice. Yeah, one of the
I'll check it
craziest
out.
ones he's done. He did like the 1,000 oscillator megadrone. Like it's crazy some of the stuff he builds.
I was talking to this guy. He's a cool dude. Started talking about something about the universe, and he's like, "Yeah, it's stupid to believe that. It's like thinking we came from what, and the Earth is flat." And I just looked at him and said, "So, I'm a flat earther, right?" And he just looked at me like I was crazy, but he knows I'm kind of smart, and he actually, I tried to shift his perspective a little bit,
He
and I don't
respected
know
you
why.
enough to listen for a second.
Yeah, and I just attacked the model. I told him about the 8 inches per mile square, but then I just said about the core of the Earth and the heliocentric model is molten iron, right? That's what gives Earth its magnetism. And I was like, do you know how a magnet functions? You cannot have a melted metal having a magnetic field. You need to align all the atoms and their spin to one specific direction. That's done by electrocuting DC current, extremely high voltages through rare earth metals or whatever. If you heat that magnet, it loses magnetism. So, and he was like, "Oh, what gives Earth its magnetism?" Right?
Mm.
It can be a molten iron core, because molten iron cannot behave like a permanent magnet.
This is a good question.
Yeah, you have to align all the spins, like gyroscope spin of every atom to one specific direction. And that's done by zapping it with extremely high voltage.
So why is there magnetic declination then?
You're gonna have to educate me on what's magnetic declination.
So
Okay, I've got a video. Somebody that actually does sailing and figured out that the magnetic declination is really just to hide flat Earth. So
that's
it's not really decline.
I've
There's not
surmised
really a
too.
declination. Sorry, go
Right.
ahead.
No, you're right. Because basically magnetic declination is the term used for like pilots and sailors and stuff like that, because there's like grid north, astronomical north, like true north, and then
Yeah.
magnetic north.
Oh, you're
And
talking about how the magnetic north poles shift and change.
shifts. Yes.
Hmm. Okay. That I didn't know it was called magnetic declination. I really don't know
Well, they
about.
covered it up because like it is a real phenomenon. You know what I mean? Like it does happen, but like they created magnetic declination to fit with the globe model of it. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't make sense at all on a globe model, like
We
why
should
it moves.
really go to the North Pole and check about Mount Meru and all that stuff.
See Mount Meru. See, this is what I truly think. I mean, this is all speculation, but I think there's something there for sure. I think
Yeah.
it's so weird how it's just military controlled and it's like the most guarded
No, but that's
place
the
in the
South Pole.
north.
Isn't that? I'm talking about the North Pole.
No, I'm talking about the North Pole. It's military
Is the
controlled.
North Pole also
Oh yeah.
as well?
Oh yeah. But you know
I
what they'll
thought it was
say though?
free for
They'll
all
say,
there.
well, no, they say, um, it has to be military controlled because it's it's right next to Russia. Like Russia can
And
come and
so they
invade.
don't put oil
Right.
rigs or something or whatever reason.
But
You know
that's
how there's an Antarctic treaty. There's also an Arctic treaty.
exactly. And the thing is, I think they're hiding the root races where they come to collect. If you ever seen that, like the Hyperboreans and stuff like that, getting into like the real esoteric stuff.
Hmm.
You ever heard of that? The
They
root
come to
races?
collect what? Souls? Not
No.
really, not exactly. No.
Well,
Root races are
mhm.
like the Archons or something.
The Fomorians, um, Hyperboreans, the Aryans.
Never heard of those. The what? What did you say last?
The Aryans.
Oh, the Aryans. Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay.
But this is
What do they collect?
no. It's supposedly every so often. I'm not exactly sure how many years. This is according to lore. This is all story, but every so often, 100 years or so, or 1,000 years or so, something like that, a new race spawns out of Mount Meru, basically, out of where the root races come from.
So it's basically like a spawn point.
Exactly. Yep. That's a great way to put it. Yeah. It's a spawn point.
Well, I would love to know what makes the magnets magnet. Like what's Mount Meru or whatever.
I'm not sure exactly, but here, let me go. I'm gonna Mind Unveiled?
Yeah.
They go pretty deep into that. Let me see if I can find a good video here. Root. Let's see here.
So what's the newest race, Ginger?
Here, let me show you.
Hey, my baby is a ginger.
Did you collect them from a spawn point in Mount Meru?
No, but I did have a dream about him before I ever got pregnant.
I remember.
Uh,
I remember you told me that.
yeah, it's pretty wild. Just like I don't know.
Hey,
It's
if you
something
ever
that I
dream of
think about
some,
in hindsight now, so I didn't
if you ever
know how to take it when it happened, but after the fact.
if you ever dream of some random numbers, hit me. Maybe maybe we can win the lottery or something.
That does not seem like it's gonna happen. No, I like to analyze since that happened. I think about a lot of other dreams that I've had that seemed pretty prophetic or profound, and I've had some pretty crazy wild dreams in my life, but I think that everybody has, so I'm not special.
Thanks for sharing, guys, in the text to chat. So, C Styles, if you're not driving or want to talk, just write in the voice to chat, voice to text, because you're muted, because you were in the car, and we muted for you, because you were eating some snacks or something. If you want to talk, just write something on the voice to text. So, which is the sixth race? Yeah, I know about the Lemuria Atlantean. Polar race is the first time I hear it. Aryan race, okay.
And it says each root race has 7
Yep,
sub
this is
races.
like musical notes. Isn't that interesting? C Styles, if you want to get unmuted, that's the proper voice to text. Yes, just unmute him. He can mute himself if he's
Texting.
hot
If
mic.
he's texting, he would be able to control his mic.
Yeah, he wants to be unmuted. I don't have privileges, so you got. Yep, you're good.
There it is. What's up, guys?
What
Yep.
up?
Hey, man.
What's up? What's up? Yeah, so I'm listening. You guys got some good subjects.
Yeah,
Yo,
it's
you have that deep voice. You have that amazing deep voice, yo.
Thank you. Everybody tells me I sound like Vin Diesel. I'm like,
Nah, you sound
no.
better. My
I'm
whole
Yeah,
like,
room,
I
my
wouldn't
whole
say
room
yeah,
is
Vin
man.
Diesel.
reverberating, and I'm on a headset, so.
So I'm hearing some of the subjects you guys are talking about. About I heard one of the subjects you were mentioning about the churches and stuff, about the shape of the churches and the sounds.
Mhm.
hmm
I don't know if you guys ever heard of that they use those to make like energy systems in the middle of the air, like the same thing Tesla was doing.
Yep.
You know, I don't know if you've ever heard of that before.
Oh yeah.
We
No, yeah,
did.
we were going deep into it.
You should join
Oh,
us
that's
one
what
day
I'm saying. Yeah.
in the chill chat. We were looking about ancient wipeouts and Tertarians and ancient civilizations and how a lot of the buildings don't make sense
Yes.
by the official version.
Yes. Yes. I'll definitely check that out.
We can't even replicate any of that, actually. Some of them.
Yeah,
Maybe we
it's
can,
like,
but we don't have the artisans.
do you notice that a lot of the technology that we're like stumbling upon when we're doing this research, it's like I notice it's almost like it was in the Bible from the beginning, and in a lot of the old books, the Torah, different books like that I'm reading, and it's like
Yeah.
almost like if you were to just listen to them in a way from the beginning, and I know it's kind of like indoctrination because it's been tainted, but
Yeah.
I listened to this guy. His name is Nassim Haramein. Have you ever heard of him?
Yo, forget about that dude, man. I love this guy when I was
I
researching
used.
uniform field theory. You know,
Oh,
uh,
you heard about
the
the
infinite.
isomorphic
Uh,
tetrahedron?
yeah, the infinite potential of division, the star tetrahedron. Yeah, the Planck scale,
Yeah,
everything. That's really
yeah.
interesting, but his theory about atoms and space and ancient civilizations a little bit off. But he's cool, But I take him with a grain of salt now.
You know what it is? Some people, when they become mainstream, I was listening to him years ago while I was in college,
Well,
in
remember
2008.
his style. Just remember his story about finding out infinite potential of division in a finite
Yeah.
space is that he was meditating and he saw the Earth as a ball, and then he saw the universe as a ball, and the
Uh-huh.
galaxies as a ball, and then he saw his hand and he visualized the atoms, and they were small spheres and balls. So that's why I'm turned off by him, just because of the origin
Well,
story of
well,
everything.
well. What I was saying is, when did he say that?
Yo, I researched him 12 years ago. That was his thing.
That was his thing 12 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
No, but you have to separate the art from the artist. He is at least trying to do something new, and he was
You
the
know why?
closest we can get from. Yeah.
Because I noticed in the future, I've been seeing him on like the History Channel and all this watered down stuff. It's almost like I felt like he sold out. But I just saw some striking similarities when he was talking about, I guess, this power that he was talking about that he was researching his whole life, and that it seemed similar to the same power that was in the Bible. So it's just so many similarities, and it's like things that we
Yeah.
discover now. It already had it in the old books. Is pretty much where I was going with it.
Hey,
He,
real
with the
quick.
yeah,
I
go.
want to know what you think about Ireland
Oh, what do you mean?
and like old Gaelic and the old Irish, right?
You know, it's funny. My last name is Irish,
Hey, there you
Scottish.
go.
Yeah,
Synchronicity,
calendar.
man.
Yeah.
Now, the reason why I bring it up, because talking about the root races and stuff like that. Well, if you think about Ireland and how many different races actually came from Ireland, the Gaelic races, like there was like the Black Irish, the Fomorians, the
Yeah.
Lemurians, the Hyperboreans, and it even says here uh, Ireland. Let's see, Hibernia. In ancient geography, one of the names by which Ireland was known to Greek and Roman writers, Hibernia. Other names were Lern, Lunaria, and Hiberio. But Ireland is very important. I think the real Ireland is what's being hidden. That's my honest opinion.
I'm gonna research that. I'm gonna research that. Yeah, I am. I never. I did. I recently found out that my, I guess, DNA is very rare. I'm 90%, 98% African, and I'd never even I thought I was just from Barbados. My whole family's from Barbados, but I guess before that we came from Africa, and we had some sort of mix with Finnish and Scottish, and that's how we got that last name. But I have like 2% Irish, 2% Scottish, should I say? And it's just weird how you're talking about, things originate from there. My last name originates from that, and I'm 98%. I'm a black guy. I got locks in my hair and all that, But I got that root of Irish all the way in the beginning.
Right. No, it's pretty interesting. They don't even they don't even agree on the etymology of Ireland. Like it has not been thoroughly clarified, which is interesting, but essentially it means abundance of land, earth, surrounded land, hill, island, which is interesting again.
Let me look something up.
Right. Yep. Ear. I'm literally looking at that Iru, which sounds strikingly close to Mount Meru. You know what I mean?
Yeah, how's yeah?
Let me
Let
see
me
here.
say something. Yes,
But yeah, Ireland is
I was
definitely
just looking it up. I didn't even know it was. Yeah, okay, yeah, I see where it is. It's surrounded by water, so it definitely is an island. But what's it attached to? Oh, that's Northern Island. Okay, so that's the whole island. Yeah. It's-
Have you ever seen
Let's see. What am I
the
looking?
1587 map by Urbano Monti, the Italian cartographer? If not,
My bad.
check this out.
My bad. Somebody called.
No, you're good. I sent you something that you might find interesting. I sent you this map from 1587. It's really interesting. I'm trying to find it.
Let me see. Hold on. I have to see. I'm not the best at functioning this
No, you're good. It's a big
Discord.
map, but definitely have fun with that.
You sent it in the
Mm-hmm.
messages, or did you send it? Okay.
No, I just sent you a direct message.
A direct
Left
message.
upper corner. Well, you're on a phone, so I don't know how to direct you, but you'll figure it out if you're new on Discord. It's normal.
Yeah. Oh, I see message requests right here. Check it out.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I think I just found it. All right. Yep. Just found it. Accept DM. All right. Got the link. Visit website. Yeah. I'm fairly new to Discord. I don't really use it often, but I use it for a couple NFTs and stuff.
Just really.
Yes.
Have you seen this
Old
map?
old school map. Let me double check that before I say anything. I've seen something very similar to it. So I haven't seen this one. I've seen something very similar. There's so much more land than what they're even showing.
Well, one thing I
Yeah,
want you to
and
notice,
I would
regardless of the land, what I want you to
say again.
notice. Yeah, regardless of the land, what I want you to notice. Remember, this is 1587. Go to North America and look at the little red cities that
All
indicate it's a
right,
city.
hold on. All right, hold on.
Like if you just look at all those little red, they're red marked cities. They look like.
Okay,
Look how many of them there are.
I see North America
In
right here.
in
Yeah. So
1587.
what is that red?
Those are cities.
And what is owned by who?
Exactly.
Like,
That's the question.
that's what I'm
There's
saying.
so
Like,
many
Those were
cities, bro.
I'm seeing a
those
lot
were
of
humongous cities, my friend.
yeah, because I'm seeing the green area and then I'm seeing the red area. It's like this is definitely separated and probably owned by different people. And I even see a white area. I would tell people for the longest, I would say you could just open up your phone, scroll down on Google Maps, and you can just look on the bottom of Brazil and you can see Antarctica. And literally, there's a legend on your phone that tells you how large things are. You could see that that block of ice just in that little square picture is larger than Brazil. And if you scroll to the right, it's larger than Africa. It's larger than America. It's larger than all of the continents. You know, so I don't understand how they even can be full. It's like if you wanted to put that even on a ball, it'd be half of the ball would be ice, if not more than half, with a little bit of water on the top with some land, which still looks flat to me. But I've been always curious about what's on the outside of the borders, and I'm noticing even in that picture they have kind of like four corners. Let me see.
So the
There's
thing
definitely
that's
something
also interesting
making
about
corners
it, this thing's
on
really
North Korea.
interesting about it. If you go towards the center, right where the North Pole is,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of like a lot of weird things in there. Like there's some things that look like they were erased. You could see something that looked like it was a foot. If
Beast,
you
can you
look,
share it in the group chat? Because it's on topic and I want to have it and save it because I forget names of cartographers. Thank you. Thank you so much.
DavidRumsey.com.
David Rumsey is the best map find. Like if you want to find any maps, DavidRumsey.com. He's the biggest collection of digital maps. But if you look, if you're looking at the map right now, okay, so go towards the center of it, right? Right dead in the center, right?
Yeah.
And then go down a little bit, you'll see a foot where it shows at the 87 mark, the 87th parallel, and it looks like it's erased.
Yeah, I see that.
I don't see it.
It's not too like dead center of the map, right? North Pole, and a little bit down.
Yep.
You see the foot? Like
Well,
it
it
looks like
seems
it's
Oh
eroded,
erased.
yeah, I
not.
do see that.
Yeah, it's wild.
It's more like
Look
eroded
different.
than wiped.
Looks more what?
Like it's eroded, like meaning it's just from
Eroded.
yeah.
Possibly, yeah.
They could have done a better job erasing it. What do you mean? What do you think that foot is? Giants?
No, I think it was like if you look at the positioning of the foot, right? Whatever was eroded, it was almost like the Da Vinci symbol kind of that's supposed to be there. And that's just one
Yeah,
foot.
and a note.
Do you get what I mean? And then each of those spires would have a different root race.
Okay,
It's
I get it.
yeah, it's really interesting, but yeah, this map is full of stuff. Like if you even go down a little bit to
Oh my god.
where Britain is, right? There's a maelstrom looking thing called Virago. and I
How
looked it
would
up.
how would somebody have the lifespan or time to map all of this?
That's what I was.
Well, what this is it's
details.
well, it's composited. So when this map
That's a
is fully
collection.
laid out, right? When it's fully laid out, it's actually like 10 feet big. It's fucking huge.
Crazy.
And it's actually I think it's 60 maps compiled into one digitally. So it's like kind of pieced together.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so some things can be slightly overlapping and different things like that. Yeah.
Right, exactly. But the thing that's also really fascinating is if you look at the land right off the coast of California, it says
Yep.
Giappone. It's Japan.
Oh wow. Yeah, you know it's funny, and Japan isn't too far off from Arizona, believe it or not. I mean, from California, because when I go to Hawaii, I go California to Hawaii, and then if you wanted to go Hawaii, you would go Hawaii, Japan. Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
And I
it's
don't
not too
know
far. It's like
I don't know
literally.
what the colors mean yet. I still haven't figured it out, but I think you're right. I think it means different territory control, like it's different control. Like different countries have different
Yeah,
control. I think it shows it on the bottom or like on the
there's
edges.
yeah, it's my paper.
Oh, you're robotic. You're going robot, man. Oh, can't hear you, brother. It's pretty bad.
I'm gonna log off for a little bit. I'm gonna get right back with you guys.
Sure.
I'll give you guys a hit back, yo. It was good talking to you guys, though, man.
Yeah, come back anytime, man.
Yes, sir. Talk to you soon.
All right.
Godspeed.
Mad cool, mad cool.
That was dope.
Yeah, man.
Are you looking at the map still, bro? I want your opinion on it. On the certain part of it.
Yeah. I'm trying to make
Rotate it.
No, man. I want to mark it as favorites in a new folder, but I can't move the folders because they're inside each other. Anyways, doesn't matter.
Folder like
I'm looking at
bookmarks.
them. Yeah, but whatever. I'll figure it out later. I'm looking at the map right now.
I want to know what this land is right here, Giappone, like for Japan, right? And then if you look how many cities are on there, it's crazy.
Wait.
Here, I'll zoom out.
What I'm really bad orientating in this map. It's new for me. What side of the map is it?
Right next to California. That big
Like, that helps.
landmass right there. Well, yeah, look at North America. And look at that giant landmass that's right off the coast. Called Giappone.
I'm fucking lost. This is fucking too big.
Look. Right here.
The small.
Right here, right here.
Madison. Okay. Okay, where the crab, like the lobster thing.
Yeah, see the island next to California? Right there in the middle? That.
Giappone Isola.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. You think that was Japan pre-floods?
I don't know. But what I want to find out is the name of that giant city right there. With like the little oasis there in the middle of the island called Nabvanga. Nabvanga? Nabvanga?
Where do you see that in this? Oh yeah, Navnaga. Navnanga.
Nabvanaga.
Yeah, Bulgarian, for Bulgarian language is easier to read several consonants one after the other. Navnanga. Nabvnanga. That's a fucking interesting name.
I know.
And there's like Ankuchiana. Wow.
Remember, it's
Who the fuck knows?
Italian.
Oh.
Navvananga.
Nabvnanga.
Is that a
Michael.
B?
That's a Nabvn. So it's spelled Bvn. Nabvnanga.
Navvinanga. Navvinanga.
Nabvnanga.
Oh wow! It popped up in the image. Someone.
Really?
Yeah.
There's more curious cats.
Nabvananga almost certainly refers to warlord Oda Nobunaga.
Oh, so it's a U, the V. It's a U, not a V.
It's a warlord.
No, I mean the letter between
Oda
the V and the N.
Nobunaga. Right.
Okay. Is that from which dynasty? They don't even know.
The Oda clan.
Wish I knew. Wish I knew what that means.
Well, the thing is, look how big the city is.
Yeah. That must be. So we've seen that ginormous cities are just depicted by a small castle. Imagine what that must have been.
Right. Oh, this is interesting.
Near a lake. In a delta. It's not a delta, it's not a river. Well, that's not there anymore. At least, as much as we know. But they're finding all these ancient cities underwater.
Asuchi Castle. That's what that is. This is a big. That's interesting. Nobunaga. Okay. So this is Japan. It's just so weird how offset it is.
They have a phone number to call it in Google. Azuchi Castle ruins. It's open now. It closes at 4 p.m. It opened in 1579. It's 7 stories, 138 feet. Material, stone, wood, plaster wall. Is it really though? 1579? What year was that map from?
This map, 1587.
1587. It made sense in their timeline, but so beautiful.
I know. I'm going to North America real quick. I want to see something. Let's see here. Okay, North America. Oh well, there's San Francisco on this map. That's pretty interesting. Hmm. It's pretty interesting. Let's see here. On the bottom of like South America, go all the way down to Chile, there's a spot where it says Regione di Giganti. Regione.
Region of giants.
Exactly.
I think Lord of the Rings and all these movies fall short on what really was our history and reality, man.
Believe it. Let's see. Oh, that's different. That's not the Isle of Giants. It's pretty interesting. Okay. Oh, whoa. Check it out. The giant of
Yeah.
Atacama in Chile.
Looks like a fucking devil cartoon. Oh, okay. It's weird.
That's pretty big. Whoa. Man, there's so many of them. There's tons of these. They're called geoglyphs in the Atacama Desert.
So you've seen this channel on YouTube, John Levy?
Yeah.
He had. I remember watching this many years ago, of this guy that has on Google Earth or Google Maps all these sites around the world. Like it would take ages to collect. And he said that would be impossible for a single person to just, comb through all the images. He maybe was working for Google Maps or something.
So it might be a fake.
Oh no, like the video he was analyzing was just a video with no voice, just him showing ancient sites and weird buildings around the world, around the whole world. Just mind-boggling how many there are.
I know, it is crazy. Okay, so I'm gonna translate this. Stretchio di Mariane. Oh, that's interesting. Stretch of jerseys.
I think I'm gonna bounce, try to sleep. It's 4 a.m. It was extremely nice being around here with you guys.
Hell yeah. We'll talk later, brother. Go get some sleep.
Sure. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. Appreciate you all.
Yes, sir.
Have a nice evening, guys. Bye.
Later. Kembo.
What's up, bro?
What's up, man? Enzyme just left.
Not,
We were going deep
not
into
much, man. Just got
maps.
off work.
Yeah. How was it?
Work is work, man. You know.
I feel it.
Could be worse. Be better. Could be Christmas. Yeah. So, how you guys doing?
I'm good, brother. I'm really tired, to be honest. I'll stay up a little bit tonight, but not as late as I did last night.
Yeah. Wait, did I stay up late last night? Yeah, I kind of did. Stay up late last night, and I checked somebody in, like 2 people in last night, and it was funny. I'll tell you later. Funny story.
For sure.
Yeah.
Ooh, you're breaking up, brother.
Go ahead and go back on mute. No, I said I'm gonna go ahead and go back on mute. I'm just gotta get in the house. So, but I'll be listening.
For sure.
Where'd you find that anyway?
The map.
Yeah.
I don't even remember how I found it.
So crazy, man. So crazy.
Yeah, but ever since I found this specific one, I've been going to davidrumsey.com and finding all different types of old maps.
Nice.
So what you could do, if you go to view collection, right? And then it says browse maps. It'll be like browse, how many maps does it say? 125,218 maps. But then what you can do is you can sort it by time frame. What's really interesting is before 1525, there's not too many maps around, like not too many years. Then 1525, it's just like 912 maps out of nowhere. Pretty interesting.
I didn't even get to that. Okay, so you said browse all. Wow, all right. Whoa, that's a lot of maps.
Yeah, it's dope.
Damn. It's crazy.
Yeah, no. I'll link it for people to have.
Yeah. Whoa, some of these are like they're like weird, like they're from like almost like advertisements or something.
Yeah, he's got a whole collection of different things. It's really interesting.
Who is this dude?
I don't know. Honestly, he
Yeah.
just collects
Oh yeah,
maps.
it says it's just a yeah. But it says because I should have just read it, huh? Wow.
Let's see here. So, giving you an idea, when would be a good year. What the hell is that? Okay, let's see here.
This one from 1982 is like it's like it looks like a star is like it says sunny.
That's exactly the one I was like, what the hell is that? That was the one, dude. I was like, what the hell is that for a second? I had to stop.
Yeah, I know. At first I thought it was like a UFO trying to like abduct something.
Yeah.
So what is that supposed to be like? Oh, it's so crazy. Supposed to be like a North Star above California or something.
I don't know. No, it says the AMD factory.
Okay.
Or something. I don't know.
That's like microchips or something, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's like some weird occult place then, maybe, or something. Who knows?
No, it's AMD. But yeah, maybe, I don't know. Who knows what the hell they're doing, but here's an interesting map. If you go Yeah, this guy. Let's see here. Search author. Yeah, this is really interesting. This guy has some maps here. His name is Adolf Steiler.
STY.
Stieler. Sure, if you just put that in, you'll find it.
Yeah. Wait, how did I get? I got no results somewhere. All right, you said STIELER?
Stieler, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I put in. And Adolf, right? ADOLPH.
You can just put Steiler, it'll probably pop up.
All right. Yeah, which one are you looking at?
Look at the
blue one?
the polar map. It's really interesting.
Wait, what's it called?
Here, I'll find it for you. Dude, the website's breaking on me right now.
Yeah, it sucks to use right now.
Oh my god, it's like it's DDoSing. What the hell?
Right whenever we find it.
I literally can't pull it up now. The map is broken, or the website's broken. Later, Flatsy. Oh, Flat Lloyd, check it out. Yeah, it's breaking right now, but I'm just trying to.
I'm like scrolling through where it's like a bunch of book pages. I don't see one that's the polls, or that's a poll. I don't even know how you would tell.
Well, I'm trying to open it and I can't because it's like slow.
Yeah, it's like super buffering for me.
Here, if you do this, search up that. You can just probably search that up in like Google Images real quick and find it. Mute yourself, bro. Come on.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
What did I do?
I don't know. Blew bubbles into your bowl of cereal. I don't know.
Oh, okay. I wish I had a bowl of cereal. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get one that'll like let me actually
Zoom in on it.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
This is supposed to be the north? Wait. Oh. You see the okay. Guess I gotta learn how to read Italian or something.
I'm sure you've seen this map right here. Damn. This map is $27,500 to get it. It's crazy. The thing is, this is an actual map, you know?
Yeah.
Quite
Why
interesting.
is it so much?
Oh, it's old. 1595.
But if it's just a copy,
I don't know. I'm not
crazy.
selling it.
Yeah. Wish I was selling it. Wish I had a bowl of cereal and I was selling this map. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one that's like that's supposed to be like the 4 islands for the 4 races like you were talking about, right? Like yeah.
But it's like a real map. It's not like
Yeah.
some altered map, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Altisma?
Like the X marks the spot, right?
Right. It's weird.
Yeah. It's like the reason that they taught everybody about Santa Claus. This is it right here.
Well, what does that say, if you can read it? Is that an F or a Y? Altisma? But, ironically, rupees nigra,
Yeah, right. Right.
black rock.
Yeah. There was some other weird BlackRock thing that was happening like yesterday, I feel like, where it was that's where that's the desert where Burning Man is, right? Black Rock, Nevada or something?
Oh, I don't know.
I think so.
It was funny though. What I want, no, if you're still looking at that map,
Yeah.
I don't know if you were here earlier for the conversation about like magnetic declination and stuff.
Yeah, I was listening on YouTube.
I want you to notice if you go up, right? There's another little mountain right there. It's a
Yeah.
tinier one. And it says Polis Magnetis.
Huh. Wow. So that's the whole bit about that it's not geographic, or the magnetic north isn't the geographic north?
I don't know, to be honest, but I'm trying to translate it. Reflectu in polaris apetis viridis. I'm probably not spelling it right. It's really interesting. But that's in between America, Asia. Essentially, that's where it would be if I were to look on this map.
Are you like comparing it to
The other
that
map,
first
yeah.
one? Yeah.
Oh, right there. There's a little
Well,
island. There's a
off the
little.
coast,
There's another one. Yeah.
like off the west coast.
Yeah, look. There is another one. Holy crap. Check it. On the other map.
Oh man, I have no idea how to get back to that.
No, I posted in the live stream text so you can see it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So 1595. Is it around the same spot? Let me see. Yep. Right between frickin' North America and Asia. Yes, sir.
Mm.
So that right there, that is what I think is causing the magnetic declination. It's like a frickin' it's like a magnetic mountain island thing. I don't know what it is, but it moves.
Yeah.
And it circulates around the 4 islands.
Mm.
That's what I think. Anyway.
It's super crazy.
That just confirmed it for me though, because I never even saw it on this map until just now. And I've had this map forever.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure there's not like another one I'm missing somewhere.
I know, right?
Like, does that somehow work for like the magnetic circuit or something? I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like it, don't it?
Yeah, or could it like
Like
pull
it's
around the
important. Yeah.
like pull around the northern lights in different ways or something?
Guess what? I found another map with it.
Okay.
1598.
Same time.
And it just says Polus Magnetis.
Wow. Okay.
Pretty trippy,
Yeah.
actually.
And it's got like the Loch Ness monster right next to it. And
Well, I mean that's probably for decoration and stuff, but
yeah.
these 16th century maps I'm finding pretty interesting. Oh, there's another one. Oh, that is a different one. Oh, I can read it this time. I think. Reflect. Can anyone try and translate this, please? Anyone, please. Because I can't. I don't know. I'm not a Latin guy.
It's almost like nothing comes up whenever you put in Polus Magnetis on Google.
I know, dude.
Talking about toenail pain or something. So this says right here, Magnetic Magnus and Polus are cosmophene brothers who can control electricity and magnetism. So there's some kind of like folklore behind it, I guess.
Maybe. It is quite interesting, though. I didn't think there was that many maps with, though. I thought there was only a couple.
I mean, I guess, because people are always like talking about what would be like the other pole of the magnetism. So I don't know. I don't know enough about them to know how that would go into play or whatever.
Yeah, it looked like the earliest maps, oldest 1550 and 1574. And then that's the Antwerp 1593 one. That's, yeah. I'm trying.
You ready to translate that?
I can't, dude. I'm trying so hard right now. It's just not translating it all the way.
Yeah. See, it says like, wait,
I don't know if that's an
which one?
L or a P. Repectu? Reflectu?
Yeah, I couldn't tell if that was an F or a. I think it's REFTEC.
I think it's a P.
Was an F before it, right? Or you think no?
No. Because look at the F right there. Oh, it is an F. Rough.
REFPECTUINFULARU.
I can't see it. I don't know what the hell that is. Where's the soundboard when you need it? English, god damn it, do you speak it?
Don't understand the words that are coming out of this map. And there's the second one underneath it where it's like, oh wait, is that a G? I can't tell if that's Polo Magnetus Ref P. This is weird.
It's definitely strange.
Yeah. We're gonna get in trouble for. Are we speculating on a Monday? I don't know. Does this count as speculating? I don't think so. I think it counts as research.
I'm so interested into what that thing is now, though. I didn't think there was this many of them depicted. That was only a couple. But I found 4 now. And they all say the same thing, and I can't translate it. Damn it. Huh.
I want to go try that thing that Enzyme was talking about like scrolling around the southern points of the different continents and trying to see Antarctica from there, like on Google or whatever.
Now,
I don't know.
this is
I
an
should.
interesting
What?
map. Check it out. This is pretty interesting.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting there. Not sure what to make of it, but interesting nonetheless.
Well, it's like it's all this weird sacred geometry in the middle of it, and then so it's not supposed to be. Because like I remember, Bob Nodell's wife used to always talk about like the quadrupole. Like she was always messing with the magnets, trying to figure it out, and she used to talk about that and try to like draw it out. And I never knew. That's what this reminds me of, just from first glance at it.
That's pretty interesting too. See here. What's up, everybody?
What's up? What's going on?
Not much. So you are a globe skeptic.
Yeah, I'm trying.
So, what do you believe that
What
you're
do I?
on?
No, I think I'm on. I consider myself a flat earther, but I don't know. I guess sometimes
Well, do you believe that you're
I don't
spinning
think
on
I
a
have
ball?
every. No, 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 no. I don't think I'm spinning on the ball. I know I'm on a flat earth. I don't believe in no space or no globe. No, none of that. I know that the earth is flat, so there's no reason for me to, factor in a globe model or anything of that sort. When I was going in school, yeah, that's when I believed in the globe until somebody opened my eyes. Okay, wow.
Open your eyes about it.
So who opened my eyes about it?
Or yeah, what did? Yeah.
Oh, this was back when I was when I was in school. That's when it happened. Uh, so I used to do the flowers, smoke the flowers, and then the guy that I buy it from, he actually, uh, yeah, he told me he was do you know that all of this is not real? I was like, what you mean? What is not real? And it's like the space. And I was like, what you mean the space is not real? I saw Jeff Bezos go to space and then he told me no. Look on the YouTube channel and see again if he actually went to space. So I looked on the channel. I looked on YouTube and I realized he didn't go anywhere. He barely even went to low Earth orbit. And then at that moment, I realized, oh wow, nothing is real. And then after I graduated, I came home. I started looking into it. And I realized, oh wow. I actually jumped onto Eric DeBase, video, and then he sent me to I think his website for the 200 prove that the earth is flat. And then I read it and I was like, oh wow. And then even after that, I was a little bit of skeptical because I didn't have every question answered yet. So every time I come across a question, I always go back to the video to see if I can, try to explain everything for me to actually understand every single thing. So yeah, that's how it started. And then ever since then, I've just been on a flat earther.
Cool.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I'm kind of on a rabbit hole right now through these old maps, so I apologize if my attention's half divided right now.
No, it's okay. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, it is crazy when you think about that. Like even the richest people in the world can't go to space. So they're
Yeah.
trying to market it that one day everyone will go. Well, now even what we're told are the richest people in the world can't go.
Yeah, I mean, once they told me about the firmament and everything, and I realized, wait a minute. So that means Elon Musk is a fucking. Oh, sorry for the curse, but Elon Musk is a child. Like the guy basically,
Yep.
yeah. I caught on to everything, and then I heard back then when he said he sent, I think a speed something to space. When I was, believing the globe, I was like, huh, this actually look real. I didn't really look into it much until I became a father and I realized, oh, wait a minute, that is actually not real. He didn't actually do that. It was all like a movie scene that he basically represented to people. And also when he said, oh, it looks real because it's fake or something like that, I was like, okay, yeah, this guy's actually full of crap. He's not who he says he is.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, you can tell it's real, but it's so fake. I was like, man, wow.
The thing
So
is,
many
too,
people.
the thing that's cool about it, right?
Mhm.
Now you know who's full of shit.
Yeah.
Whoever doesn't, say that the Earth is flat, because it is flat, and then
It
they're
is.
full of shit. So Trump, Elon Musk, Bezos, any of them, all these idolaters,
When was it? I think when uh Elon was trying to get funding from Trump for SpaceX, and then he was like, "What space?" And also even Trump, right when he got elected,
Space
he came.
Force.
Yeah, Space Force. Yeah, he was doing like a press conference, and then he was like, "Huh, space? How did they actually pull that off?" He hinted to it in a sort of way that he was kind of in disbelief that it wasn't real this whole time. right when he became president. So I was like, okay, wow, this is all like just a psyop. I have so many friends who just believe in the so-called globe, who are way smarter than I am. But it's like sometimes convincing them it takes a while, because they're really really deep. And when they send just recent, I think today, the the astronauts who actually went to space whatsoever with SpaceX, they just came back like 6 months later, and then it was shown on CNN. I was like, man, this can't be real. This is not real. Like I can't believe a lot of people actually falling for this. But that is the life that we're living, the world that we're living. It's all fake.
Right. Well, it's not all fake. Trust your own senses.
Yeah, I mean, society is fake, but not
Yeah.
what you know. And you're like, I mean, it's really empowering, really, because like now you get to know how powerful your mind must be if they're willing to go to that much lengths to try to get you to not even trust yourself.
Yeah. They've actually they've convinced people to not use their own senses, like the stuff that you see. They're telling people the stuff that they see with their own eyes is not what it seems to be. And they've given them a whole new perspective of life, which is absolutely wrong. It's all wrong. Like it's actually ridiculous now that my eyes are open. I can actually see what's actually going on. Like, yeah, I was like, wow, this deception is actually deep. It runs really deep.
Right. It's
Wow.
it's like a mental illness everyone
Yeah.
is inflicted with.
Not a lot of people are into it. Like some people don't really care. Even when you tell. I remember when I first found out that the Earth was flat. I was like, wait a minute. I told my friend. He was like, okay, so if the Earth is flat, it still doesn't change my life. Like I'm still this. I was like, okay, well, I guess that's what everybody gonna say whenever you ask them. Like unless they are intrigued about the topic, they're really not gonna um you know be fascinated about it. They just go, okay, well, if the Earth is flat, I'm still gonna live my life and all that. But they really don't understand the whole,
No, I
scheme.
feel like you find out the Earth is flat, you quit the world. I mean, that's what it was for me. I was like, man, I'm done out here. Like I'm no longer concerned with my image as far as like the world. I mean, I care about like the people I care about and my family and my friends and stuff like that. I mean, you'll lose a lot of friends whenever you start.
Yeah, people.
But
But go on, go ahead.
But I mean, then you're just finding out like that they weren't really your friend in the first place, most likely.
They look at you like an idiot,
Right.
some sort of disgust. What you mean the Earth is flat? I think the problem is they don't. Whenever you tell someone, "Oh, the Earth is flat," they go, "Okay, well," they assume that it's a flat Earth inside space. So once they assume that, it makes no sense to them. I guess that's when they always bring the whole thing. Oh, why can't you just fall over the edge? And all those kind of questions, because they always assume that it's in space. But once you take the space out of it, that's when they can actually realize, oh wow, so space is also fake. So definitely, yeah, the world that we live in is actually flat, as your eyes observes. But they assume it's in space, but that's not what it is. They don't really understand the model. They don't really understand how it is. Just assume that it's just like the other planets or other stars in the space that they assume. That's how they see it.
I was just trying to explain it as like it's like a realm. Are you still on the maps, dude?
Yeah, sorry.
That's cool.
This is weird. I don't understand how they're depicting Antarctica on this map. If I could share this. Okay. Okay. This is so strange. It's also kind of messed up to my eyes though too when I look at it. The lines in it.
What, like the lines that divide the center of it?
Yeah, but I don't understand the Antarctic one. So on the left
Oh,
is the North.
right.
On the right's the Antarctic, and it's just like, what?
But
And
it
then
is weird. Yeah, it is weird how it like portrays it as a globe still, though.
you know what's also weird? Check it out. It even has the Captain Cook sailing 1773, 74. It even shows the whole Captain Cook.
Well, that's what that line is around it.
Yeah, you see it? Where it says Captain Cook?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Captain Cook. Yeah. Yeah. 1773. Yeah.
But it's all
But
over
he
the place.
goes around New Zealand. Yeah.
Wait, what map are you guys looking at?
Oh,
It's in
look in the
the
live stream
live
voice
stream
text.
voice. Yeah.
I don't know if I have access to that. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, you do.
Like,
Yeah, you do. It's right. It's right above where the red dot is for the live stream voice chat.
That's what we've been going down, like these maps. It's pretty wild, though. Oh my god, that's so weird. Okay.
Dude, I just like want to fill my house with posters of these maps and just like stare at them. Try to figure it out. I have like the little strings on the thumbtacks, fucking Charlie Day style or whatever.
Hmm. This is weird. Okay. So I'm looking into these maps, right?
mhm.
Specifically the ones that were like, what the hell is this? This is really interesting. Okay. So the Zeno map, Zeno map, and the mythical island of Frisland. The Zeno family was part of the Venetian elite. Indeed, their family had controlled the monopoly over transport between Venice and the Holy Land during the Crusades. Niccolò Zeno set off in 1380 to England and Flanders. Other evidence seems to corroborate this part of the voyage, and his ship was caught in a huge storm, blowing him off course and depositing him in the far North Atlantic. He and his crew were wrecked on a foreign shore, the island of Frislanda, sometimes known as Friesland or Freeland. Thankfully, the shipwrecked Venetians were found by King of Friesland Zikmini, who also ruled Porlanda, an island just south of Friesland. Zikmini was on a crusade to conquer his neighbors, and Niccolò was happy to help him strategize. Niccolò wrote to his brother Antonio, encouraging him to join him, and good navigator that he was, Antonio sailed for Friesland and arrived to help his brothers. Together they led military campaigns against Zikmini's enemies for 14 years. Huh. Their fights led the brothers to the surrounding islands, presumably enabling them to make their famous map. Zikmini attempted to take Islanda, but was rebuffed. Instead, he took the small islands to the east, which are labeled on the map. Zikmini built a fort on one of the islands, Bray, and he gave command of the stronghold to Niccolò. The latter did not stay long, instead sailing to Greenland, where he came upon St. Thomas, a monastery in Greenland with central heating. The hell does that mean? Niccolò then returned to Friesland, where he died 4 years later, never to return to Venice.
Wow.
This is wild.
So he was trying to like raid some area, and then he wrecked.
Yeah, I don't know. But there's even more to this. I don't know if I should speak about it on this stream without getting too in the nitty gritty.
Yeah. Save that for another location.
Okay. I am gonna look up the Zygmini for sure. Okay, so where's Friesland? Oh, right there. Okay. Okay, so I am. I'm gonna try and translate this with Google Image. Wait till you see this, bro. This is gonna be interesting. Okay.
Give it a few more minutes.
What? Oh my god. Yeah, this is not working. God, I wish I knew someone that spoke Latin.
I gotta join a Latin Discord, I guess.
But I don't speak Latin, so I can't help you. Why don't you like translate it? Like get like a Google Translate or something like that, and then type it in and see. Unless it's too long.
Just don't think anything really comes up like related when you do
Some
that.
sort of, you know.
Hold on, I'm trying to do this one specific one. Let's see. I'm gonna do it in chill text so I just have to save the image, you know what I mean? So.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, here we go. Moment of truth. Okay, that's so weird. What does this mean? Okay, so here's the image I translated. You see it in chill text?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what it
30
translated
minutes.
to. The
Seems like
33. Yeah, that's why I chose it.
Okay. Circumference of 33 leagues.
The rock that is the fub pole. Fub pole.
Wow.
I think it means sub. I think it's an S.
Oh. Because look, it says the fool is bursting for.
It's an S. It's a freaking S. That's what it is. It's an S.
The rock that is the subpole.
So it's an S. Respect to. So the polus magnetis respect to.
Oh. You gonna try that?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see, the four bursting for Creepos. Like, just when I look at it, it just looks like it's saying burst into four. Huh.
The pole of the magnet is filled with respect to the core. Interesting.
There is a cutoff. The victuals of the earth.
Oh, whoops. That's not even the right one. That's the one that says it right below it. Polus magnetis inferior capitis. Okay.
Oh yeah, because there's two of them, right?
Yeah. If you see it on top. Infularis. Infularis? Infularis?
So that's an S. It's not an F.
Magnetis respect it and respect to.
INFU.
So I'm going
LA.
back and forth here.
Are you? Well, I was reading it off to you.
Polus magnetis respect to insular. Oh, I put F again. I'm dumb.
Oh yeah. Insularu. So it's like the insulation.
Insularis, right? Insular. Capitis. Veritas. The pole of the magnet with respect to the island of the green cap.
What?
I don't know, dude. That's what Flat Lloyd sent me too. He translated it some kind of similar.
Okay.
The pole of the magnetic reflects the spin of the green head.
Oh.
Got the northern lights.
Yeah.
The pole of the magnet with respect to the island of the green cap. Pole of the magnet.
It could be Iceland or Greenland, right?
That's trippy. Yeah. I don't know. All I know is okay, I'm going to translate this one now. Because if that's an S, that means the one in the middle of the North Pole is also an S. So it's Altisma? Rupees et Bira et al Altis. Oh. Black and very high rocks. Well, there you go. Thing is so interesting.
So it is Latin, not Italian.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day. Okay.
I'm trying to see if I can read this. Okay. Pick Euripus 5 Habet Ostia. I'm so glad I know that's an S now, though. I'm doing it.
Yeah. I mean, not letting you hold you back anymore on that.
Nothing's holding me back now.
Yeah.
This is an interesting. And I'm translating the 4 islands
Okay.
that are
Oh, you
around
are?
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, nice.
Especially this one, because it sounds very interesting. Okay. I think
Oh, back on that, like, that Mercator map or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
See if I can figure it out.
This is interesting. So if you look back at that map,
Yeah, I'm on it. There's the pygmy, and then the.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Right. So I just translated the one right above that.
Right.
This Euripus has 5 doors, and because of the narrowness and the rapid flow, it freezes.
Oh.
So it's talking about the little river that's right under it.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it has the little 5 hands coming out of it.
Mm-hmm.
The little 5 fingers, I mean.
Because of the narrowness and rapid flow, it freezes.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to translate the other one.
The one, which one?
The one right below it. Not the pygmy, but the other one. 3 inches greater.
Where are these maps at you're looking at?
Here.
I can get that one in there.
Yeah.
I'll put it in the
This is really interesting.
the live stream voice text.
Thanks. Quotanus. Add 3. Tremendous gelatus. Oh, I'm starting to learn Latin.
Yeah. Minute.
Latitudinum.
And it's 37 Legacarum. Wait.
Lucarum. Okay. This Euripus is 3 inches wide and remains frozen every year for about 3 months. It has a width of 37 leagues.
Okay.
It's starting to make sense now.
Hey,
Okay.
does this one? Oh, this one does have the other mountain, and that's so it's the other mountain that's the 33 leagues around, right? Or is it the actual Black Rock?
No. The 33 leagues one I was reading is if you look at the top left island.
Okay.
See how it says 33 in the bottom there?
Yeah. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna do this pygmy one. Inhabitant. Or ad homum pedis. Longi. Quem ad odum.
On this
in
on this Grio land one that's right underneath the bottom left island.
Mm-hmm.
There's all these little cities that are called. They're all called different flues. Wonder what that means because it's like either prom or flu. So like,
Yo, you know what that pygmies translates to?
what?
Pygmies live here, 4 feet long, whom they call lingerers.
Ooh.
Oh, it's creepy.
Okay, it's all worth it. It's all worth it.
Oh, that's creepy. I got fucking chills.
Yeah. I know, I like picture that actually being like pig people for some reason.
I mean, pygmies are definitely real,
Yeah.
but maybe not to that extent. I don't know. Let me.
Yeah.
I got a method now. I'm getting this down. What I'm doing is I'm typing it in like this little search bar above the map, so I don't have to like go back and forth. So I'm just like,
yeah.
Ipsep 10. Everyone on the live stream is like, what the fuck are they talking about right now?
Even more so than usual.
This just makes me want to learn Latin. Unfortunately, it's under lock and key by our favorite peeps. You know those guys. Without saying them. What is that? HB.J. Cap.
Yeah. Yeah, like how much is hidden in Latin?
Oh yeah.
Probably all over our money and everything too. Isn't that the same thing?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Yeah. I think one of the guys in here, Ordo Seclorum or whatever. Or Out of Chaos or something like that.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Let's see what this one says. I don't know, I guess. No one else is talking. We can go down to chill chat if you guys want.
Yeah, you put the bot on in here or something. Somebody can.
Alright, yeah, I think.
Interesting. Hmm. So I'm looking. Oh, it's so weird. Okay, so I'm looking at the same map, right? And trying to find what those islands are that they're zooming in on the top, like the three corners. I don't know where they're zooming in on.
Yeah, I'd wondered about that too. This looks like Asia, I think, just from how the word looks to me. And this one looks like Russia, I feel like.
Bishop Sound.
I still want to know what the island of the green cap is.
Yeah, that's wild. Let me see. Let me go back to it.
And then, like, what is this little, what is like this little legend at the top right thing? Where it says like the Fari and Fool.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Bishops found.
Yeah, Frisland and Fula. What's in Fula again? Let me see. Or
That was where that dude wrecked, right? The Frizzland or whatever.
is that a F? Oh, that's an actual F, actually. Is it?
Yeah, I think that's Iceland.
Oh. Huh. But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna look that up. Let me see. Okay. Peregrinus said the north pole of the stone stops in the direction of the north pole of the sky.
Okay, that makes total sense.
He says Magnus Rotundus, he believes, represents the heavens with the poles corresponding to the celestial ones. This is from 1269. Oh, this is so weird.
Welcome to Mapcord 24/7, guys.
Hmm. Hmm. Oh, they took out his book. I think I found my new guy. I'm gonna go on a rabbit hole on Petrus peregrinus. 1269. Hmm. There's a lot here. Holy crap.
All right, I'm calling it a day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't blame you.
I look forward to what you find now.
Yes, sir.
Peace out.
Later, brother. Mm-hmm. Y'all are quiet today, huh? Oh shit, when'd you get in here, Elijah? What up? Hey, what's up, AJ?
Oh, not much. Just at work, sitting here. Thought I'd see who's in and on.
Yeah, not too many people talking for some reason.
Yeah, righto. Yeah, I just come out for a smoke out of the office and thought I'd have a look. How you been?
Good, man. Just went on a rabbit hole. You look up in like the live stream text a little bit. We were looking at the Mercator map. The one that showed
Yeah.
Friesland or whatever. I found another map that had the same kind of thing. I translated it, and it's that what that island translates to, like the little explanation underneath it says the pole of the magnet with respect to the island of the green cap. It's pretty interesting. If I had to guess, if I had to make an educated guess of where that would be, I would
You know, it's a
think.
bit hard to see on my phone. I'd have to have a look on my computer when I get home.
Oh yeah, it's hard to see, but it is quite interesting. I would imagine it would be more up here. Yeah, the way it's portrayed, it's not what it's supposed to look like here. Yeah, it's completely cut out what it's supposed to be. Yeah, I believe Flatloyd Wright was showing me too where it's supposed to be. Let me see. You can go back in messages here. Where is that? That is right. Norway. It's off Norway. Oh, that is interesting. Yeah, so I've just been going down this rabbit hole. Not too much fun without you being able to look at it, but how's work?
I'd say same as always, same day, different shit.
Yeah. So do you actually okay, so you still run it. So you're not retired necessarily, but you just got to make sure everything's running well, essentially.
Oh, in the business I'm in now, I do all the install stuff as well. I do a lot of stuff here. But I only bought this business 3 years ago. So, yeah, looking at getting out now.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I've had a few businesses over the years. So, like I said, when we're moving to the US and we didn't make it, we came back to where we were in Australia to where we are now, and I had to do something for a while, so I bought another business.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, when I bought it, it wasn't doing great, and we've built it right up now. It's probably making 4 or 5 times what it was making when I took it over. So now we'll sell it for a profit.
That's what's up. There you go.
But it's a lot of work to bring it back up and get it to that stage. So no, I do a lot of work.
What company is it? What kind of company is it?
Oh, if you want to Google it, you'll probably find it. It's called Sticky Fingers with a Z, and it's in New South Wales. It's a signage business. So I do like signage, car wraps. We do a lot of CNC cutting and machining, that type of stuff.
Hmm. Oh, so like labels and stuff, vinyl.
We do vinyl, we do aluminium, steel, corten, timber. We do everything. Vehicle wraps, the whole lot.
That's awesome. I used to do not as much label printing, but yeah, I used to use the True VG 540. With the VersaWorks and all that. It's like a 54-inch kind of printer. We used to cut all different types of stuff for shirt printing and went to DTG printing and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, we do all the same sort of stuff.
So let me ask you, AJ, what like gets you going in terms of like piques your interest? You know what I mean? Like we're like, whoa, that's fascinating. Games, cars, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh, outside of flat Earth, I obviously find flat Earth interesting and all the arguments that happen in here on that. I run a Bible study on Sundays, so I do a lot with the Bible. And personally, well, at the moment, I haven't got much time for anything, but I raced motocross for a long time, and now I snowboard.
wow, that's awesome. I know you were
Yeah,
snowboarding, you were showing pictures and stuff like that. Motocross. How old are you, AJ?
I am 43.
Oh, you're not that old. Okay. You can do it.
No, so I raced bikes. I'm not racing at the moment. I raced bikes all the way through when I was a kid, and I raced up until I was about 30, I suppose. And then I started snowboarding instead. We started doing snow holidays and doing all that sort of stuff, probably a bit before 30 actually. And then my kids got involved and started doing all the competitions, and they got good. So we sort of came to the snow, and we've just followed the snow around now.
Gotcha.
Which is why we're in the US and Canada following the snow.
Yeah, that makes sense. Colorado, Canada. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really big into snow. No offense. Not like that. I'm just saying like I'm not growing up in Vegas kinda why.
Yeah, well, I was in North Queensland. There was no snow. That's why we rode motorbikes. But then I did a snow trip one year, and I was just hooked on it. So we started doing the snow every year. And then, yeah, like I said, the kids started getting older, and they started coming, and that's where we ended up.
There you go. This is the weirdest spot, I swear.
I dropped a couple of pictures of a big aluminium sign we just cut on our CNC recently, so you can see that.
Oh wow. That's nice.
Yes, that's a big aluminium one that we put perspex in and turned into a big light box.
That's pretty cool. I don't know why Google Maps does this, but like blocks out everything all the way up to this point here. Come on.
Well, I might go and jump in and listen on YouTube and go back and sit there and do some work. I'll jump on this afternoon and see how everyone's going.
Yeah, it's kind of dead in here. I'm talking to myself, so thank you.
No worries. I'll catch up with you later.
Nah, you're good. Take care, AJ. Good luck at
See ya,
work.
mate. Yeah.
You guys just all asleep or something? There's Ether. Right when I needed him.
I've
What's up,
been
bro?
around. I'm just doing stuff.
I feel it.
Some of the stuff involved eating food, so I wasn't about to like trying to talk with a mouthful of food.
Right. Yeah, I'm trying to find. I was going. I don't know if you heard. Oh, and okay, Timbo, that's fine. But I don't know if you were hearing earlier about translating those Mercator maps. Pretty interesting. The pole of the magnet with respect to the island of the green cap. Oh.
Oh man. I'm just reading the lobby, and we've got the same scripts, different day. We've got somebody asking the kind of "why would they lie" type thing. The question's for like 2015, but I understand the question. Why did people lie? Why would anybody lie about anything? I just don't understand why anybody would be lying about anything. It just doesn't make any sense. Why not just tell the truth?
So they're just lying about the.
It's
Oh, it's a they them
yeah,
situation.
but
Yeah.
it's not even about lying though, because if somebody tells you something that's wrong and you repeat that believing it to be true, then are you a liar or are you deceived?
I should participate in this lobby more.
Yeah, man. Hang out there and dude, you'll level up a little bit if you do.
Well, not even that. It's just like I had no idea it was this active.
Oh yeah. It's the lobby.
I didn't know.
It's like the front door, man. Well, you should like hanging out in the VC check-in. You'll be able to talk to a lot of people and actually kind of like introduce them to you. Might be the first person they meet here, the first person they hear. So you might be their introduction to 24/7 flat Earth. It gives you a chance to. I generally just kind of instruct people to look at the welcome page so they are on the same page as everybody as to what the admins have said, and then ask them how they got here. Because there's a lot of different links out there, whether it be on Rumble or YouTube or TikTok or whatever. People doing their thing. Which it doesn't really matter. It's just interesting to kind of see the logistics on how somebody ends up here. Like, honestly, though, you didn't just stumble in here. You have to make it. You have to choose. You have to actually actively choose to walk into the door to this place and want to talk to people in relation to flat Earth. The specific decision.
Yeah, I really did. Just really wanted to. I didn't think there'd be a community of people like in the Discord server. Like, I'm so grateful to be here, man. I kind of feel bad for my other normie friends in in another server. It's just the amount of stimulation is just, insignificant compared to this place. Just play games,
I was gonna say they probably have a lot more eye candy and like kind of materialistic type stimulation related things, but here it's actually about truth and things that are tangible in the real world.
This is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, a lot of folks will come in and they'll just kind of yell a bunch of insults at you and project and assume that you have no science. You're just some kind of weird conspiracy theorist. You're probably like in the cog somebody kept on using the word schizophrenic over and over again, and I'm thinking, so within the organic computer of this individual, schizophrenic is an important word to them for them to project that and utilize it in their conversation so much in an insulting way. So it's derogatory. So either they are or know somebody who's schizophrenic and that's influenced them greatly, or they've been called that and that's hurt them, so they want to weaponize that sound. But if you know why people do what they do,
I mean, I'm so glad I had this conversation with Acid Rain. Like, I'm reading the lobby right now, and it's like that's why they can't critically think. You can't even accept your own senses. Like
99%ers, they think that it's possible they're a brain in a jar or something. You could ask them how certain they are that they're sitting in front of Discord, and some of these people, I don't know. I think I am. Maybe. I believe I am. Some other shit. And yet they'll tell you that you don't know what you're talking about. Then when you show them pictures of the Earth literally flat and level at multiple altitudes, even unto above the altitude of the ISS, they'll keep on screaming, prove it. The globe's the claim. You prove it. I'm just showing you cool pictures, and I'm still looking for curve. And no matter how high I go, it doesn't curve without a fisheye. Oh, somebody else said something about let's take a trip in a rocket. I'm like, weird flex, but okay.
I believe you can be what you want to and feel. What does that even mean?
Oh, gosh. That's the most meaningless crap that I've actually heard today. Like, honestly, I concur with you. What does that even mean?
I'm into it now.
I ran out of popcorn. I don't really feel like I don't feel like engaging with this anymore. I think I might clock out and go do something else. So there was a bunch of stuff on this little front porch in front of the camper. It's really dark out there. I put a cast iron, like, Carver 1 paintball gun on top of a box, but I forgot to put it there. So when I went out there, it fell off and fell on my toe, and now I'm, like, pissed off at my past self for not paying attention. When it fell, it, like, fell straight down, though. It just...
Indio.
It's like, I'm dreading getting up is the only reason why I said that, is I know I have to get up, and I'm dreading it. Shit.
No, get it over with.
Nah, I'm gonna procrastinate a little bit more and
See what Indio said in the lobby?
That's what I'm watching. Distract myself a little bit. India is a savage sometimes, so.
I love it. I never see him talk really, or even talk to him.
He hasn't been in here a while. Like, in a little while. It's, I don't know. Everybody has their lives, they're doing their thing. So there's different times of year where people are more busy than other times of year, so that's my assumption. We'll see him around again.
It's crazy.
I'm half tempted to tag Indio and try and get him to join the live stream. He usually only does that when it's something important. That's so I identify as a flat earther. Does that prove the earth is flat? Checkmate. No, you could sit here and watch it forever, though, sometimes, because it's a revolving door of this kind of stuff. Just keeps going.
If you tell me it's a globe, you're denying my identity.
Just wait till you can go into the Cogdis. Let me show hook you up with Cogdis VIP. Maybe after you hang out in the lobby a little bit. Or I guess you'll be able to get in there later once you get to. Just hang out in the lobby a little bit. You're denying my truth. That is an interesting one where they keep on trying to act like different. They'll measure asteroids and other space whatevers in the most weirdest of forms of measurements. And it has nothing to do with anything scientific. It just
Reminds me of the other one where an
yeah, there's
asteroid, the half a giraffe,
yeah,
half a
that one,
giraffe.
half a giraffe. That's the one I was gonna bring up. Like, bro. Or they had another one that's the size of a school bus or something. It's asteroid the size of a school bus that could take out New York. And then it's just nothing happens. I'd say that 99% of the crap that 99%ers listen to and see is just sensationalized fluff, like puff pieces for the news or things that lobbyists have paid for that have some kind of agenda.
See what Radwin said? That's what me and Acid Rain talked about. It's so powerful.
Yeah. I like to point that out all the time, that we are here and now. Nobody's in the past. We're not in the future. Or Dag is. I read it without. I just saw orange and red. What that said. Let me scroll up. I'm living in reality. Is that what you mean?
A little bit up. Right underneath the eggplant thing.
Oh, that.
Mm-hmm. It's so true.
Facts. I wonder if we can get this person to get VC verified. He's not wrong. Like most. Almost all. Most. He's not wrong. But it's not just that. It's like just in general. The stuff created for the content created for the future generations is usually nonsensical and worthless. All right, I'm done reading the lobby. I could sit there and read that mess all day. Let's see.
Yeah, don't you have to do something?
No.
Oh, so you said you had to get up or something.
I should, but I'm not going to. That what AJ made right there, that does look really cool. I don't know if that's from a minute ago, but
Wow, this dude. Society has evolved and you need to accept it. We were ignorant in the old days, believing we can only be male or female.
okay, well that's not suitable for in here. It's non sequitur to the flat earth and the globe. It's non sequitur to the flat earth and the globe claim.
Yeah, that's crazy. What's up, Donkey Kong? Pop off mute. Says you're a globe skeptic.
Hey, I haven't seen you in a while, man. DK. Donkey Kong.
No one wants to talk tonight, bro.
Honestly, I'm kind of tired, so I'm not that talkative. I can't even think of anything to really talk about. So about midnight here. Sometimes I can stay up late, but right now it's the sleeping schedule's getting closer to being aligned properly. That and there's a dog barking in the background. And if I leave it unmuted, I don't know if it'll pick up. At least he's over there.
Yeah, you should pop on the bot or something. No one's talking.
Yeah, I could put that on and we can hop down to chill chat or something.
Yeah, if you want.
Well, that way we could have commentary about the lobby without going non sequitur to the live stream.
It's true.
Hey, stop.
How's it going, man?
Good man. Is there any good like new debates or anything like that you can whack on?
I'm scrolling through the bot commands right now to see if there's anything that actually I have an idea. Wasn't there that one interview where there's like a new interview recently with Eric Gervais or something? I reckon most everybody here might have already heard that. I don't know, man. How's it going, God Rocket? reckon I could play this. It was.
Doing all right. How are you?
I'm kind of exhausted and can't really think of anything to talk about. We were discussing what to play. You got something to start a conversation. I don't know if anybody else wants to chat. I'm probably going to head down to the chill chat or maybe log out in a little bit.
I can barely hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better.
Heliosceptic had posted something earlier that he was playing, but they paused that, so it didn't play through.
What was it?
Heliosceptic versus Jose JG.
And
it's a 1-versus-1 discussion. Well, they were talking about something like playing something. I don't know. There's nobody's really talking, so.
Nobody's really talking to what?
It's just kind of quiet in here.
Oh.
That, and like I said, I'm kind of tired, man. I don't really even know what to talk about. I'm probably going to go down to the chill chat, or I might even log out in a little bit. I don't know.
I don't think there's even anybody down in the chill chat. There might be one or two people down there. About it.
Yeah, it's like midnight here.
So let's see. There's Beasticles and Davey. Davey's got his mic and his ears muted, so.
Well, I just talked to Beasticles. That's what I was saying. I was going to hop down and chill there for a little bit. We're actually watching the lobby, but there's certain things in there that we can't talk about because of it's non sequitur to the live stream. So we're going to kind of watch the lobby and have some commentary on what's going on in there. It's usually the same old, but he hasn't really looked in there before, so the revolving door of clowns is something that he hasn't seen yet. That should be fun to talk about. The revolving door of respawning clowns, because a lot of them are the same. You just come back with a different mask. The first thing I see when I click the lobby is several people are typing. Oh, geez. Yeah, I'm going to go down into the chill chat. And I agree with what Heretic said. This is actually insane.
Actually, what?
Heretic said this is actually insane. And I can concur with what he said. I'm going to hop down in the chill chat and talk to Beasticles, bro. You got control over the, as Gold Plus, you can control the bot, right?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Never done it. I might could, but I've never done it. Why? What do we need?
If you can see the bot command room, then you should be able to. I'll send the link in your message. Like I message it to you. It's right above the live stream. You might not be able to. I don't know. Okay. Oh, I see. Well, I reckon I'll just play something.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. I'm just verifying that the stream is going out on YouTube and it is healthy, and there is sound, and there is visual, and I think we have everything sorted out. Today we will be having a special episode. This one will be a one-on-one discussion. 24/7's own heliosceptic and myself, Jose JG, will be having a one-on-one discussion. A debate. No, it's not a debate. It's just a discussion. One-on-one, we can progress better than when we do a big panel. So, that being said, I hope you all share the show, and let's hit the intro. Here we go.
Are you ready? Call your mama, call your papa, call your friends. The festivities are about to begin. Boom!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from Florida to the YouTube universe. This is Jose JG Gonzalez. Happy, thrilled and excited to be here with all of you on this live special festivities. One-on-one, heliosceptic versus Jose JG discussion. There's gonna be questions and answers back and forth, ideas exchange. We're gonna pick each other's brains, and I like the sound of that. Please like or dislike under the stream. Before we begin, you can switch it. If you hit like first, you can switch it for a dislike or vice versa. And there's a way that you can support this platform. So, questions, comments, or concerns, or just want to support, you can hit me up on PayPal or Super Chat. Check on the links in the description box. I will share a link to heliosceptic channel, YouTube channel and server as the show progresses. Whenever he jump in here and he shared it with us, I will share it with all of you. So you're gonna find that information in the description box in just a few moments. Please, everybody in the YouTube chat, very important, no personal attacks, no swearing. So if you're thinking you have to type an F-bomb and a very hardcore insult, can you use some kind of asterisks or symbols or little boxes? And that way, you will be given to the Troll Responsibly boss. I am in the Troll Responsibly boss. So everybody, please troll responsibly. No personal attacks. Now, if I see some people, maybe we're gonna get some new people around today. So everybody, you do not have a range, your name is not blue to time people out. Do not time people out. If you see something really hardcore, really, personal insult or some kind of a threat, yes, time him out and then tag me. Say, hey, Jose, I gave this person a time out for X or Y reason. I will take care of those people. Hopefully we don't get any. Hopefully new people watching are just gonna play nice, be a team player, enjoy. We don't come across a lot of channels where we can exchange ideas and engage and troll each other in a civil manner. So please be civil to each other. Be somehow respectful. Is it gonna be trolling? Yes. Is it gonna be a lot of poking fun? Yes. Do not personal attack, no swearing. I had to reiterate that many times. So, that being said, hello YouTube chat, hello everybody. Thank you for coming in. I'm gonna jump into the Discord server and see if this thing is working. Here we go. Heliosceptic is already waiting for me in the 1v1 room, and Heliosceptic is in the house. Do you want to get a mic check, brother? What's up?
Chickadee check of the microphone 1 check.
Holy hell, yeah, that's loud and clear. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right, man. How are you?
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. I still need, while we say hello to each other, 30 seconds to finish setting up what we're going to see in YouTube. In YouTube, we're going to have my YouTube live chat and the Discord server
That's
with
set
the
up
icons
too.
shown. Yeah.
Which chat room, like internally on the server, which chat room are we going to be watching?
We should,
where people can.
I think we should be hanging out in the Daily Boom. That's like the
Daily
main.
Boom? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool, because I want to share your Discord, with our Discord, so that people can come in here and chat with everyone.
Yeah, very cool.
While we're talking.
Yeah, now the people that are new are not going to be able to post anything unless they DM me, and I'll give them posting roles in order for them to read. Or I think I can tweak that. I'm gonna allow new people to be able to read in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, if they have at least the ability to text, that would be cool. I understand not posting like memes or pictures.
Right.
But
I'll do that shortly. But if anybody just join, I'm gonna see the name will be popping in as a new user, and I'll give them roles as I see them in the Daily Boom.
What can your moderators do it while you're talking to me?
Yeah, I can do that too. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's
right.
Get what's a good is a good link to the server in the video description?
Sorry,
yes.
I don't have any information about that.
Yes.
Sorry, that was my.
I heard that.
That was my freaking Google. Google Mini.
Check on the Discord. I put Discord server, Daily Boom Discord server on the description box. That should be unlimited uses, but make sure that works out. I'm gonna paste it over here on the Daily Boom, and you can you can copy and share.
There we go. Yeah, I'll share that on 24/7 so people.
Yeah. And as you can see right now, there are 3 accounts in here in this 1v1. One is my main computer. That's this one that I'm speaking right now while I'll set it up, flip-flop. So I'm going to be talking to you with the Jose JG account.
Excellent. I just came from our from the 24/7. Told them about the show. So I wanted to get a good link to the server so people can come over here and chat in the in this section.
Yeah, man.
And I sent the YouTube link too, so they can they can get involved in the YouTube as well.
Yeah, perfect. And the people on YouTube, don't feel, if you feel naked because you don't have a range. I mean, most of the people are blue, like I give them moderators on YouTube, just so they can feel free to chat and interact. So if you are new and you don't have a range, don't ask for the range. Don't worry about it. I'll keep an eye every once in a while. And if you are playing nice, if you are just normally interacting without personal attack or none of that, you will get a range. Don't worry about it. If you don't get it today, whenever you come back, you'll get it. So that will be all right, But feel free to type anything and to troll around and have fun a little bit. Just let's try to keep it somehow PG-13. Now over here we're gonna throw a few f-bombs because I like f-bombing sometimes, but try not to
Yeah, I
type
mean,
it.
I can't promise it. Yeah, it's PG-13 or maybe R17 or whatever. What was that? When they came up with R17.
Yeah,
remember
man.
that?
Yeah.
R17. Well, you have to be 18 to hear the f-bomb.
Indeed. How is my sound over here? A little different than the other microphone, but it sounds okay, right? Understandable.
Yeah, it sounds great to me.
Very good.
How's mine?
It's loud and clear, solid.
Excellent.
All right, I'm gonna switch. I'm switching over here because I want to turn on my camera and present to everybody my squeaky earth. I think you have already seen squeaky earth, but we are gonna see it. You should be able to see me and on YouTube. Look, wearing the NASA shirt today. What the hell? Just to troll. This is trolling responsibly. Wearing a NASA shirt. How about that? Holy shit. I love it, man. This complete my day. Hey, shout out to the JG clock. They sent me this. Somebody sent me this via mail. Solid, nice clock. And shout out to the squeaky earth. Headphones warning.
What do you mean by because it squeaks when you turn it?
Yeah, it squeaks. That's a squeaky earth.
Oh, well.
Some people have offered me to WD-40 it, but oh hell no, because this is what gives it personality, the squeak.
This is cool. I didn't know this was the thing. Now I can actually watch you on Discord and on YouTube.
Yeah, very cool.
This is cool. Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah. I'll leave my camera up for first few minutes and then I'll try to shut it down and we'll just talk. Heliosceptic, you have been around for a little bit. A lot of probably most of the audience already have heard your name around or known you or interacted with you. But if you want to take a few minutes, introduce yourself, tell us maybe when you came in through the to the topic about the Earth and where can people find you? Where do you interact? What type of stuff do you like talking about? Just tell us a little bit about yourself and take your time. Don't hold back.
All right, cool. So yeah, I came across the topic several years ago. I guess it was late 2015, when all the flat earth videos started coming out, and I was already into, the conspiracy stuff, which a lot of people, even the Globies or whatever, all this kind of, we call them Globies now. This is kind of weird. But when I first came across the topic, of course, I thought it was ridiculous. So I wouldn't even take a look at it. Even people that I was following started talking about it, and I avoided them after that point. But then there was a certain point where I actually did take a look at it. And I was like, man, there's something to this. And if there wasn't something to this channel that you guys are listening to, and the channel that I've created, and the Discord, and everything that's come from that wouldn't exist. So, but yeah, it's just let me think. Where are we from here? Let's see. That's basically. Yeah, I mean, it's like, people. I don't know. I mean, if you haven't come across me, through these platforms for all these, all these years, I'm not the best speaker. To be honest, it took a long time for me to even open my microphone to talk about anything. I'm believe it or not, I'm kind of shy.
Where did you jump in first to talk to people online about the topic? Was it 24/7 server or?
I'll tell you. No, the first place I jumped in online. This was back, a long time ago. The first place I jumped in was in Red's Rhetoric's freaking Hangout, and then it was a shit show, right? he was like, that was the first time I couldn't even figure out Hangouts. I was trying to figure out how to join and stuff. And then he was like, hey, can we have a one-on-one just like we're having now? And I said, oh, okay, I'll try. And so me and Red's Rhetoric had a 1v1 freaking like, I think it was about 4 years ago. And that's where I kind of started with it all. You can find his video, that video on his channel now still.
I did. Yeah, he did a lot. I talked to him once, maybe 15 or 20 minutes once a while ago, and he deleted the videos. He used to delete a shitload of videos, man. And I was down because I wanted to clip it and upload it or something, and I just participated that one day, and then he just never found it again, disappeared, you know.
Oh, you talked to him and he deleted the video?
Yep.
I think mine's still on there. It's got like 5,000 or 6,000 views, something
That's
like
cool.
that. But
that's cool.
It was fun talking to Red. He's something else.
Yeah, man. He's one of the old schoolers. I say there are like, dude, I had a word. There are like eras, like an era of flat earthers. There's the first era, the first wave. There are waves. The first wave was from like 2014, 15, early 16, like the old school. You got the Eric Bay, Mark Sargent, Dorji Daka. There was a handful of people. I think probably Soundly and Red Rhetorics, they started like writing the first wave, a handful of them. Then the second wave is where I came in, like early 2017 to early 2018. Then we got the second era. A lot of flat earth debunkers, they came through that. And then we got the third era, is where everybody snuck in via the Beyond the Curve documentary, Behind the Curve or whatever. And that's kind of, never the same from since a bunch of people just came in. Do you feel the same? Like it was a little more pure and a little more like fun back in the day before we get a ton of people coming in from everywhere in the bandwagon.
Yeah, it's much easier to talk about it now. It's like you can walk up to someone and say, "Hey, have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before?" They'll be like, "Well, I've heard of it," because it's out there now. Back then you couldn't actually do that. It was a weird thing. It was like, wait, you're a flat earther? It was kind of strange.
Earlier,
I mean, it's and I'm wondering, like all the people, all the I guess I'll say globies or whatever that argue with us, in chats and everything. It's like, do you go out and talk to people about flat Earth? Like I had a flat Earth meetup last weekend. There were six of us. There were 6 of us in the restaurant, but the whole restaurant was talking about flat Earth. There's like 100 people in there. They were all talking about flat Earth.
You got their ears,
come to our table
ears,
and start asking us questions, So anyway, but it's like people hear about it,
Now, because you're more of the old school, right? Flat earthers. You don't mind being called a flat earther, or you call yourself a flat earther. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. A lot of people today, they don't like being called flat earthers. What do you think is that? Or are you okay with introducing yourself as a flat earther? And why or why not?
The reason that I like the term flat Earth is because it's triggering. But Earth, in my opinion, Earth is Earth. Always has been, always will be. It's a realm that we exist in. It's a creation. We don't have to say, that the Earth is flat, but it obviously is to everyone that lives here, unless you've been manipulated by media and all kinds of nonsense. You guys know the drill, with the globe propaganda.
I think everybody has, man. I mean, everybody, 100% of the people, somehow we're being, a lot of ideas and visuals have been implanted in everybody's brain because that's what we are born into. Do you think, so what changed that made you specifically a flat earther? Was that something specific, a picture, a video, a phrase, something you read? What was that one thing that you say like, holy shit, I gotta look deeper into this?
The one thing When I saw the high altitude balloon footage, and then I really thought about what the sun is and how I perceive it from the ground as compared to what you see in this, when you see a camera from the sky and the hot spot on the top of the clouds, that right there, I was like, that really is when I stood up and I was like, oh, I see it now. I see it. Yeah, I mean, because I was listening, it took me about 2 weeks, like after listening to some flat earth videos and stuff. But when I saw some of those high altitude balloon footage stuff, I was like, oh, I see what they're saying now.
Then I will go through. I went through the phase. Then start looking further and more. And the questions I had, I said like, no, but how about this? And then I found all the flat Earth explanations. Did you get overwhelmed with a lot of flat Earth content and you watch a lot of flat Earth, or were you also looking for the globe? Some things that you didn't understand. I said, you know what? Let me find how is the official story and try to cross-reference or understand it. Or were you just looking into the flat Earth stuff?
No, of course. Well, all people that are flat earthers, we know more about the globe than most globers do, and that's why we go over the numbers with them when we talk to them, because I actually knew a good portion of the numbers when I came across flat earth, like the 93 million miles, 8 minutes, 8 light minutes from earth, and all this kind of, the planets and everything. I was quite aware of all of that stuff before I decided to start promoting or doing, flat earth. I was like,
now,
this is a lie.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I learned a lot. Hey, look, hey, do you know? Hey, don't you dare. Do you know? Have you talked to? Hold on, Helio. Have you talked to Helio Skeptic ever? You seen him? Hey, do you know Chaos? He's one of your newer guys over there in the 24/7. He's my neighbor, Chaos.
Oh, really?
What's up, brother? Yeah, Chaos, right here, brother.
You've been talking to him about flat earth?
Yeah, I've been talking to him about that.
That's so loud, I couldn't take a nap. So I figured
don't you dare to put that in. I'll jump on you, man. Yeah, he's my actual neighbor.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah, he's a really cool guy, and we have spoken a few times in here. Like 2 days ago, we got heated over here talking. They got in that discussion, but it's fun, man, to see people in the eyes and be able to bump them in the shoulder, like, don't you dare say him that. It's fun, man.
Yeah, it is. It is fun. Just like I said, we had a meetup last weekend, and it was just 6 of us. One guy I've already had several meetups with him. We set that up, and then we had some people from the area come. And one guy, like, there was a whole big group at the, near the bar. One guy just came over and was like, "Hey, I heard you guys are flat earthers." He's like, "Can I sit down?" I was like, "Yeah." So he sat down and started asking questions, so we
Right. What I was gonna say, yeah, when you mentioned like, hey, we know more about the globe than the actual globers, and I felt like that for a longer time when I was a flat earther. Not that I knew more about the globe than the globe, or the ballers. I call them the ballers, right? But I learned a lot, bro. I had barely any idea about stuff in the globe. I was a big fan, of space stuff and how the universe works and all this kind of shit. I thought I knew, but then when I started listening to these conversations and talking to people, I really did learn a lot on the scale and the distances and a lot of the physics and stuff like that. So it's interesting to know now. The way I see it right now is, if I knew more when I was a flat earther, if I knew more about the globe than the globers, I would never be a flat earther. So I had a lot of misunderstandings about the globe, and I got a very clear idea now, even though I still don't understand it completely. It's hard. But I say, if I knew more about the globe when I was a flat earther, I would become a glober easy. What do you think about that? You think today you know more about the globe than the globers? But I'm talking about the globers, not the normies, the regular people in the street. I'm talking about people on the discussion, people that have been in the discussion for a while. Do you think you know more than them or not?
I think I know more about the philosophy of the globe, I think there's, the idea that, excuse me, let me cough for a second. The philosophy of the globe is where it comes in. See, me personally, I've never bought into the evolution theory, and I wouldn't call myself a young Earth creationist. Like people want to put labels on everything, but I never bought into the evolution theory. So it was really kind of, even from a young age, I never bought into evolution. So from a young age, it was just, I did still think, and I'm a huge science fiction fan, right? So it was, that shit was like, oh yeah, it's globes everywhere, But when I found this, I was like, like I said, when I saw what I saw, the Earth as it presents itself as a level stationary plane, there's no going back. When you see it, you can't unsee it. If you think the Earth is a globe, you only see that on TV or in math. You have these pseudoscientists out there promoting astrophysics and everything. They don't really have an idea what they have these vast arrays of radar telescopes, and they're not going to prove anything about and they actually admit that they don't know what they're actually looking at. They don't have any idea. So
Yeah, it's interesting. Now, if today, like where I am today, I can argue with any Glover about evolution. I don't have I'm not educated enough to talk about it, but I can question with where the line of thoughts and where they're coming from. So I can argue with anybody any day because I just don't understand it. I don't want to entertain
yeah,
it.
sure, that's what I mean.
Same with black holes, so the Big Bang and all this kind of shit. I can argue with them and maybe try to show him as they just believers of none of this. Like it's all too theoretical, but I mean, I got nothing, no evidence to back him up. I can say a lot of nah-ahs, and I might have a point because whether they agree or disagree is a lot hanging on belief. But what I'm really down to earth, I'm really down to the ground, and at least there's a lot of things that we should be able to know and not even bring evolution or the Big Bang and black holes or creation and none of that. Do you agree, or do you think they are all interlocked?
People have been trying to figure this out for centuries and millennia, right? Throughout recorded human history, whether or not some of it's true or not, we have been trying to figure this out. Now, whether or not you're going to look to the sky to figure out the shape of Earth, which I don't consider Earth to be a shape anymore. It's just Earth. It's a realm. We don't have the third rock from the sun just swirling around through the Milky Way galaxy, that kind of stuff. I don't consider that anymore. I think it's a ridiculous idea, and I publicly state it all the time, and that's what flat earthers do too, right? Because Earth isn't flat. Flat's not a shape. It's just our place. Why would anyone consider it otherwise?
How do you visualize it yourself? Or if you want to talk to somebody and somebody say like, you know what, you make a lot of sense, but how will the Earth look like as an illustration or visual? Do you got an idea in mind?
Did you say dishwater?
No. How do the Earth look like to yourself as an illustration? Illustrated.
As an illustration, from the outside?
Yeah.
Only God knows that.
Yeah, God or the aliens or whoever the creator.
The creator. Only the creator knows how this place came to exist. Yes.
Right. Okay. So you think anybody have been far enough of the Earth to give us a full picture of it?
No. I seriously doubt it. Like I'm saying, they put a bunch of cartoons and convinced everyone that theirs is a ball when it's obviously not.
Why do you think I should then ignore or deny all the hundreds, thousands, maybe millions of pictures and videos of the Earth from very high up, what we call space? What do you think?
I need some evidence that someone has actually been that high to see the Earth.
I mean, the evidence, I think, speaks for itself because.
Where's the evidence? I mean, show me one picture of Earth from space.
I'll Google one and paste it. Earth from space.
Yeah, no shit, I can Google it too.
Yeah. But let me find one that I.
All right.
That I trust. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, give me your best photograph of Earth from space.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, I'm copy image, and I'm pasting it on the Daily Boom. This is 1972 blue marble. That's Earth from space. What do you think about that picture?
Well, don't you think they would have some decent? Why is there only one from 1972 that you threw up in here of Earth from space? 40 years ago.
No, I show you one. You asked me for one, so that's kind of the one that came to my mind first.
Okay, yeah, I know about this one.
So what's wrong with this picture? Why is this not a picture, a photograph of the Earth from up in space?
It could be. I mean, do you trust the people that took it? If the people that took that picture had some, I mean, this is 40 years ago, bro. If the people that took that picture, don't you think they would have more excellent, I mean, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Be excellent. Show us some better pictures as we move forward. And this is your best picture of Earth from space from 1972.
No. This is just one.
You're claiming this is a photograph.
Yes.
Earth.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so
all the data is there.
All the data is there. Yeah, all the data is there. All right, cool. So that's on the NASA website, correct?
Okay. It's just an image. I'm gonna share another one. This is a random one. Boom. There's this one right here. This one is from. It says Earth from space. Hurricane. Some random website. Whatever image. This one is real to you.
There are a lot of people watching. Can you share this where you're posting these images on the live stream?
Yep, I think I can. So I'm gonna share the screen over here, and I will share it to YouTube. It's gonna take me 30 seconds because I gotta share it here and click it on my main computer.
I just want everybody to be, be looking at what we're looking at.
I like the idea. Yeah. Take the microphone for a minute while I finish setting it up. I'll let you know.
Oh shit! You don't want me to take the mic? I promise. Because I might get a little crunk. Anyway, no. But yeah, these images. There's no, like the 1972. They can't take a photograph of Earth from space in 1972. They only claim to have gone to the moon, bro. That's not even far enough to take a full a photograph of Earth. That's not even far enough away with the size of Earth.
So this one right now, I'm presenting the first one that I shared. This is the 1972 blue marble. So what's wrong or right? Why
I just told you you can't move far enough away to take a full photograph of Earth from space if you're the moon, on the moon or whatever. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, a few thousand miles away from the Earth will give you this image.
No, it won't. No. Wait. Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna address Chucky's freaking is Chuck whatever. Wow. Sorry. No, you won't be able to freaking capture that from a few thousand miles away. No. I absolutely say no.
So no, why? Why? I'll give you all the time
Because,
if you want to tell us why.
well, bro, let me ask you this: do you think people landed on the moon?
No.
Okay, but for everyone that does think people
I
landed on the moon,
you off guard with the answer, right?
we both agree on that. Okay, but for people that do believe that they landed on the moon, when you're standing on the moon and if you look up, which nobody did,
Yeah,
or
but
as far as
can we avoid talking about what happened on the moon, because I don't believe in that, neither do you. So can we
all right,
avoid
so
talking
fine.
about that?
Yeah,
but
we'll move
but
on.
but a few thousand miles away from the Earth, I don't have to deny that because it's possible.
I disagree. I just don't think you'll be able to capture that image from a few thousand miles away.
All right, so it's kind of you just don't believe it, and that's pretty much it because you don't believe it.
Well, it's because I know how to do math. I just don't think you would see that from like a few thousand miles away. There's
You
only
think a few hundred miles, I don't think we'll get a full picture like this, but a few thousand miles, yes. How far do you think one can go to see a visual? Do you got any broad idea?
Well, let me ask you, Jose. Do you know the circumference of Earth?
The circumference of Earth is being told like 20
in miles.
24,000 miles roughly.
Yeah, 24,
Rounded it up.
25. Good enough. All right. So, in order to see the entire Earth, how far do you think you would have to be away from it to capture a picture like this? Like
a few thousand miles.
Like if you there's no, you're an astronaut, you're in a spacesuit. It's like, I'm gonna take a picture of the entire Earth. I'm out 3,000 miles from Earth in space. I can capture the entire Earth, 24,000, 25,000 miles wide. And you're saying, yes, somebody took this picture of Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. No more questions.
All right.
I feel like I'm in a court of law.
It's all good. Hey, I got two quick comments from the YouTube chat. Sean Smith says, bro, this thing work? Hey, give me a super chat over there. Thank you, Sean Smith. Appreciate that. I'm Brian Peck, Dr. Brian Peck, I like to call him. He asking, how far do you have to be to get a pic from Earth? You got any rough idea on how far we should be? I say a few thousand miles, but a few thousand miles, I could say, I don't know, 2, 3, 9, 8,000 miles, maybe 10,000 miles. Do you got an idea on how far should it be to get an image of the parameters of the Earth, Elio?
Oh, parameters of Earth? How would you figure out the parameters of Earth? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. As for like Earth as a whole, I mean, like if I want to take a picture of my whole head, I'm gonna be able to take a picture of my face. I cannot see behind my head, but that would be my whole face. I could have a camera.
Are you familiar with cartography? I'm just asking.
No,
people
but
have been making maps for centuries and millennia, where cartographers have different ideas about where land masses are and how you should navigate, from one point to another. This has been going on for centuries. It's not.
Yeah. We can talk about, bro. Okay, we can talk about cartography after you. If you got any idea on how far we should be to take a picture of the whole Earth.
Why would I? No, you can't take a picture of the whole Earth. I'm pretty sure I just established that. You can't. You cannot. So take a person picture of the whole Earth. I'm pretty sure I already said that.
So if technology allowed us to build a plane, a ship, a rocket to go really far up, I say in a few thousand miles is all it needed to take a full picture of the Earth
You're
because
going to have to believe
the
in
Earth is
space
here.
to actually do that. So I don't believe that bullshit.
Hey, good segue. Now, space. If you think if you say you know more about the globe than the globers, then how does this work? How are we breathing air down here on the surface of the Earth, and how there is a space up there that a few 100 miles up is almost no air? It's like just some molecules of air hanging out around. How does it work? If
All
you
right,
want to explain to us in the globe, from the globe.
You think they shoot people up into space and they're floating around, due to gravity? Like there's satellites and ISS and all that kind of. You think
No,
people are
that's too
floating
many, too
around?
many, too many points, too many points. Let's start this. How in the globe works? How does work in the globe? We're breathing air down here. There's a space up there. How does it work in the globe? You say you know about the globe. Well, I'd like to listen to the official explanation, please, if you can.
Dude, I hear that this explanation every single day. They say it just, it's due to gravity, and there's, a variation of air pressure, the mesosphere, all these different sphere ideas about air pressure. Yeah, sure. And then eventually it reaches some type of a pressure where it's, it's like, hey, gravity. It all comes down to gravity, Jose. Come on, bro. You have to prove gravity. Yes, we do know all of these, what they claim about all of the gases are produced on Earth. The gases come from Earth. So, because there's no gases introduced from space. All of the gases are produced on Earth. Of course, there's a freaking differential pressure at altitude. The gases are produced from the ground.
So to recap, we are in a 14.7 psi. We're breathing heavy air. The lower down we go, swimming.
Surface.
Yeah, surface. If we swim down the water really deeper, it gets thicker and thicker, 15, 16, 20 psi.
You can't breathe water like fish.
Exactly,
can.
but there are devices and technology that can measure the air pressure, right?
No, I'm talking about what's on top of the surface of water. But
Just as an example, if we get lower than the surface of the Earth, like deeper into the water, their technology and these devices allow us to measure the pressure, and it get higher and higher and thicker and thicker.
That's due to weight, not gravity. Well,
so
people you can call weight gravity if you want to. That's fine.
But then the opposite happens. The higher you go, you climb up the mountain. In top of mountains, it's a little less pressure, not 14.7. It could be 14, and then you get higher on a plane, and you get less, and you get higher in this atmospheric balloon, in this high altitude balloon. So it gets lower the pressure. So it only makes sense that the pressure keep going lower and lower and lower until it goes to this 10 to the negative 17, 10 to the minus 17 torr. We should never go to negative. It's always a positive number.
All right. So now you're going to a point here where you're going to say that gravity affects gases, and this is where you're going to get lost, because every single scientific paper on gases don't even involve gravity at all. So
you keep mentioning gravity.
You're going to lose this argument, bro.
You keep mentioning gravity. I haven't mentioned gravity once yet.
Yeah, I brought it up because I know that you're just like starting around it big, but you actually kind of did. I said weight. Sure, we have weight, but you just said that there was a pressure gradient. And these. What I said is all of the gases
I mean,
originate from Earth.
yeah.
Do
But
you
isn't that a
disagree
fact?
with? Do you disagree with me that all of the gases originate from Earth?
Oh, they might. I don't disagree. I don't have to disagree
We
with that.
can't
You have
prove we can't prove
to-
it, but you know, as far as what's been studied over hundreds and thousands of years, all of the gases originate from the surface of Earth.
Yeah, but we're going baby steps now. Baby steps is
Well, I mean, maybe
that,
that's necessary.
yeah, it is measurable that the higher you go away from the surface of the Earth, the lower the air pressure goes, right? I mean, it's a fact, measurable. I say yes, it's a fact, it's measurable. Thank you, technology, and thank you, advancements of humanity that allow us to measure all this shit. It's a fact. People,
what's
just me, I cannot. That the higher you go from the Earth, away from the Earth, there's a lower pressure, a lower air for you to breathe.
No shit. We all know that. That's not.
Yeah.
Not
So where does it stop? Where does it stop? Do you have an idea, or where does it stop, or something like that? Because it will keep getting lower the higher you go. That's a fact.
I don't even I don't say. Yes, we all know this. Everyone that lives on Earth knows that when they go at an extreme elevation, I mean, like when you fly an airplane, you have to pressurize the cabin so people can have, you know, breathable air, you know, when you're flying at 30,000 feet, you know, 35,000 feet. Yes, of course, we all know that.
Their eyes tell you, welcome to the globe, Helio?
Wait a minute. I mean, do you want to get on airplanes?
Welcome to space. Welcome to outer space, Helio.
Oh my
because,
God.
But listen, then listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Let's go again. So the higher you go, measurable, the air you breathe gets lower and lower. You're gonna need oxygen tanks and all this kind of shit. The
Sure,
higher
if
you go,
you
the lower.
walk up, but
Yeah.
if you go on an airplane, you're gonna have a pressurized cabin, of course. And,
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool.
That's a fact.
So I mean,
Yeah, we don't disagree with that. We don't disagree.
Wait. Well, I mean, if you condition yourself to actually breathe less oxygen, I mean, a lot of people can climb Mount Everest. Or not a lot of people, a few people can climb Mount Everest and don't need an oxygen tank.
I know, those are beasts, bro.
Yeah,
those are different breed,
that's a hard motherfucker. But anyway,
the different breed of humans.
Yeah,
there's tough.
But most people, when they go to 35,000 feet, they need, you know, to be in a pressurized cabin, traveling from one part of Earth to the other part of Earth, right? Do airplanes travel in a straight line, or do they fly over a curve?
Let's wrap it. Let's give it one more minute to wrap up this higher you go, the lower the pressure. So we can jump to another topic, please. I'll let you just start.
Because it's kind of ridiculous. All the gases originate from Earth. So that's just
perfect. So now, is there a point that you think that it will stop and it will divide like somehow space with the Earth? Because this is, and hear me out. So heavy air we breathe, the higher we go, the lower the air it is. Like a fade. I'm gonna shave the bottom of all my ears. Shave.
The reason is
listen to me, Helio. Let me try to finish one.
Chemistry, not gravity. It's chemistry, not gravity.
Let me try
to
get to the end.
Go into the chemistry shit.
But let me try to speak so the audience can hear my point of view. Very abstract, very rustic, because I don't have any sciencey stuff to talk. Give me 30 seconds, please. The higher we go, the lower the air gets. The higher we go, the lower the air gets. We go to 3, 2, 1, point something. We get to the 10 to the minus 17 torr. We can go thousands of miles away from the Earth. There's a few molecules in there. If you keep getting closer to Earth, a few hundred miles, and then a few dozen miles down, you start getting the higher pressure until we're breathing air out here. My point is, we don't need any type of container, anything, to have the air we breathe down here versus the space we got up there where all these satellites and all this stuff is going. That's my point. I wanted to wrap it up that way. All right, I got 2 quick comments to read over here, and then you'll get the next one. All right, Larry Scott. Thank you, Larry Scott. Geostationary satellites are 22,000 miles high. he say. We can maybe talk about satellites if you want to, but later I want to allow you to talk. You wanted to talk about planes.
I don't want to talk
willing
about
to entertain
satellites in this
No,
conversation
yeah.
at all.
We'll talk about planes after this point. Doofus Manfred, thank you, Doofus. Pressure in atmo proportional to weight of the air above. Thank you very much, Doofus Manfred, for that comment. And Sean Hawkins. Thank you, Sean Hawkins. Appreciate it, brother. But gas doesn't go down, go boom, boom, right? It always goes up, right? Then why isn't it higher pressure the further we go up? That's a good kind of question. So if the gas just go up, why don't we have a higher pressure?
It doesn't. That's not the description of gases. If you look at the scientific description of a gas, it always expands. Each individual gas will expand until it's limited from some other container or a force, not a force. I mean, it could be a force, I guess, if you turn on a fan, right? I mean, that'd be a force that you can manipulate gases using a fan, right? We do that every day. I use a fan at work every single day.
Like if I got a magnet like hovering, one of these little magnet toys that is kind of, you see it floating, and if I turn on a fan in front of it, that little the magnet in the top is going to blow away. That what you mean? Like visuals, I like visuals.
That's not what I mean at all. Every single gas, air molecules, which are gas, right? They can be manipulated through induction, whatever, you turn on a fan, like with the gas molecules, there's oxygen, nitrogen, everything in our, it's the reason we exist, because if without oxygen, we wouldn't exist, right? Nitrogen, same thing.
So the gas originate.
The gas molecules don't freaking, they don't utilize themselves independently. They come from Earth,
they dissipate. They just dissipate.
They don't dissipate. They always exist. They come from Earth. It's a closed system. We actually live in a designed closed system. This is the way that the Creator made this. So here's the idea. It's like people will say, "Hey, 4.5 billion years ago, something smashed into Earth and created the moon." They have no evidence for this, but a lot of these people believe it. It's weird, man. It's like, but we have Earth right here, right in front of our eyes, and we can study it. You can make shit up all day about pseudoscience. It's like they created a religion of pseudoscience around, this third rock from the sun spinning around and just rocketing through the Milky Way galaxy. It's freaking insane. Yes, I invoke a creator because you can't have creation without a creator. I'm responding to Solaris in the chat. Go ahead.
So when you say it's a closed system, do you mean something is covering Earth as a firmament down?
It might as well be. I mean, I don't know what it is. I mean, people often will ask us, "Well, where's the edge?" Right? Well, I haven't been there. We have some stories about, Admiral Byrd. You've heard those, right? He hasn't.
Yeah.
He tried to go there. He gave his testimony about like using airplanes and trying to get, to another part of Antarctica. He even said that, hey, I found another place that was as vast as North America.
What did that have to do?
But to be honest, though, he was in Navy. I don't trust the government, so I think he was probably full of shit.
what did that have to do with a cover on the Earth that you say there's we're in a closed system? Is that close like a lid to the Earth or something?
It's the necessary antecedent to gas pressure. We have pressure. What pressure? Whether
Anyone there?
Himbo, it's Dusty.
Hey,
Hey, it's been a while. How are you?
good mate. Good. I saw someone new jump in, and then I paused the bot, came back, and they were left. And they left.
Oh, I thought you meant me because I just jumped on.
No, I recognise you, mate.
Hey, how's everything going, guys?
Yeah, good man. A warm up here, so nice.
Seems like kind of quiet night.
Yeah, it has been very quiet.
Okay.
We've been making some use of the chill chat as well, just getting offline for a little bit, having a bit of a break.
Yeah.
But
It's probably
I
early
decided
there.
it's time for me to come back in here and wait for new people to come in. And
There you go. Yeah, I know. I figured you might be on, so I was like, oh, I haven't been on in weeks.
yeah, I just finished work, so I've had my headphones in all day
Well,
or
everybody else,
night, whatever it is for you guys.
yeah, like 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah. I
Okay.
just wait for people to pop in. Been some interesting conversations between flat earthers, but not many
How's there?
Globers in at the moment.
No globas?
Nah.
That always makes it more interesting.
Yeah, I know. You get excited, like new people come in and then they go, "Oh, I'm a flat earther," and you go, "Ah,
Yeah, never mind. We don't have nothing to say.
damn boring."
So funny. Well, I've been listening to Mark's podcast or his YouTube channel lately. Talked to him recently, so that was kind of funny. Are you guys, anyone going to the Flattoberfest?
I think probably Wave Mixer will be gone, and Flattoberfest. I'm not sure. Not sure
Yeah,
about
that's
that.
the next thing. That should be interesting. We'll see. But I just wanted to
You
hop
heading
on.
there? Are you?
Yeah, it's in October. I am gonna go. Cause I'm crazy and gonna just go see how this.
Where is it? Where is it
It's
this time?
Vegas. It's
Oh,
in Las
cool.
Vegas.
Yeah, 'cause
Yeah,
you're around LA somewhere, aren't you?
I'm at a friend's and just hanging out.
Cool.
So anyway, I think I'm gonna hop off though and watch a movie.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute up. I've got to go and pick up a few things, and I'll put the bot back on. That was a conversation that Helio was having with someone
Okay.
on
Well,
someone else's podcast. So,
cool.
yeah, see how
I'll
it
catch.
goes. I haven't heard it before.
All right. Well, have a
Catch you
good
later,
night.
dude.
Okay. Bye.
now there's a pressure differential from the ground to higher, higher atmosphere with up to those 60,000 feet.
Yeah.
There's still air pressure. It's still air pressure. So why?
Yeah.
All right. So what is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure? The definition, you can look it up right now.
Yeah, but what does that
It's
have to do
the
with
force
a
exerted
container?
on the walls of its container. Yes, you already know this.
Right. Okay.
All right.
So we're talking planetary scale. We're talking about the Earth here.
I don't talk
or
about
out
planets
small
because I
scale?
don't think they exist that way.
Why don't you, man? It's just reality.
I used to. I did. I used to believe that you could like take a spaceship and fly to Mars and all that. I think it's bullshit.
All
I
right.
already told you why I think it's bullshit. So
So in the first point we talk about the picture, and the conclusion was you just don't believe because you think it's bullshit. Now about the gas pressure, you believing in the dome.
no.
is
Let
because
me
it's
put the
bullshit.
question back on you. Why do you believe that it's real?
I don't believe it is measurable because people
Wait. Why do you believe that people can fly in space? You said you don't believe people went to the moon, but you still believe that people can go to Mars if they had a good enough spaceship.
People can go a few thousand miles away from the Earth because it's evidenced out there everywhere.
Where's the evidence?
And it's measurable. Hundreds and thousands of
Your
videos.
evidence was showing me some freaking pictures that aren't pictures of Earth from space. Come on, Jose.
Hey, Elliot, that goes back to the first point because you don't believe it doesn't make it real. It doesn't make
I don't
it
give a
not
shit
real.
if you guys believe me or not. I don't, and you probably don't give a shit if other people believe you or not. I'm just saying, take a look at this and our conversation, and I think this is why you asked me here. So I'm just showing you why. And yeah, it took me a little while to really get in my zone. But dude, you brought this to me, and there's no evidence of the globe Earth, and I don't, and all your friends and freaking all your chatters was like, look at him, he looks dumb. It's like, motherfucker, I already know all of this.
I haven't said none of that, man. I respect it. We're having a fun conversation here. I like that, the dynamic, they're getting a little triggered, but it's not personal, let's have some fun, man.
No, I get that, but I'm just like, it's easy. I mean, I deal with that shit in the 24/7 YouTube chat. I can deal with that shit all the time. It's just like, you ignorant people, stop believing complete nonsense when it's thrown in front of your face. I mean, don't watch the news, you fucking dipshit.
I don't watch the news, bro. Thank you. Like, I appreciate that. I know when a big rain or hurricane system is coming because I see the clouds getting closer to me, then I run.
I don't mean to shit on your live stream, but at the same time, it's just like there's so many fucking sheep out there. Pardon my.
It's all right, man. It's all right. Let it out.
I'm sorry for cursing. I told you it might happen, but anyway. I'm getting a little triggered.
It's all good. Let's relax and let's go. Let me read this one. This one is by Chris Shitoras. Fight the good fight. Thank you, Chris Shitoras. He says, no jabs or space helmets required to hit that thumbs up just below. Thanks for the support. Flat man can eye the house. Peace. That was a little weird, like, play of words, but hey, I appreciate your support. Chris, fight the good fight. Hey, planes, man. You mentioned something about planes. Let's entertain planes a little bit. I don't know a lot about the topic, so you can beat me up in this one. Come on, let's do it. I think you asked earlier something about, do you think planes fly straight or curve or something like that? If you want to phrase it your way, talk about it, man. Hello, check 1 2.
Yeah, sorry, I just went and grabbed a beer up.
Oh, it's all right. That's all right. Hey, the planes, man.
And Sean McFuckface, I'm not block you because you disagree with me. I blocked you because you're a fucking asshole.
Let's avoid. Let's try not to, to get involved with the people in the chat because I got a bunch of people calling me zealot and imbecile and shit like that. But I'm just ignoring them.
I guess it comes from both sides. So let's go back and forth. Just me and you.
Yeah. So good. Hey, do you wanna talk about planes? You asked me something about what do you think planes
airplanes.
Fly? Yeah, go ahead, man.
Airplanes and ships, they just travel from one port to another. Would you ever get on a ship or an airplane that wasn't going to land at another port?
And you ask one more time. I wanna.
Would you ever get on an airplane that wasn't going to land at another port?
No, I never gone in a plane that lands on water.
Airplanes and ships travel in a straight line. They navigate, from one port to another. They don't look at the stars they already know where they're going. They're going to launch from one airport and then they're going to another airport, right? If you wanted to get on an airplane, it's like people say, well, why don't you go to the South Pole or why don't you go to the North Pole and figure it out? And it's like, you first, bro, because most airplanes and ships, they're going to land at another port once they launch from a port.
You want to ask me a question?
I mean, well, yeah, sure. I'm just describing how flight and ships work. Yeah, they go from one port to another.
So you believe that they go in a straight line as a straight line with no deviation, no elevation change?
It's the most pertinent path, right? Yes. Airports, when you launch an airplane, they're going to head to another airport in a straight line. Yes.
Well, I say to that the planes and I'll talk about planes because the ships, they just go over the surface of the earth, But in planes, they go to an altitude, they fly at that altitude, and then they land in the other place, period. They keep the same altitude. Agree? I mean, they can go a little higher, a little lower, but
once a pilot launches the plane, whatever, they put it on autopilot when they're moving toward their target. Yeah, of course.
So because they are traveling at the same height, they are traveling a great circle route. That's over the surface of the earth.
That's not what they say in their manuals, though. There's not a great circle route.
Yeah, look, the shortest route between 2 points on the surface of the earth and keeping the same altitude is a great circle route. Agree or disagree, and why?
I've seen the pictures of images of. I mean, even if you go on the where you can flight tracker or whatever, you can go in there and see. It's like, if this airplane is going over the globe this way, how can an airplane fly over a globe in a straight line?
They just keep the same altitude. They just fly at the same altitude. Right. It's easy.
What do you think the AE map is?
It's a projection of the globe, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct. So when people, and this is why I've been over this for a few years with a lot of people. People must understand they think that's the flat Earth map, and when you see a flight go across the AE map, right? It's a projection, just like you said. It's a straight line, right? So
in the AE map, that's what they throw a straight line.
Yeah, it's a straight line from New York to London, right? Straight line.
I'm not sure about these airplane routes. I heard about it, but I never entertained it. I know as for reality, all I know is the reality. I don't know what these gotchas. I know when I start looking into this, a lot of Glovers, they go like, this route is impossible on a flat Earth. I don't know any of that, but what I know is that a plane flying over the surface of the Earth, they're going through a great circle route. I mean, and that's it.
Yeah, but see, yeah, Jose, I mean, you should actually look into this so you can understand it. Yes, I agree that the AE map is a globe projection, not a flat Earth map.
So this Sydney to Santiago, Chile, then explain to me on an AE map.
Nobody flies that way across the South Pacific.
But there's evidence that there are flights that
there's
way.
not.
Are you
No, there's
also
not.
denying that? Are you also denying that? I'm saying of those.
All right, well, you're gonna have to show me some.
Thank you very much. All right, you got a point there.
They say I'm debunking myself, but I really, why would somebody fly over the South Pacific? It's a dangerous journey. It doesn't necessarily happen.
All right. How about, have you heard? I mean, let's not talk about
You guys
anybody
can
specific,
believe it if you want to, but nobody flies that way. It's freaking dangerous. It's just like nobody goes to Antarctica. It's dangerous. It's like, why don't you go find the edge? It's like, it's dangerous, man. You're gonna freaking die if you try to find the edge.
All right. I got a kind of another topic we can entertain here, and you're gonna like this one. So give me 1 minute to explain this point. And it is gravity. You like gravity, right? I don't know a lot about gravity, but this is what I got, right? Gravity, we got Newton, and something fell, and it falling because of something. There's a force, and there's a mass attracting mass, and to the surface of the Earth. Then there came Einstein. Einstein said, like, whoa, Newton is telling me this. Let me look into this. Well, it's actually, if we're going to see the big picture and the planetaries and the whole universe, it's a bending of space-time because of all of this. So I'm going to grab this Newton explanation and I'm going to add a lot of very elaborate explanation to it. So we got gravity, which is the bending of space-time in the big scale, and because we are here on Earth and we apply Newtonian gravity, is a mass attracting mass force. What is gravity? Tell me what it is and why. Take all the time that you want.
I'm going to tell you in about 5 seconds. There's no such thing as gravity. There you go.
Thank you very much. That was short and sweet. That was the shortest conversation ever.
I mean, why do you? Well, you tell me. Why do you think gravity is a thing?
Because we live on a planet, on a spherical planet, that we breathe air on it, and it is orbiting around the sun. The sun will be in the center of the solar system. The orbits and the air we breathe.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
And everything that happens on Earth is relying on gravity, because if not, we'll be swinging and flunging and flying away everywhere. Therefore, gravity, my friend.
Wait, why would the Earth go anywhere when it's obviously, to all of us, we experience Earth as a level stationary plane, and we see the sun, moon, and stars move above our head in a repeated pattern for years and years, thousands of years. It's been recorded with calendars built around it, religions, everything built around it. Why would you think that we're the third rock from the sun? These freaking these ideas are just completely weird. It's like you're gonna like just believe these liars when you can believe your own eyes, what you see right in front of your face. I mean, think the answer is the ones that are believers.
The answer will be, why do I have to disbelieve these people that have studied all of this?
Wait, I'm not talking about disbelief. I'm talking about belief.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Why do I have to disbelieve these people that have dedicated their lives generation after generation for so long for us, the small people, to understand all of this and apply it in the daily basis. Why should I disbelieve it? Well, I have to trust on their work. It's not about believing,
Hey
it's
man,
about
that's
trusting
on
their
you.
work.
That's on you. You trust them all you want. Fine. You know, you asked me on here. Fine. You can trust them. I just disbelieve them. I think they're full of shit.
So we need a mechanism on how things drop and at a specific rate, and why things don't float over, and everything can be explained with gravity.
There's no such thing as gravity. I mean, I don't even see a reason to even argue the point.
So why do things get drop to the ground when I'm standing on a 9.8
Because
meters per second
that's because no, it doesn't. There's no evidence that everything has a constant speed. It really just it's an agreed upon average. 9.8 meters per second squared. It's agreed upon average. Through consensus. Of for the function of physics in the natural world. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's functional on a level stationary plane, but they don't necessarily. The only place that is applied is in theoretical physics. They have their idea of light speed and all that kind of stuff. What you guys just really need to friggin' see the world for what it is. There's a lot of magicians that have manipulated your mind into thinking that there's an existence that doesn't exist. We all live on Earth. We are living on a stationary plane. This place was created. It's for us. So why would you have to make up a magic show that doesn't exist?
The magic show will be something else, but the reality is that I'm sitting on my chair and I can drop this slider and everything is here on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, we're all quite aware that we're, like I said earlier, we're all quite aware that weight is a thing. Things weigh something.
But when we go higher up, very high up, a few hundred miles up, I'll say International Space Station distance away from the Earth, things don't do that because they are further away from this pull of the gravity. Why is that?
Well, I can't answer that question because I don't think gravity is real.
All right. How about the International Space Station? There's something up there, right?
No. Well, I'm going to say, hell to the no, no. Hell no. There ain't no motherfucking space station. They're a freaking bunch of actors. There ain't nothing up there, man. What are you talking about?
Give me 30 seconds to make a full statement, and then you can rebut. And the last point I'm gonna make is ISS. Here we go. But hey, bear with me. You're gonna get triggered by this, right? So the first point, we got a picture of Earth from space. You say, nah, it's fake. The second point was we breathe air. There's a space out there. You say, nah, there's a dome above it, even though there's no evidence for it. We talk about gravity.
I didn't say anything
wait,
about
I'm almost done. Dude, I'm almost done. You say, yeah, you can address any of the points if I'm wrong. You say, the gravity, you say it's just not real. And now the ISS, you just don't believe it. So do I get 4 nah-ahs out of you and no alternative or mechanism of how it works? Takes all the time in the world that you want to answer any of those. Right.
So let's go over one point at a time. What was the first one? I know you.
The pictures of Earth from very high up. Space.
Oh yeah, we already covered that.
Exactly, and you say nah, that was your answer.
Yeah, because you can't get far enough away to take a picture of globe Earth.
Okay,
anyway,
now
second one,
yeah,
what was it?
The second one, we got an outer space up there with almost no air, just very few particles of air, and we breathe air down here. And it's easily explained with a pressure gradient, and then from very high pressure, you go to space. You say nah, because there must be a barrier because of an antecedent.
Well, to be honest, on that point, Jose, how do you think someone can make it to space and start orbiting around the planet?
I need a lot of money. I need people behind me, and I need to
No, wait,
put.
wait. Or do
Oh,
you just
you're not
believe
gonna let
someone
me
did
answer.
that? Did you just believe someone did that already?
It's not about belief. It's about
No, it's about
evidence.
belief, bro. On your side, dude, you're asking me if I believe that they did it or not. And then it actually goes back to the first question, whether they could throw something up there and take a picture of Earth from space. Both of those are combined, 1 and 2.
So, to answer that question, my way, I must disbelieve every single rocket launch that have ever been. I don't have.
I'm
I
not
cannot.
asking you
Okay,
to
I'll shut up.
disbelieve anything.
You're not letting me answer, Helio. You're getting a little triggered. You're not letting me answer, bro.
I'm getting a little triggered. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
So, gonna answer that question my way. I must disbelieve every single rocket launch that have ever been done, and I must disbelieve and not believe that there's any satellite giving us any type of communication and anything around the Earth in order for me to think the way you think. And I don't think the way you think. I think hundreds, probably thousands of rocket launches have been launched from the Earth. They've been on space, and there's a lot of stuff on space that we call satellites, giving us all this technology that we're using today.
Yeah, on all that, I don't think there's anything out there that can take a picture of Earth. Just want to reaffirm the same thing I said about the first 2 points. What was the third one?
Gravity just does not exist.
Oh.
That's your answer.
Yeah, of course. I mean, what do you think gravity is?
It's a mass attracting mass on a scale where we can work on Earth. Everything that we can do, we can use any kind of equations, and we can set up everything on mass attracting mass thanks to Newton. And then in the bigger scale, then Einstein will come to place to give us to elaborate more on what gravity would do.
That was kind of weird. I'm pretty sure you've been in the argument long enough to know that, Einstein kind of said, hey, what Newton was talking about, that's kind of bullshit. I got this. I have this huge chalkboard. I can make equations about mass and the warping and bending of space-time. This is what causes gravity.
Exactly. And then when we talk in a scale on the Earth that everybody lives on right here, then we can use any of the Newton's calculations. And what Einstein added was a more elaborated explanation. He expanded Newton's understanding of gravity.
Right, cool. So did he ever do an experiment to prove it?
I don't know. I don't care if he did or not, but that's the understanding.
I'm just telling you, he never did. So he just wrote a bunch of freaking numbers on a chalkboard. Anyway, so what was the fourth question?
The International Space Station. You say, no, loud and clear. It's up there. It is.
You can watch all the cartoon videos of them just freaking flipping around saying, we're doing science, look at us. Yeah, so number 4, debunk. Whatever.
All right, and now we can take a fresh one that comes really close to Earth from me. Long distance observations. We can see the curvature, a physical curvature in some people that have taken the picture, and we can see in 90% of pictures and videos and footage of long distance observations the effects of the curvature. Any evidence of a flat Earth due to the long distance observations. If you want to share, I'll present it up in screen. I can present to you any of my own too.
I'm responding to one of your someone said, why is he lying about Einstein? Einstein never did a physical experiment. He just did math on a chalkboard and then claimed that the bending and warping of space-time is proof of globe. It's just weird. People don't get this. I mean, once you understand this, you're going to have to choose one side or the other.
What are the two options?
It's Earth as a realm or Earth as a third rock from the sun whirling around the Milky Way galaxy and all that kind of shit. That's it. That's the two options.
How about Earth as a sphere? Yeah, and it works perfect. Yeah.
What, by Einstein's calculations?
No, by anything that the experts can do. Can you show me this realm?
Who are the experts?
If you know what, if you can show me this realm today and explain me at least,
I don't have to. You live in this realm. Why I don't have to show it to you? It's right here.
So if you cannot show it to me, then I'm not gonna just go. I'm not just gonna go back. Oh wait. I'm not just gonna go. Wait. I'm not just gonna go away and forget everything and ignore all these billions and billions of dollars and the manpower that is being used for technology that we're using today with all this stuff that is launched into space. Do I have to deny all of that and just say, nah, we're just living around, don't ask me how it looks? You think that's a fair exchange for you?
I don't really consider dollars to be anything. Governments have been manipulating people's minds for centuries. It's like you can be a human here on Earth or a woman, right?
What is this technology? What is this technology that
I don't give a shit what they say,
wait. What is this technology that I see a rocket being launched and going up to space? What is this technology that is made me seeing this? It's real, bro. You're denying this.
No, it's not. It's not real.
So you say all the rocket launches.
They're faking that to manipulate.
You say all the rocket launches that they've been launched up.
Yes.
Are fake.
I'm saying yes. Yes, they're faking you out.
Wow. Okay.
Yep. I'm just saying. I mean, hey, you don't have to believe me. Just saying that. Yeah. The rock. Right. Nobody's going to space. That's ridiculous. It's the new Babylon, right? You know, they try to build a tower to heaven. These guys are freaking faking you out, manipulating you, so that you will try to come. Dude, you guys watch the news? Do you believe everything they say on the news? Like,
no. I already told you I don't watch the news.
Yeah, I know. See, it's just like. It's like people think that I'm full of shit. Dude, I've been doing this for over 20 years. It's like, don't believe me. Do your own freaking research. I mean, I don't care if you believe in space or not. And if you believe that the astronaut, quote unquote, astronauts are claiming to go to space and they put themselves on TV going, here we have, I'm in the cupola, and what if there's a leak? And it's like, oh, well, then there's a leak. It's like, we're talking about 10 to the negative 17 torr.
I wouldn't deny the evidence.
We just put some bubble gum on it.
Helio, you're ranting.
I am ranting. But go ahead.
I don't have to deny none of the evidence that I see and is given to us, all the evidence to back up any of these, because I have a different opinion. If you want to have that different opinion, I want to be honest, and I have to be honest, and I have to say, yes, space is real, rockets are real. I mean, why do I have to deny them if there's all the evidence back up as they're being real?
Cool. You agree with a general consensus, everybody, fine. So you asked me to come on this show when you knew that I was going to say everything that I said. Fine. It's all good.
No. It's all right. Hey, wait. Snap says, Helio, bro. Jose asked for a flat proof. Go. Shout out to Snap.
Flat proof. I mean, there's no curvature. There's no observable curvature anywhere on Earth. If you can show any flat earther the curvature
on screen right now,
then we will shut down everything. We'll stop talking about it.
On screen right now. You watching my screen share, or can you watch the picture that I posted on the Daily Boom?
I don't give a shit about rockets.
No. The picture that I presented, the evidence of curvature. I got one right here. This is not mine, but it's one evidence of a curvature. I just reposted it on the Daily Boom.
Oh, yeah, I'll check it out. Oh,
Please explain. I'll explain. I can explain. This is explained by curvature of the Earth. Can you explain it not being curvature of the Earth?
I can't exactly at this moment because I'm not sure. This is the first time I've seen this image. It looks like it's taken from the water, or is it taken from a shore?
Yeah, it's taking like from a shore, like 10 feet above the water, somewhere around there.
Well, how can I confirm that?
Well, why don't we just look at the picture first and then we'll look at the details? We look at the picture and we see one container ship over here, and we see another container ship over here. I don't think this is the shape of the container ship. This container ship has more cargo than this one, but what we're seeing is we're missing the bottom of this ship in the right versus the one in the left. Can you explain this in a with a non-curvature explanation? Please go ahead.
To be honest, anyone that thinks that large bodies of water are convexed due to gravity, which has never been proven, I could actually give a shit less about any picture of this. So it's not like, you're going to just like give me a got you from a picture I've never seen. Well, listen, large bodies of water at rest are level. That's the natural function of water.
Yes.
Hold
they are level. Yes, they are level.
Freaking
Yes.
phone.
I'm agreeing with you. Yes, they're level.
Okay. So would that work over 10 feet, 100 feet, 100 miles, 1,000 miles? Why are you showing me a picture of a body of water that is obviously level and just saying some shit about it? I don't that. So if you're going to ask me, Jose, if that's the curvature of the Earth, then I'm just going to disagree.
Okay, another to the collection.
Hey, you guys freaking nut us all the time either. So it's fucking A. I mean, it's like we've shown so many videos and laser tests. We've done tests. You guys ain't done shit. Just like throw some shit out here like this. No, I freaking I'm not. I just refuse to actually. It's just retarded because water cannot curve due to gravity. That's not the natural function of water.
I gotta.
And Broface thinks I'm indoctrinated. He's the one.
I got a few points from the chat over here. We got Z Foxy says LIGO showed proof of gravitational waves. So he's lying when he says gravity hasn't been proven. So LIGO is doing some tests about gravity. What do you think about this, LIGO? And we're not talking about the being the straightest structure built on Earth, not following the level of the Earth we live. It's just straight. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the test of gravity they've been doing there. What do you think about it?
Like I told you, man, gravity. What do you mean by gravity? Ask your friends, because obviously you don't know anything about gravity, Jose.
No, this is me. Yeah, this is me. Just me.
Yeah, you're reading super chats. Ask them what they think gravity is.
No, I don't. It's just you and me. It's you and me here.
All right, cool.
So to my explanation of gravity,
I already talked about gravity.
Exactly, yeah. So to my explanation of gravity, your answer is nah. Which I know my answer wasn't very sciencey and very elaborated.
Hold on. Gravity, like everyone else's explanation of gravity is not very fucking sciencey either. So there we go. There's no science involved with gravity.
Yeah. Mass attracting mass.
Yeah, there's no science involved. So gravity is not science, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me. I got one more comment, and then I want to go back to give you an example. Beard the Devil, 1864. Thank you, brother. Come on, bro, Helio. Explain why the ship disappeared from the bottom up on the level water. Try to get that answer, but you didn't answer me. Why did that ship is got the bottom half missing
All right,
in the level water?
Someone is curious about why, if they were standing on the shore, they're asking this. They've never experienced it. They're probably just asking this rhetorically, right? It's like, why could, that would be a better question. Why could something disappear from?
Yeah, so Helioskeptic is not under any obligation to explain anything. That burden is on the one making a claim about it. If Helio didn't make a claim about bottom-up obstruction of a boat, then he's not obligated to explain it. Did the person that asked him
Oh, fuck. I was
have a
muted.
claim about it?
I was completely muted. Sorry.
Hey, dude.
Shout out. Got T-Dub, Timbo, Julius, Batman. Toss the knees. What's up? Shout out to YouTube people. RH, Tominoid, and Can, and Jap Joe. What's up? All right. I paused the bot. Sorry, man. Were you guys deep into it? Was it smoking?
Oh man, that's all good. It's all good.
It's all good. It's all good. All right.
Yeah, I just happened to switch headsets when you did that, and then I was like fiddling with the connection. I was like, "What's going on? What happened?"
Good. So quiet, man. How the hell did it get so quiet so fast?
No, you must have done it at the very moment that I plugged my wired headset in. So it was like just perfect timing for me to think that there was something wrong with my headphones.
Awesome. Just hanging out, man. See what's going on, man. I haven't heard any news. I don't know what's going on. I'm apparently behind the times. I kind of took today's an American holiday, and it's Labor Day, meaning you're gonna celebrate the people that make shit and move shit and build shit and
give birth.
Well, no. That's
not that kind of labor.
So, what's up, Emerald Rainbow? No rolls for Emerald.
No rolls for Emerald Rainbow.
No rolls.
Emerald
you want to go up to
Rainbow.
the check in? Well, I can check you in at least. I'm gonna get a mod to give you some permissions.
It's a pretty fresh account they got there.
Pretty fresh, Emerald Rainbow. Do you like to drink pee, Emerald Rainbow?
Yeah, we might need a voice check on that one.
Gotta get a voice check, man, up in the VC check-in. Yeah. All right, what's going on in the world? I didn't look. Did anybody find any curvature or? Hey, I heard that there were some astronauts that came back and landed in the ocean. I don't know. That's what I heard. That's all I heard. I don't know anything else. In the Pacific Ocean. I knew that. That was it. That's all I knew. That's all I know. Yeah. It's got to be a globe, man. Shut the server down now. Shut it. Let's turn it into like a music server or something cool, man. That'd be kind of fun. Music server. Huh. Should have. There's probably a bunch of music servers out there, man. Maybe we need something else. A truth server that gets shut down every week. That would be cool. I have noticed that there was the Burning Man. It was in the news. And Hawaii is not in the news anymore. It's Aloha, man. It's Aloha. But on my alternate channels I watch, they're still talking about the whole Hawaii thing, man. So that's cool. It's like the 7-Eleven's a part-time job kind of thing. It's going to go on for a while, man. They may never, they're certainly
What's
not
the
gonna-
official explanation?
High winds from a hurricane. Power lines went down, caught some shit on fire, and it just went out of control. And burned down the whole city of Lahaina. Pretty much all of it. That's the story. I don't know, man. It definitely could happen, man. I live in fire area. We get some high winds and fires sometimes. But usually, man, they got people coming in with put that shit out, man. I didn't even try. I don't think. I never saw one fire truck spraying something. Nothing. It's kind of weird. That I find very suspicious. There's a lot of suspicious things about it, but I won't go into it here. But there's a whole deep laundry list of shit. It's weird. Anyway, deep inside the rabbit hole on that one. Oh, yeah. All right. Where do all these old maps come from, man? There's so many of them. It's so crazy, dude. So many old maps. I never learned about any of these old map shit when I was in school, man. Like, oh, no, this is where you live. Have a nice day. Okay. All the capital cities will be on the test. Okay. No, you live on a club. Sit down, shut up. Sit down and shut up. There's a polar Arctic map that Beasticles dropped in the chat. It's fascinating looking. Interesting. The Arctic Circle. I guess. Hey, fascinating. These old maps are really cool. I find them interesting. Most of them are kind of hard to read, hard to pronounce the name sometimes. What? Cool maps. All right, nobody's out on YouTube land. There's 17 people out there, man. You guys aren't happening. Did our guy go to VC check?
They
Emerald
should
Rainbow.
come on down.
Emerald Rainbow. You gotta go to VC check-in. And I can
What
check
maps
in,
were you
man.
talking about? What
Talking about
maps were you
Emerald.
talking about?
Oh,
No, the maps.
in the voice tags, Beasticles. He dropped a couple maps in there. Some old
Oh,
maps.
okay.
There's so many old maps, man. There's just like hundreds and hundreds of them out there, man. So crazy. How'd they get all these maps, man? It must take forever to draw one of them bastards, man. Damn. So what do you think about a missing 1,000 years of history that they kind of just said, no, it's... Because, I mean,
I think
looking at all this architecture around the world, I'm thinking, like, man, some of that shit must have taken fucking 500, 600, 700, 800 years to build, man. So if there was 1,000 years of peace and prosperity and you could just sit around and do whatever, build some cool shit, maybe you lived longer. I don't know, man. It kind of sucks that we only get our prime for like 20 years max. After that, man, it would nice to be cool to live to be 900, and then you'd have like maybe 600 years of prime. That would be awesome. You could build some cool stuff, man. It'd be great. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I mean,
It's speculation. It just seems like, we built a lot of shit in the last 100 years. Don't get me wrong, man. It's fucking went from, fucking horse and buggy to fucking jet airplanes. I mean, it went quick, man. Damn. That's pretty fucking bitching. How fast, humans can build shit, advance. Unless,
and it's amazing just how fast, like, the decay can take place, and the so that it becomes unrecognizable. People think that, oh, that takes thousands of years. No, try like a few decades. Maybe 100 years, couple 100 years. John Levy's like people. He's shown that people are finding like in walls along the side of the road you would just think is just like rock, and you find a brick amongst it that is labeled. It's got a fucking label on it.
Right. Got a name on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. There's a couple of videos I got queued up. Maybe I'll watch them tomorrow or something. But yeah, there's some weird shit here that people are discovering. They're getting out, looking around like he's doing. I try to follow those people and see what they're up to. Sometimes they do like a 2-3 hour thing. Sometimes they do like 20 minutes. But Levy's very consistent. He's just looking at shit going, what's up with this? What's up with that, man? This looks funky. He's making he's forging a living doing it. I don't think he's getting rich or anything, but it seems like he does okay. And he sells a lot of coffee, I think, or he used to. I don't know if he just still does.
But what about there's reports from early explorers in the South Americas is saying that they stumbled across huge, vast cities like with intricate layout and plumbing and very advanced, and then it's gone, and now they're just starting to say, oh, look, our seismologists or infrared or whatever they're using. Oh, it's detected that there's a city under all this mess.
Yeah.
Is under these mountains and grass and trees and it's all overgrown now.
Was that the one he put out the other day? I didn't see it all. I fucking put it on so late. I was so tired, man. I put it on. I actually fell asleep. I was just like, his voice is so calming, man. I was like, I fucking fell asleep. I got to go back and watch it this week for sure. But
yeah, he's gone looking at old maps of North America, and he's finding like where it shows like a picture of a huge castle, right? And like on a really old French map, and then he'll try and match it up to where it would be like where it would have been today, like,
right.
And like one, I can't remember the name of the place, but he's pegged it as Winnebago, whatever. Is it Winnipeg? Winnipeg. Sorry,
Canada, yeah.
Winnipeg. And yeah, and he's just finding correlation, like.
Yeah, I remember that one where he was like, okay, well, let's look at this map, and then what city is this? And then he goes over there, and he's putting it together. Interesting. He's making some correlations and saying, look, that's interesting.
Yeah, yep. And there was another in Washington D.C., I think.
Yeah.
Another place where it depicted like a castle or something, like a huge structure.
Yeah. Yeah, that one, I think it was near Pennsylvania or something, or way out in the fucking boonies, man. Like, there's a whole fucking city out there, and whatever. I don't know, it was like, 500 years ago, 400, 300, I don't know. Can't remember, but
this dude in like, I don't think he's like into all this, but he's on YouTube, and what he's doing is he's like looking at Google Maps from not Google Map, Google Earth, and he's finding old ruins and stuff from the aerial views, and then he goes like hiking to them and to find them. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Great, man. We should all be doing that. That'd be great. Yeah, I was planning on doing some. We have this area of California called Wine Country, whatever, Napa. You might have heard of it. Sonoma, but it's north of San Francisco, and there's just a ton of wineries, and it's like they got this guy's out there humping around out there, man. I can't wait to watch this next video, but he's finding like all these old broken down castles and shit, and I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, San Francisco was the gold rush town, right? 1850. There was nothing there before 1850, apparently, but to find old ruins of castles and shit, it's just fucking crazy. I can't wait to go up there, man. Check it out. But I was planning on doing a camping trip up there this year, but it didn't happen, man. My buddy got sick, and we just couldn't pull it together in time. But maybe next fall or something. I got too much work. I can't go this year, but yeah, I love boots on the ground, man. People out there looking at old places on old maps that depict something that was there, and then you look at it on the Google Earth, and then you go and check it out. That's cool. We got so much land out here to do that with here in California, man. It's endless, dude. Fucking endless, man. This place is huge. Strange world we live in. I love it. I don't love I don't love the system, the way it's set up. It's set up so you have to be kind of a ruthless cock and really a dick to want to, be a judge.
You gotta step on some heads. You gotta step on heads to get to the top.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a lawyer and you learn what the real thing is all about and how the system really is, and you still want to do that, man, you suck, man. But you suck. I just want to build shit at the end of the day, man. Look at it and go, hey, that's cool. All right, let's go get a beer. But no, there's too many, dude. I mean, I don't know, it was AJ was in here talking about how he's got he does like sign company, whatever, man. He's got to get like 47 permits sometimes to get a thing approved to put a fucking sign up, man. And I was like, this is fucking ridiculous, man. I mean, if that shit was like that, these cathedrals and all this shit that are hundreds of years old would have never gotten built, bro. They just said fuck off.
Right.
Yeah,
they got people jumping through hoops.
AJ's down there with you, man. He's it's brutal, man. He's telling me like for like 2 hours we were talking about that shit. I'm like, oh, you got to be fucking kidding me, man. Damn. I mean, you got to wear a hard hat. You got to have the right clothing and the right boots, and then if you didn't, you got to check this.
People think.
I'm like, what the fuck, man? You're just trying to put a sign up over here, man. I'm not like trying to, blow something up or have a bomb for a movie or something. No. It's probably less paperwork for Hollywood to come in and go, hey, man, we want to blow some shit up over here. A couple cars and things. Are you cool with that? Yeah, go ahead. I don't know.
Right.
So really dangerous, right? But, just put a fucking sign up, man. You have 47 permits and hats and the proper... You can't just buy any hard hat. You got to buy like the hard hat that's only approved by them, You got to go...
They just slide a $100,000 check across the table to the mayor or whoever, wherever they are, and say, "What permits do I need?" And they say, "We'll take care of that. Don't worry. Go and do your thing.
Go make your movie."
Yeah,
we'll send some police out there to keep the people away. Oh, okay. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, Hollywood gets passes, man. I always found it interesting in Hollywood, man. They're always out there on these, like, I don't know, let's take Top Gun movie, for instance, man. They're on these fucking aircraft carriers and these jets are coming in and the helicopters and all this shit. And I'm like, well, they just paid for the U.S. military to do the movie? Or, I mean, how the fuck does that work, man? I mean, I'm always curious about that because I think the U.S. military gives them the shit, man. The government just says, yeah. You gonna do a Hollywood movie? Top Gun 2? Oh, fuck yeah, man. Yeah, whatever you want, man. What do you want? A couple aircraft carriers? A battleship? What do you need? Helicopters? Oh, you need a few F-16s? Yeah, we got that. No problem. Just fuel those bad boys up. You want to fly them around here for a couple days and take some pictures? Okay, cool. You're like, how the fuck did they do that? I mean, they just give it to Hollywood because they want to promote that America's great and that we've got aircraft carriers and bitchin' fighter jets, right? Yeah, it makes no sense, man. And they always thank them in the movie too, man. If you look at the credits, you'll read it. The credit is, U.S. whatever the name of the ship was, and yeah, Army, Navy, whatever. Crazy, man. Hollywood gets a pass, man. Oh yeah, Hollywood always gets a pass, man. It sucks, man. Yeah. Anyway, they love to confuse everybody with the mainstream news and just everything, man. Whether it's, nothing's easy and to deal with these Mongos, man, day in, day out. I mean, you got to have your air tire pressure checked, twice a week. I mean, it's like, where the fuck is it gonna end? You know, they want you. They literally are trying to smash everybody into these little cities and smash them all together, and yeah, it's crazy, man. There's so much land, dude. There's so much land here in America. There's more land in Australia, but there's so much fucking land here. That's like good land too, man. Farming land, wide open spaces, water, rivers. This just fucking goes on forever, dude. You just drive for days, and you're like, is this fucking river gonna ever end? No, it's not. It doesn't end. It keeps going. Yeah. And it's like, there's all this open space all around it, man. Nobody's living there. Crazy. Anyway, I'm just bitching, complaining. Is this a bitch I can bitch on Monday thing or something?
It's kind of crazy that like there's such huge, vast populations on your is it the West Coast?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, and that's like
millions.
You know,
Millions.
the earthquake zone and everything. You know, and there's all this
Earthquake,
land in.
fire, flood, whatever.
Right.
We're all living here.
Hurricane. Yeah.
We're all gamblers, man. Yeah.
Right, and there's all that land where and
so much land, dude.
Inland.
Crazy. Anyway, it's fun, man, to just get out and to know what we know and to look at things so differently than we used to, man. It's a nice feeling, but is it gonna save the world? Probably not. Is it gonna make me a little better person? I hope so, man. I try to be. But other than that, man, I mean, if Emerald Rainbow doesn't want to check himself in, man, up here in the VC, man, we'll never get to talk to him, ever. And that's too bad, man. He might have had something really interesting to share. It's too bad. Anyway, do I have interesting shit to share? Not usually, but sometimes I can nail it. Yeah. I am very, very fascinated with an explanation for why did your spring start 3 days ago and ours doesn't start for another 20 days. Class. It's weird. I find that weird. I don't know if somebody wants to come in and explain that to me.
You'd be in autumn, right?
Yes, we're coming up on autumn, and you are into spring. So we're complete opposites, but you like 3 weeks ahead of us, dude. You're 3 weeks ahead of us on all of those equinoxes, or we call them, like the equinox or the solstice, right?
What, you haven't entered autumn yet?
No, not for another 3 weeks. 2.5 weeks.
Huh?
All right. I learned this.
I'm confused.
Shout out to Trouble About, man. She lives there. You might have run into her. Anyway, she was explaining to me years ago. I was like, she goes, "Oh, today's first day of spring." I'm like, "Hey, babe, man, it's September 1st. I think you're fucked up." I go, "You get another couple of weeks, 3 weeks, man." And she's like, no. Here in Australia, it's like September 1st. It's like, what? Get the fuck. What? I never got an explanation for why the hell that you guys are 3 weeks ahead of us. I ain't got it. I don't know.
Yeah, I would have just assumed that when we hit spring, you'd be in autumn.
No, not till the 21st of September. So like 21 days difference, right? You're around September 1st, right? Or August 31st. One of those, all right? That's your first day of spring. AJ and I were talking about that the other night, and I'm like, yeah, man, I've known that for years, but I never got an explanation why that is from a glober. How the fuck is that possible? I mean, you're going to make up some kind of refraction or something? Seasonal refraction. It's seasonal refraction. Like what?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
I'm confused about that.
Seasonal refraction. There you go. Yeah, it makes sense. Totally makes sense. Yeah, that's perfect. Thanks. Thanks a lot. So
Yeah, I'm not getting out of that.
Anyway, well, I hope you have a nice spring, and and it warms up for you. AJ lives up in the mountains there, where the snow line. He's up in the snow.
Yeah.
He just finished the season, right? It's over, and everybody's gone home because he lives in a little town, man, up in the mountains. That's not a big population, a few thousand, whatever. But during the winter, when everybody wants to go skiing, the place gets packed with fucking people, and tourists. Everybody wants to go snow skiing, snowboarding, and all that, right?
We had a relatively warm winter. On average, it was one of the warmest winters we've had.
It was the worst winter on record, man. He said it was the worst.
Well, yeah, some places got cold, but on average, apparently Australia,
but
it was the warmest winter for Australia in a while.
The snow was shit this year for you guys. Just the opposite of us here in California, where we had a record snow dump last winter, man. Record. We got more snow than it's ever been, ever. And it was so massive. They had to shut down towns and cities for months. People couldn't get anywhere, man. There was 20 feet of snow, dude. 20 feet.
Shit.
I mean, people were literally buried in their houses, man. They had to open the door and start shoveling. It was
Wow.
wicked, dude. I mean, the whole
Never
house
seen anything like that.
That's how much snow we had this year, man. It was crazy. I'd never seen anything like it, man.
I might have once in my life seen about 3 feet deep of snow.
Yeah.
At the most, yeah.
I drove to Crater Lake one time, man. It's a pretty famous lake in Oregon. And driving up there, man, it was like they opened the road today. I was like, oh, let's go to Crater Lake. And we were driving along these snowbanks. They were 20 feet high on both sides of the road, all the way to Crater Lake for 30 miles. Was 20 feet of snow on both sides of the road. It was crazy, man. I was like, this is so wild, man. I'm driving in a tunnel with the roof that's open. That was crazy. But yeah, that's how much snow they had this year in California. It was just mind-blowing, record-shattering. And you guys are just the opposite. You guys had the worst on record. AJ was telling me, he lives there in the mountains, but yeah, they had a shit snow dump this year. It was shitty.
Yeah.
And we've had a decade.
Spring was warm.
Spring was warm.
The first day, it was like it was obeying the calendar. It was 1st of September, nice warm day. Here you go. Holy shit!
You could wear a t-shirt and shorts, maybe shorts. Did you bust out the shorts?
I wasn't that game, but
all right.
No, it was. Yeah, it was. It was shit. I got to take my jacket off. Yeah.
Yeah. I love those days, man. When it's oh man, the weather really changed, quick, overnight, literally.
Yeah.
I like, that's the season change. Those are the things they, keeps us in rhythm in life. Living here on Earth. And it's so important to pay attention to the seasons and the changes, and it's so obvious.
Yeah.
It's flat and stationary, man. It's so ridiculous, but people
where I am, we've still got to watch for frosts right up until I guess November. Even in December, you could get a freak frost.
Yeah.
But usually you wait until about November before you might want to start some tomato seedlings off indoors or keep them covered, and then November hits, you can put them in and pretty safe that they're going to survive, any cold nights.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's something you got to do. If you start your seedlings early, you get an early harvest. Great. But yeah, you start them indoors. We never freeze where I'm at ever. So I'm pretty happy about that. I can grow anything anytime, all year, pretty much.
Right.
But
What's crazy is like about 2 hours north of where I am, you
yeah,
can grow stuff all year round. It's just weird.
couple hundred
Just that
kilometers.
short of a distance. Yeah, just that short of a distance away, and it's a totally different climate.
Oh, and you know why? It's called climate refraction. Don't you know
Yeah.
it? Dude, yeah. It's funny, man, when you start thinking about it. It's so great to come on here and talk to people and go, hey, man, what's up in Australia? What's going on? I learned so much about Australia just by hanging out with people that live there because I can ask them questions and I can figure out, you guys don't eat too much kangaroo. I get it, man. You know,
We're
but
looking at steaks actually on the shelf the other day.
yeah,
Because I went and I wanted a couple of ossobuco, and Mrs. pointed out the kangaroo steaks, and I was like, "Nah, I'm good, thanks."
yeah, that's just I don't know. It'd be like eating dog meat here in America or something crazy like that. I mean, it's almost like that. But yeah, it's just such a weird thing we're living in, man. I can't figure it out, but with your guys' help, man, I think we'll all figure it out, and then we can pass the knowledge down. But it's been an interesting ride, man. So he left. Yeah, he didn't want to check in.
Nah,
No, I think that was Pea Drinker, man. I was betting on it. I really was.
yeah, I think it might have been.
Yeah, the name was, the account was a little too fresh. I'm like, this person, of course they don't want to go to BC check-in because they know they'll never get back down here. They're done. They're just hoping for somebody to open up their mic in here, which has been done, man. I can't do it, but, other mods have done it from time to time. And we end up with Pea Drinker in here. Thanks, assholes. Yeah. Anyway, Chill Chat's been bumping for like a week.
Yeah.
I've never seen it like this. This is a whole new phenomenon to me. I've been in and out of there a few times.
Well, I think people are really taking advantage of the fact that you can share your screen in there and watch
yeah,
watch
you can
vids.
share the screen. You can watch a video together. I always loved that about Hangouts. We used to do it all the time, man. We were like, okay, let's watch this video from NASA. Okay, let's check out this thing from whatever it was. It could have been Jeranism or something. Would have been any number of things. Everybody had the opportunity to share screen, so people were sharing screen all the time. So it was limited to only 10 people at a time, though, that could get on the panel. But usually, it was always full. And Poncho Pete would sing a song, and then we'd watch a video about from whatever. It was back then, man. It was could have been anybody playing anything, and there was no censorship, and there was no copyright shit either. We could play music. We could watch TV. It was nothing, man. YouTube did not give a shit until like 2018, 2019. That's when they really brought in the hammer. No. The fun's over, boys and girls. Fun's over. No more sharing. You have been eliminated from talking about anything that's not approved by us. You guys can't talk about that.
That's what I was going to say before. Like, I mean, these platforms are privately owned companies, you know, and I guess they've got these laws and shit that they have to abide by. You know, they have to put up these, you know, just by default they have to have terms of service and community guidelines and all that shit, rah. Or they get shit on from even higher up or whatever. You know, I mean, I don't know, but
Yeah.
you know, is there like a public platform on the net where you could utilize it for this sort of purpose, where they don't, you know, it's not
I think it's
as
called the, I don't know. I've heard it referred to as the dark web, but there literally is another internet that runs off of a different browser system. And we used to get an account called Giga News, and we would pay $10 a month, and we could download and watch anything on there. We could download, and it's like it was just software, you name it, man. Music. We downloaded so much music from there, dude. I mean, back then it was before, you know, YouTube and all that. We used to just go in there and go, holy shit, there's an entire fucking Beatles collection right here. Click here. You want it? Yes. It was that easy, right? And, you know, we used to pay, you know, $10 or $12 an album. You know, I can get 14 albums right here. Click. Okay, this is fucking cool, man. So it was this place. I don't know what it's like now. I wonder what it's like now. I wonder if there is like a, you know, like a hangout kind of place to really bring in and talk to people. But it was complicated to even get on this thing, man, called Giga News, man. But it was
I
just
remember reading.
It was, but it's still there, man. I heard somebody was talking about it in here not too long ago. They knew about it.
I remember about 10 years ago reading an article in New Scientist, I think it was, and it was talking about how the internet had become like its own nation, like like a virtual country, basically. And it was a free country. I mean, it barely had any like policing. Like the policing was done within people's own servers and shit. You know, whatever they set up, it was their rules. What they said goes. You know, and they were talking. And back then, they were talking about like how do we start, you know, like enforcing laws, you know, onto this virtual nation that's developed. You know, it was even 10 years ago, it was still kind of out of control.
Yeah, it was. Like 10 years ago, I ran into a documentary. If I could tell you the name of it, it would Aaron. His name was Aaron. He was this young programmer. And he figured that everybody should be able to share all information from every college and every school and every scientific paper. Everything should be open to everybody. And he set out to do this, man. And he started opening up all these different libraries from different universities, man. And there was no laws against that. They had to make up laws to do it, to stop him. And they busted him, they charged him, and he ended up killing himself, man. But he let out so much information for free. It was just, it should always be free. That was his point. And I couldn't agree with him, you know. I totally agree with him. It was 100% without a doubt that all information should be out there, man. Every single paper. We shouldn't have to go to like .edu and pay for a fucking published paper on gravity or whatever it is. I mean, come on, fuck off. You know, we paid, you know, this, by the way, all these major universities got their fucking land from the government. The government gave them that land to build that school. And that means all their information, everything that they do there should be public. And I was like, oh, fuck yeah, man, 100%. You know, The government gave you the fucking land to build your giant fucking university, and you're not sharing information with the people, man. No, you got to pay for that, bro. That
I'm
sucks, man.
surprised how big those unis are. Some of them unis are huge. I mean, they're like their own suburb, you know. Fucking
Dude, they got their own like Starbucks and McDonald's and Taco Bell. Shit, right there.
yeah,
It's cool,
you want
man.
to catch a taxi from one side to the other, man. It's like fucking too far of a walk.
It's so bad, dude. I've been on a couple of these campuses. I'm like, oh my god, this place is crazy, dude. You got to be kidding me. And this is the place of learning, man. Right? Learning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I ended up at this really bitchin' junior, like a community college. It was right on the beach, man. I was like, are you kidding me? This place was so cool, man. And it's been there for like 75 years. I go, this is the coolest looking school I've ever seen in my life, man. It's on the fucking beach. And, and it looks like it was built 70 years ago. And it's still there. And it's like thriving. And I'm like, this is where, if I would have known there were schools like that, man, I would have been like a much better student, man. I would have been all over it, dude. I'm going to that school because dude, I'm going to learn shit and hang out at the beach at the same time. Can we do that? Oh, yeah, you can do that. But nobody told me I could do that, man. I had bad teachers, man. I had bad parents. They fucked it up, man. I fucked it up. Oh, we got Orich D, man. Go up to VC check-in, 1 or 2, I don't care. Go click on that, man. I can check you in, but you're not going to have any say in the conversation right now.
Awkward. Yeah. Oh, there he goes. He's up there.
All right, let's go up there. Let's check him out.
All right.
You guys want to join in, man?
I'm going to go make a coffee. I'll be back in a sec.
I fucking nailed that shit, 100%, dude. Pete Drinker, guarantee. Go check it out. He left too. I busted him. I go, how'd you find this place? Yeah, hey, Pete Drinker, man, you did not drink your pee or die. That's my favorite thing that you've ever said. I hope that put a smile on your face, man. But you had it with a lot more enthusiasm than I gave it. I didn't give it quite what it deserves, but I'm a more chill guy. I'm more chill. Anyway, just want you guys to know I was right. Nailed it. 100% nailed it. All right. Anybody out there? Nobody's here, man. Nobody's in the chat. Nobody's hanging out. They're all down in the chill chat. Go down there. Maybe one of those Mongos wants to talk to you down there in chill chat. Pete Drinker. Go for it, man. I'm sure they'll talk to you down there. I mean, there's a lot of love in that room down there. There's a lot of love. Beasticles is sharing his screen, man. He's doing a presentation. Go check it out. Get the hell out of here, Pete Drinker. You go. All right. I wish you the best. There you go. Yeah, go down there. Yep. Is he going down there? Maybe. I don't know. Dude, he only said one word, man. I asked him, how did you find this place? He said, God. All right, soap called. Same thing. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Quit trolling. Yeah. Yeah. Get the fuck. All right. I gotta go in like a half an hour or so. Anybody here? T-Dub, you lost me. Timbo? Nobody? Sydney? Julie? Jay? Batman? Nobody. All right, man. I'll catch you guys later. I'm gonna go chill chat with these guys. See what's up.
from the bottom up. If I was standing on a shore watching a ship move away from me,
Yeah. Explain that, please. Yeah, that
I
way.
can explain it perfectly.
Please take your time.
The reason you can see a large ship disappear bottom first while you're standing on the shore watching it, which whoever asked the question has never done, by the way, is because it's because of angular resolution. You're going to see.
What?
Listen, the horizon is not an actual place. It's like the globe people claim that it's the curvature of the Earth. The boat isn't going over the horizon, right? It's not just like traveling up a hill and then going down a hill like freaking Bill Nye, the freaking retard guy. This, what you're gonna see when you're standing on the shore, if you did watch it, anyone that asked this question, if you did watch a ship sail off into the horizon, not over it, you're gonna see the top of it last, because it starts to diminish because of angular resolution.
Why does it have to do with the bottom disappearing?
Do I just freaking explain it? If you don't understand it,
that have nothing to do with the bottom of the teeth disappearing. It should be uniformly.
No, well, you're gonna, like I said, you're gonna see the top last.
No,
because of angular resolution. It's
on a flat
squished.
surface. It should disappear uniformly.
No, it's not going to happen that way. Especially, I mean, if you it depends on the atmospheric conditions and everything. If you guys don't understand this, you're just broken. Your mind is broken. You just want to believe the ball so bad.
I understand that you're trying to make it work somehow, but not even yourself understand what you're trying to say, because no object is going to disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface.
So you're saying that if I'm standing on the shore and I'm watching a ship move away, I want to pull this to the front, right? Me and you, Jose, right? So when you
holding hands in the
let me ask you this. I'm not sure if we have established this.
I gotta picture this. We are in the shore of the beach. We're holding hands and skipping, and now we're getting our feet wet in the shore of the beach. All right, now carry on.
No, I'm just wondering, bro. Do you think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth? I should have asked you that right at the beginning. I should have asked you that, but that's all right. We're in the weeds now. But do you think that the horizon, when you're standing on the beach, is the curvature of the Earth? I'm asking you directly.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, meaning maybe, probably not. Why is Sean G in here? I don't mind Sean G being here.
Why are you here? Why are you here, Sean G?
Okay.
No, but he's muted.
So is the horizon the curvature of the Earth?
Let's say yes. I'll say yes.
All right. So the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. Here we go.
All right. I'll say yes. Okay. Go ahead. Guide me through your script. Let's go.
No, it's not my script, bro. It's your script. Freaking Bill Nye, the science guy, made a video about it. It's like, the reason that we see boats disappear from the bottom is because that's the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. And
who is Bill Nye? Well, you keep mentioning. You like him? Do you think he's an authority for something?
Hey, I say Bill Nye just to name drop but dude, on 24/7, you know how many people come through there. People will say the same nonsense all of the time. So it's not just Bill Nye. It's just like, but these freaking kids think the horizon is the curvature.
Wait, Helio and Jose, we're not kids. We're adults trying to get to the bottom.
Okay, but you're an adult, and that's more embarrassing. You think that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth.
No, I answered you yes. So you can
just said yes.
Yes, I say yes. So carry on, please. Go ahead. What is the next point?
Why do you? All right, so you like I'll say if you think you're standing on the shore, whatever. Everyone that claims the horizon is curvature, they've never experienced watching a boat go over the curvature of the Earth, which they think is the horizon.
I have.
All right, cool. So tell me about it.
You're standing on the shore, Helio and me. We drove to the beach. We exit the car. We held hands. We were skipping, and we stand in the shore. I grab my P900 and I zoom into this big container ship, and it's going away from me. And the further it goes, it starts disappearing from the bottom up. I'm not losing details of the ship. So it's not like getting blurred and none of these other effects are going on. It's big enough for me to determine the details, but it keeps disappearing from the bottom up. There's going to be a point that the bottom half is going to be, I don't know where, because the ship is not sinking. So there's going to be an explanation besides the curvature of the Earth is what's on the way, blocking the bottom of the ship. But you haven't given to me that. You told me it's some kind of optical effects that I never read into this. I never seen into this. I have no idea how this will work if the Earth didn't have a curvature.
Well, hey, I don't even have to say anything. You just said it. So anyway, yes, it's optical. It's an optical effect. You're watching the boat move across a flat water. I don't really know how to explain it better than that, to be honest.
So you think the water is flat? When it always,
I don't think the water is flat. That's the way water works. What are you talking about? This is a natural function of water. You're the one that thinks the water is curving around a ball. I don't think
always ripples. There's always ripples and waves, so it's never flat. Flat, you mean?
Dude,
not moving, right?
I've told you several times, bodies of water at rest are level on the surface. They don't curve around due to gravity. I've already said that several times. If you can make up all kinds of shit about cresting water, due to tides and all that kind of shit, fine.
Perfect. Because I want to know where these big bodies of water at rest are. Where there's always movement.
You show me the freaking curved water. It's not about
I can show you any body of water, any big enough body of water is never at rest. There's always movement.
No. See, the only curved water you showed me tonight was that fake picture of the globe that you showed.
So water at rest, we can see that on Earth, even though I never seen evidence for water at big bodies of water at rest.
Well, I mean, what do you want? What more do you want?
I want evidence of a big body of water at rest that you claim there exists.
Well, a swimming pool, a freaking
that's
lake?
Not big enough. Not big enough to measure.
Lakes are. How about the Great Lakes?
We need a few miles.
Rob Skiba freaking took 27-mile journey across the Great Lake to show.
Moving. It's not still. It's not at rest.
I know it's not at rest.
Okay, so there's no evidence of water at rest.
By tides, though, it's a different function of the lake.
But in the point of water at rest doesn't exist. That's we can agree on that. Big bodies of water at rest, because I cannot put a container ship in a pool. I need a big enough body of water, but you mentioned at rest, where there's not a big enough body of water ever at rest. It's always moving.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, the only way you can get a body of water at rest is like a swimming pool or a bathtub or something like that.
No, not big enough. Not big enough.
But hey, sure. How about a lake that's freaking 70 miles wide? Is that big enough? But it's not at rest because there's always weather. You can't.
Thank you very much. Yeah, never at rest. Yeah.
God damn it. You're freaking trying so hard. But it's all
No,
right.
I'm not even trying, man. I'm not even trying. I swear, I'm not even trying, bro.
Yeah, I know it's just freaking weird that you understand what I'm saying. I just don't. I think it's funny that you're that you're doing this. But anyway, I think we've pretty much
Yeah. I think
got
it
this
could be
shit
fun.
done.
Yeah, it could be fun if we invite some people in. If we move to the YouTube live, but before we go, I really need you to post a link to your YouTube channel and Discord server if you want to share it, because
Oh,
I want to
sure.
add that to the description box. So throw that on, either DM me or put it on the Daily Boom. But give a talk to the people on the audience that is listening, that is on questioning and in the ropes, and to us, give us a message, give us your final thoughts. And did you enjoy? It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It was fun. Like I enjoyed
No,
this.
it was really
Yeah,
fun
man.
for me.
Give
I
your
ain't gonna
final thoughts,
lie.
brother.
It was so fun, man. I really enjoyed coming to talking to Jose. I won't come in here on when he does the live streams, but he invited me to have a one-on-one, and I thought it went well. You guys obviously hate us or whatever, but I'm not going to change.
I don't.
Nobody's going to change anybody's mind as far as, and I don't want to change anybody's mind. What's really interesting to me is that people are curious about why people think the Earth is flat, and so I sometimes I will come out and tell you why I think the Earth is flat, and so and Jose's been a part of the community for a few years, so it was just really interesting that he reached out to me. That's all I wanted to say. And I'm sure a lot of people here are familiar with the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live. I host that one. Not host as far as like voice. I have a computer, separate that just runs that channel 24 hours a day. And sometimes I'll do some live streams from my Heliosceptic channel. So other than that, most people know me, so I appreciate you inviting me, Jose. It's been
Yeah, man. It's been fun indeed. I want to thank you for accepting my invitation, which I told you yesterday. We spoke a little bit, kind of in a private conversation. That is the second time that I spoken 1v1 with another person. I call it discussion because I suck at debating, and you guys can see why I suck at debating. I mean,
yeah, me too.
It's
me
fun.
too.
I like
Both
the
of us.
discussion. I like the conversation. I really do. And it was lively today. I liked it. I enjoyed it.
That's fun.
All right. Yep. Hey, before we move on to the YouTube live, Shunji is here. Shunji, want to talk to you maybe for a few minutes, and then we'll all move to the YouTube live so we can get more participants.
Hey, Jose. If you want to continue your stream, like I said, I'm going to mirror our conversation on my channel. If you want to continue it, we can go ahead and do that, and I'll still.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Now, before we move to the other room, because Shunji is here. Shunji, I want to talk to Helio for a few minutes, and then we'll move on to the main channel.
What's up, Helio? How you doing, sir?
How you doing, Sean? It's been a while. Last time I think I was on your stream, I freaking told Bob to fuck himself. But anyway.
I believe so. I think that was a fun one.
That was freaking funny. But anyway.
But I was just kind of listening on what you were saying, and it's kind of the same. I don't go to 24/7 anymore, really, but I do appreciate it when you guys get me back in there when I do need to. Do you find that the discussion is changing at all, or is it kind of going in circles to you?
I don't think it necessarily has to change. I think that it's solid. It's like the globe is the globe, the flat is the flat, right?
But we both understand that only one can be reality, right?
Well, I guess so, but
Well, I see what you're saying. If that's the way you look at it, that's one thing. But the idea is that we understand that one is actual reality, and once we start going that direction, then we're going to have to start talking evidence and reality. And
Yeah,
I
of
just
course,
wondered,
of course. Yeah, I'm
because
totally on the board with
Shanji,
that.
do you got something open over there? Some kind of a video or something? We can hear it here. Or TV or something.
yeah, I'm moving back to the room.
Yeah,
No,
you're right, Sean. There's either evidence of one or the other. Yes.
yeah. Well, you remember when I used to go to 24/7 how I used to go against the grain pretty much and ask a lot of questions, and that doesn't really happen anymore over there. You don't find that to be kind of an issue with finding evidence, though?
Evidence of what? Earth being a globe? So every evidence that
not
I've heard of
necessarily.
Earth being a globe would be like every time I ask someone, "What's your evidence?" They can look up at the stars and sun and moon.
Well, we can look at multiple things, measurements, surveying. I mean, the whole nine is listed in all the evidence for a globe. But rather than talk about what the evidence for a globe is, shouldn't we be talking about what evidence for flat Earth is?
Why would you when it's obviously flat? I mean, how can water curve around a ball? Why would you talk about gravity? All right, so let's talk about gravity. See, we're back. We're back there now. Do you have any evidence that gravity exists?
Absolutely. Are you sitting at a desk right now?
Yes.
You see a pen?
Yeah.
All right, do me a favor. Pick it up. Put it about eye level. Look at it. Spin it around.
This is the weakest shit, Sean.
No.
Bro.
But you asked me for evidence for it, didn't you?
There is no evidence. That's weight. The pen weighs something. When I pick it up, I increase the energy of the weight, and then I let it go, and it falls. Fine. That's energy introduced.
So
when the
then you're
pen's
saying
sitting there not moving, then what force is acting upon it when it's still?
Well, the gravity against the surface of a table.
Okay.
That's why.
Well, what is gravity? What are you talking about?
Well, are you saying that it's potential energy then?
No. The potential energy is only introduced when I pick it up.
Well, that would be potential energy. Remember you said you put energy into it and then it falls. That would be potential energy. So
I didn't touch it when I pick it up. Potential energy is.
So then, when a rock falls off the top of a mountain, what energy does it have that makes it fall all the way down to almost elevation zero, if it could?
All the way down to zero. What do you mean by that?
Fall to the ground as far as it could go. It doesn't have to be zero. It could be under that.
Dude, it still has weight.
Okay. Well, then how do you measure that weight?
With a scale.
And what is that scale calculating?
Well, I mean, it depends on how you look at it. I mean, you could say mass of an object when it's not moving. I'm not totally sure what mass is. I'm kind of
well, I mean,
and a lot of people aren't very sure about what mass is either.
Well, if you step on a scale, something has to be happening for it to register your weight, correct?
Sure, but is it a force? I mean, see, you're trying to manipulate my conversation to calling it a force of gravity. I mean, I already don't.
No,
What I'm
doing is I'm asking.
Yes.
You're right. If I'm going to explain
it's
my
9.8
understanding
meters per second squared. Yes, that's the force of gravity. Yes, I'm quite aware of all of that.
Okay. If I'm going to explain my version of gravity, then yes, I'm going to look at it as a force. But that's not what I was doing. I was asking you how things work in your idea. I was trying to ask you why a scale registers your weight. How?
I'm trying to ask you, since I weigh something and there's an average force that's agreed upon by multiple freaking scientists and everything. You know, there's a average force when you drop something.
It's a
probably
gravitation.
will or fall. You know, at this amount of speed, and you can use it functionally here in physics. Hey, let me ask you.
Okay, but it's
how
not
that
it's not
how
average.
that
It's
equates
gravitational.
to balls spinning around the universe. You are asking me if gravity exists. I know that I weigh something. It's not a big deal to me. You tell me how that equates to balls spinning around the universe.
Or we can move to another topic now if that's what you're trying to do. Everything we look at, but you're asking me a question where we would have to look up. So we could keep it on Earth if you like.
Well, I can actually tell you how they came up with that 9.8 meters per second squared number. We can go into that if you really want to get deep into it.
Sure, absolutely.
Let's do it then. Let me grab another beer and I'll be back. This is kind of ridiculous. I mean, you're equipped. I can do it, but it's really gonna show. You can actually look this shit up on Google. It's like, how did they come up with 9.8 meters per second squared? I mean, you want me to go through all the minutia of how they came up with the 9.8 meters per second squared when it doesn't actually have anything to do with gravity at all? That's all a philosophical concept.
I never asked you that question.
All right. So what are you asking me directly? What do you think?
On flat Earth, why does weight register on a scale?
Because you weigh something.
Why do you weigh something? Why is that weight in the down direction when you step on a scale? Why can't you step on a scale on a wall and do the same thing?
I don't know, you know, there's some questions that can't be answered. Are you comfortable with that?
Well, is it can't be answered by flat Earth or can't be answered, period?
No, wait a minute. If someone gives me an answer on the globe Earth idea, I already know that answer. I already know that answer.
Yeah,
I was just saying it.
That's the thing. I know for a fact you know because
you
you
have
heard
an
it from
explanation. You have an explanation with gravity, right?
Okay. So now,
all right, cool.
I would think it'd only be fair if we now, since we clearly everyone has an explanation for the globe. We all call it gravity. We're going to say the same things. Now, since we know this.
This is amazing, Sean. I mean, you're showing you're exposing yourself as an ignorant person. It's like we've been doing this for a few years. I've known you for a while.
Well,
if flat Earth doesn't have an explanation for weight, and we don't have a replacement for gravity, then you're just dumb as fuck, and you believe the Earth is flat. I just showed you,
I didn't say that,
and Jose, that the Earth is flat. There's no freaking way that the Earth can be a globe.
Helio, first of all, I've never talked to you that way, and I probably never will. So that is definitely not what I said to you just now. Right. I clearly said that we both agree, and I know, and you know, that you know exactly what I would say if we're going to talk about gravity. So there's no point in really going over that again, I think. That's why I then asked, well, what is your idea of how these things work? Now, if you're telling me you don't know, you don't know. Okay, that's fine. I'm pretty sure we don't need to go around in circles about what the globe knows.
On that point, though, like with flat Earth, obviously it is working, right? If the Earth is flat, let's say this, right? If the Earth is flat, and you guys will say, if the Earth is a globe, how would this, and this? Well, if the Earth is flat and objects weigh things, and people have studied this for many years, they measure what they call gravity.
You're right. I asked you about flat Earth. I didn't say, well, the globe. We've already established.
You're asking me. Well, what you're asking me is what causes something to weigh something.
Yes.
I can't answer that question. The globe Earth idea is that it's gravity causes it, but they can't scientifically prove it. And On top of
what?
that,
No, there's plenty of evidence.
all right.
And
Which ones? Which one, Sean? No, show me some science.
We don't.
Grab it.
Okay. Do we want to do this? We've already established you've heard this. We can do it again. My favorite is this. Hey, Helio, you sitting at a desk?
Oh God! Drop a pen. Oh my God.
There you go. So that's evidence for the explanation of gravity that we're talking about. Whether you like it or not, it is evidence. Sorry.
Oh shit! Falls gravity. But it doesn't prove. Cool. You can call it gravity. I'll call it weight. Yeah. I weigh something. The pen weighs something.
Okay.
Or you can call it relative density. I mean, look it up.
That's specific gravity.
Specific gravity. Yes, exactly. Yeah, relative density, specific gravity, same freaking thing.
The thing is
there's the curvature of Earth.
Helio. But just so you know, that relative density, specific gravity, it isn't a force. It isn't a vector. It's not describing anything like that. It is the measurement of the buoyant force, which does need gravity.
Yes, I do know that. Yeah.
Just wanted to check.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay,
so you were trying. Where's the curvature? Where's the curvature?
Okay. You can observe it on a beach. I've made many observations.
Really, you can stand on the beach and see the curvature of Earth.
Yep, the effects of the curvature of Earth.
What if you were standing on that beach and you were like Superman and just like floated up 100,000 feet? What would the horizon look like then?
It'd be much further away, and you'd have a much wider field of view of the horizon.
Would it like curve left to right
at 100,000? Probably. Yeah. I've never been there, but probably.
Oh, well, I haven't been there either, but I've seen some freaking amazing footage from over 100,000 feet, and there was no left to right curvature. So,
yeah, but that same footage, we've put straight lines on that horizon and shown that it is curving.
Oh my God. Sean.
I know, right? It's crazy, but we've done it. You've seen it.
No,
I know you've seen it 100 times. It's
we haven't done it.
You guys may not have done it, but plenty of people have. Whether you're willing to accept it or not is, I guess, for yourself. But
sure, we're free to express our opinions on all sides.
Absolutely, whether they're correct or not.
All right, guys. I need to jump in just 1 second. I got 2 comments I want to read, and then we'll move on to the YouTube live.
It was fun.
Until you guys
do this later. I know we're just gonna end up going in circles. I can already see it.
Yeah, I know, bro.
But,
you guys,
I'm about to jump out, but Jose, man, I appreciate you inviting me here today.
Yeah, man. Hey, let me read.
Did you stop the live stream?
No. I'm still going. I'm gonna.
Okay, cool.
I mean, I'm hanging in here, so it's all good. Quickly, Larry Scott. He got 2 quick questions. If you want to touch on those, Helio. Larry Scott say, what causes weight?
Hey, would it be okay if someone said they don't know? I mean,
no, that's okay.
It's like there's a lot of shit that we don't know. Yeah, what causes weight? I don't know.
Yep. Perfect. And then second question, he say, Larry Scott again. Maybe Helio, you can hand wave eclipses and Venus.
Eclipses and Venus. Are you talking about? That's kind of a weird question. Was that a super chat?
Yeah, it's like
so eclipses. Yeah, I mean, eclipses happen, of course.
Yeah.
Venus
exist.
I mean, sometimes you'll actually see Venus. You know, a Venus transit of the sun. I mean, it's a rare occurrence, but yeah. So yeah, I'm quite aware of the solar system, the way that they describe it. But if there's no curvature of Earth, you know, with the way that they describe it, then sure, there are anomalies in the sky that we see all the time. But if there's no curvature of the Earth, we're not the third rock from the sun. So that's my answer to that.
All right, perfect. And last comment, big shout out. This is Citizen9. Thank you very much, Citizen9. He says, "Hey, Jose, bro, can we have more one of these one-on-one? Can we have more of these one-on-ones? I've been laughing at the flat earthers all night. They are hysterical. Nice end to the weekend. Thank you very much, Citizen9. And if you are laughing and you enjoy it, you see it as comedy, hey, I mean, success. This is entertainment. Some people see it more as a comedy. Some people see it more as annoying. They bang their heads like, no, I can't believe what Jose say. I can't believe what Helio says. So, hey, if you're enjoying it, then it has been a success. Thank you very much for that, man. Hey, let's move on to
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree, Jose.
Hell yeah, man.
Can I do?
Yeah. If you want to comment,
do some freaking shout outs or whatever.
Please, yeah.
I have the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, which I'm sure a lot of people here are familiar with.
You're gonna share the link with me, right? On the
DM.
DM.
I'll share the link.
Okay.
Hold on.
Or in the Daily Boom. Do it in the Daily Boom.
Yeah, I'll do it there and on the YouTube channel. Yeah, I actually, for the most part during the week, I'm a 9 to 5 or whatever. I get up in the morning, I start the live stream. It runs 12 hours, and I get home, and then I restart it again because YouTube won't archive the videos from that channel at over 12 hours. So that's pretty much where I'm. That's what I do, and then every once in a while I'll do a stream from my channel, and I'm going to mirror this one on my channel.
Yep.
So I'll send both of those channels to you if you want to add them to the description.
Yep.
And everyone.
Yeah, while you guys are talking in the YouTube live among yourselves, I'll be keeping a close eye so it doesn't go crazy. I will moderate if needed, if everybody start talking over each other. But I expect a fun, dynamic, back and forth conversation with everybody. And while you guys talk, then I'll set that up on the.
Hey, I think the last super chat was right. You should do some more one-on-ones, Jose.
I enjoy it. Yeah, I've been Lemon Bird, Aurif Engli. You're listening to YouTube chat. I tried to DM you on Discord, but it doesn't allow me to DM you. So you have to send me a DM, Aurif. So we can set up a time, you and me, so we can have a chat over here. It's gonna be fun with Arif because Arif have a lot of math. He have a lot of links and he got pictures and illustrations and stuff to share. And I cannot wait to talk to Lemon Bird. Yeah.
Really? You've already talked to Lemon Bird for hours. I think.
But not me, not just me like now.
Not just one-on-one. Yeah, that could be interesting. I'll listen.
I'll listen.
Sounds pretty cool.
All right, let's move on. I'm gonna move you guys myself to the one-on-one. So hang in there, hold yourself. And we are here on YouTube Live. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate your patience. Big shout out to the panelists. Now we got Bearded Bro is in the house. Bearded Devil, Chike, Ed Freeze, Heliosceptic, Left Lane, Sean G, Solaris, and the Stingray. Thank you all for being here. Take it away. The floor is all yours.
Yeah, I have a question for Heliosceptic. You said you had objection to the picture I posted. You said it's impossible. Why?
Which one? I mean, that was a while ago.
The one of the moon was taken by Apollo 8. Of the moon and the Earth in the background.
Are you talking about the moon, the Earth from the moon?
Yeah, it wasn't from the moon. It was from moon orbit.
Wait. All right. So it was. Yeah. So it was.
I did.
It was a. They claim it was a picture from the lunar orbiter. Well, it was an Earthrise, basically, right? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
So you're saying that picture? Can you post it again? So
Yeah, I just did.
Yeah, that one, dude. No. Yeah, that's impossible.
Why? Tell me why.
I'll tell you why. Let me tell you why. The surface of the moon. Now, where do you think this image came from?
I told you, lunar orbit.
I thought that was already established.
Everything that.
Okay, well, here's where even if it was from an orbiter, picture from an orbiter, it looks like it's very close to the surface.
I got the picture up. I got the picture up for YouTube, and everybody's watching it.
Yes, it's called horizon. Yes.
All right, cool. So even if it's very close to the surface of the moon, when you look at the moon, you only see one side of it, right? It's just goes through phases, but you only see one side of the moon, right? That's an objective truth. I mean, everybody sees one side of the moon.
It's tied
from
to
Earth. Yes, of course, we all see the same freaking side of the moon.
Hold on, what side is that then?
Well, there is no side of the moon because the moon is not what you think it is. But that's I'm not.
You need to pick your battleground, dude. Either it's got a side and it doesn't, or it does.
Well, I mean, I was taught when I was growing up that the moon is a sphere.
Did you hear the words? Did I ask that question? No, I didn't. I said, what side are you looking at?
The only side you ever see. I just freaking explained that.
I don't want to divert it. I want to know why we can't take this picture.
What they claim about the moon is that you can this image, with half of the Earth lit. You can't, especially when the moon's lit right there by the sun. You won't see the Earth like that. It would be above your head. It would be huge because it's 6 times larger than the moon. You wouldn't even be able to capture that.
It's not 6 times larger. It's a bit less than 4 times larger. So, but we see the moon like that.
Yeah,
Why
6
can't
times
we see the Earth like
times less gravity, 4 times larger. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, my bad. I got you.
What? We see the moon like this. Why can't we see Earth like that?
Dude, the Earth would be so much larger. It would be so much larger.
Why? How much larger?
Because it is bigger. What the fuck?
Look, the moon
you think it would look like a moon in the sky?
The moon takes.
How big is the moon? How big is the moon in the sky?
I don't know how big the moon is. You guys fucking think you know how big the moon is.
Yeah,
so
the
you
moon
tell
takes,
me.
The moon takes half a degree in our view. Yes. So at most the Earth will take 2 degrees in our view. What's the problem? Fits in the camera. Actually, to have this picture, you will have to have a very narrow field of view.
Freaking silly. I don't know why you guys believe this nonsense.
Seriously, just try to answer the question instead of going off like that. Come on.
Well, no, I'm just like I'm telling you. I told you why the Earth would not look like that from near the surface of the moon if the moon is a thing and this is the orbiter taking a picture of Earth. I mean, that's insane.
Dude, if you're gonna make it's not gonna look like this. The Earth's gonna look like whatever.
Well, if you're gonna put this, hold on. If you're gonna put this picture up,
come on,
and
man.
say, I know where this picture was taken from.
Why are you tap dancing?
What? No, I'm not tap dancing. If you know where this
tap dancing for over 2 hours.
No, if you know where this image was taken from, whether it's an orbiting craft or it's taken from the moon. And I'll tell you what, I mean, every orbital, every moon landing, they had all their cameras and stuff like bouncing around, but none of them pointed the freaking camera up because the Earth would have been. I know, not at this point.
Why are you talking about that?
All right, so why don't you guys tell me where this picture was taken from?
It's only a
You were already
only
told,
orbit.
and now you're just saying the Earth would look bigger. How the hell would you know? Go ahead, let's hear
My
it.
impression
Well,
was,
I'm basing it on what you guys say about the Earth.
look, my impression was that your objection was that the Earth would be too big to fit in the picture frame. And I just showed you it wouldn't. It would be only 2 degrees. 2 degrees is nothing, even with simple camera with 120 degrees field of view. This was much less.
Hold on. You're going to have to tell me where this image came from so that I can.
Lunar orbits a few hundreds of kilometers or tens of kilometers above Moon's surface.
Okay, so it was taken from an orbiter, and then
Apollo 8.
Then the Earth was like half shadowed by
itself.
Because the sun is like directly the other way on the other side of
the sun
the
is
solar system.
It's above us and behind a bit.
Do you have any base? Like, this is where it was taken.
Look, I see the moon like this. I have no reason to believe I won't see Earth like this. Fits our model. You said you know our model better than us. So explain why this is impossible according to our model.
I don't have to. I mean, I'm not saying that the solar system, the way they created it, is not brilliant, but it doesn't. I just don't believe it.
Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, I know. It's okay.
So just really quickly, does your belief have any bearing on reality, or are the two very independent
No,
things?
yeah. Reality is that there's no curvature on Earth, and so yes, I'm quite familiar with the heliocentric model. I know most of it, and I just don't believe it. I think it's full of shit. I just don't believe it.
Yeah. Again, my question is: does your belief in any way dictate reality, or vice versa? Because I think we've got a disconnect there. You say this photo is impossible. You can't articulate why. You say there's no curvature, but in all of these photos that are in the Daily Boom right now, there's clearly curvature. There's curvature from the, from the Virgin Galactic flight. There's continuous rocket launchers with curvature. It's fine saying that there's no curvature, but that is your belief, and it is not the reality. The reality is we see it all the time now.
So you guys freaking believe that freaking Virgin Galactic stuff and SpaceX stuff? You guys believe that stuff?
Hey, really quick. I've been sitting in here all this time, but now I really have to go AFK for 5 minutes. So please play cool because I'm gonna be listening on my phone. And if moderation is needed, we got 2-3 moderators in this room right now. So you guys do whatever you need to be.
Hey, Jose, I'm jumping out too because I don't want to do this.
5 minutes,
I
dude.
do it all
I
the
was
time.
muted for 10 minutes. I was on mute for 10 minutes. You can do 5 more minutes. I'll be on mute. 5 more minutes. I'll be back shortly.
I just don't want to talk to these guys
because we don't believe what you believe.
No, sure. I mean, well, I guess I'll talk to you. What? All right. Yes, I don't believe it. I do know what you're saying, but I think it's a line of bullshit.
Okay, so my question is why?
Because I can see the Earth for what it is, and I can see, like, you guys probably watch the news, right? And believe shit that you see on the news, right?
I actually don't have a license to watch live broadcasts or TV. I don't watch TV. I watch very little news, to be honest. Sometimes I catch it, but that wasn't my question. My question is, why do you believe what you believe, and why do you? Well, I don't care why you don't.
That's
okay.
Not a belief.
Well, you've said believe a few times. Why do you think the Earth is flat then?
I don't think that water can curve around a ball due to gravity. I think I already went over this with Sean a minute ago. But if you can tell me how large bodies of water can curve around the ball due to gravity, and if you could show me that gravity is a real thing, then I might start to go back the other way.
Do you believe that gravity is in question in the scientific community then, with the whole scientific
I don't give
field?
a shit about the scientific community. You're
Brilliant.
going to have
Okay.
to prove
No, that's
gravity to me.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. So you are the decider of whether gravity is true, not people that have that have studied like these forces in depth all their lives. That's not a thing. It's just you, right?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? Whatever gravity is, show it to me. I
Just drop
I don't
something.
see where gravity is necessary.
Okay. You want to see gravity? Do you understand that you get diseases from things that you can't see? You understand that? So why do you think you can see everything? What makes you think everything can be shown to you and you can see it with your own eyes? How do you believe that that's the only way that you can believe in something if you see
That's kind of non sequitur. You got diseases,
cause.
I know that bacteria and shit like that exists. Yeah, of course.
And you can't see them with your eye, can you?
It's a really non sequitur, man.
It's a
bad analogy. It's a bad analogy.
It's to the point. You can't always see things that are real. So why do you think that some of the things that you just, you just exclaim, I don't believe this. You never give any evidence. People provide you evidence, and you just say, well, I don't want to believe it.
I didn't say that.
You're never going to change your mind if you're not willing to at least understand that there is things.
Dude, I used to believe in gravity. I don't have to believe in it anymore because what they told us about balls spinning around the universe is not true.
But you do understand there's things that you can't see with your own eyes, right?
Yeah, I'm quite aware of that. Yeah.
That's all I just want to know. Right, fine.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point that Turs just said. We can't see things, but we can see the effect of things. When the wind blows outside, I see the effect of that on the tree and the leaves. When gravity, a force acting on things, I see the effect of that, a ball dropping. Or one of the best examples to test this yourself is to bury a seed in the ground, but bury it on a plant bed encased in glass where there's a lot of soil above it. It won't go the shortest path. It will try and take on the path against gravity because that's how it gets out to the sun.
You guys are amazing.
No, gravity is amazing.
Completely.
Gravity's amazing. It made everything happen. You got balls spinning around the universe, 4.5 billion years, freaking Big Bang and freaking everything.
Can I ask a question? I think the problem is balls don't spin around the galaxy, or mine don't. Hopefully yours don't, and no one else's do.
I'll tell you what.
We have huge planets that do that. Huge planets that you can verify if you actually put time into it.
Are the planets balls?
No, they're spheroid planets.
They're spheroidal, right?
Yeah. So here we go. Is your flat Earth the frisbee? No, it's a flat Earth, massive disc. Well,
no, I wouldn't say that either. Don't freaking put words in my mouth. I didn't say the Earth is a disc.
Then what is it? Hold on, Helio. What is it then?
It's a realm. We all live here.
It's a realm.
We all live here. A realm. R-E-A-L-M. It's a realm.
A realm of what? Go ahead.
Earth. It's Earth.
No. A better question here is, that's brilliant that you call it a realm. Can you give me the traits of a realm so that next time I see one, I can also classify it?
You don't have to see it. You actually live in it. You don't have to classify it at all. We all exist here, and we're having this conversation because we exist here in this realm.
No, that's the same as saying nothing.
Yeah, it is. So he's asking you to describe a realm to him. What qualifies something as being a realm?
I can give a definition of realm. He's just abusing it. Realm is just a synonym of kingdom. Real means royal. So a fiefdom, a royalty, it's a kingdom. It's a part, it's what belongs to a king. So a realm does not have a shape by definition. Well, it does.
Well, I'll tell you what. Somebody.
If you're saying a realm doesn't have a shape, you're saying a kingdom doesn't have a shape. So that's your wordplay.
Exactly. No, it's not a wordplay. We actually do live here in this realm, and someone created it.
Yeah, according to you. According to what?
Have you ever seen that person or his son?
If if you're going to go off of a singular religion, you're going to have to explain to me how your religion is.
I didn't say anything about religion. Creation is obvious. I didn't say anything about a
Somebody
religion.
made it.
If you guys think I'm a Christian, then we're not going to even go down
Dude, I
that
didn't say
path either.
Christian, did I?
Anyway,
Hey,
I know, but a lot of
attention,
people do. But
didn't
whatever.
say-
I just
say
said,
Christian.
hey, this realm was created.
Yeah, you're trying to use
and we live here, and there have been a lot of people that have been manipulative over centuries, calling themselves scientists that have said, looking at the sky, saying, "Hey, we're going to go there, and we can do this," and even though the patterns have repeated over thousands and thousands of years. This is, it's a different world. This world is not what you think it is. It's a created realm.
But you know what it is.
Do you have any evidence that it's not what we think it is?
Hold on. He knows what it is.
Yes. I have evidence that all the shit about evolution and the friggin' 4.5 billion years. Yes, I have evidence for that.
We got to go down. Where's the evidence that you know it's a realm?
Please don't go down this road. He said he was going to provide evidence that he knows what he's saying is true. I would like him to provide some evidence. All he's done all day is make statements. He's never provided any evidence for anything he said today. I would like to have some evidence.
Fuck no, it's all rhetoric.
We often have to provide, evidence, links to places where we got the information. I would like to see if he's got any evidence for what he's been stating through this,
So should I talk about philosophy?
Well, yes. Let's talk about philosophy for a second.
Philosophy's not evidence. Evidence we can go and check.
All realms. If you're a king and you have a realm, good luck defending your realm if you can't define its borders. Good luck with that realm.
Yeah, no shit. I'm with you on that.
I think. All right. So if the man thinks it's a realm and he doesn't have evidence, all right, we can try something else because we're not gonna move past this point. We can entertain some other points. That's cool with everybody.
I'd be really interested if there's just one thing that you could point to where you can say this is obviously a deception because, and then kind of not what you think or what you believe, but actually it doesn't have to be like solid evidence. But I've done this, therefore this. And this is the statement of the truth. So an example would be, when you said the Earth was too small, it would be massive. A statement like, it was taken here, this is the distance, this is the field of view of the camera, and the size of the Earth doesn't match based on the field of the view of the camera and the distance. That would be a good statement.
All right, I'll tell you why. I won't necessarily go over this discussion. I've said it many times, I think dozens of times tonight. Bodies of water do not display convexity due to gravity. So if you have any evidence for that, you show me. And someone said something about bottoms of the boat, disappearing when they move away. That's I already explained how that could happen on a level stationary, freaking huge body of water. I don't really have any interest in the rest of the discussion. It's not a philosophy. This is natural science. This is water.
Helios, that just comes down to he said, she said, because we know why things disappear over the horizon, and you know why it disappeared because of some mumbo jumbo.
Nothing disappears over the horizon.
He said. It's not a thing that we can work out between us because it's he said, she said. We actually need evidence that we can both go and check and believe, right?
Yeah. So something like the arc of the Earth versus the distance, you can calculate based on the size of the object how much would be missing. That's something that would verify the arc of the Earth. Yeah, and you can go out and do this. Now, wait a minute. I'm going with you on this one as well. Now, I'm sorry, I've only just joined, 10 minutes ago now. I didn't actually see you on with Sean, so I apologize if I did go over something that you've already said. But so if you can explain to me how I can have an object where the bottom of the object, the photons, in other words, the light bouncing off that, cannot hit my eye, but the top can on a flat surface, that would be fantastic. If we could go out and verify that, that would be groundbreaking to our civilization as we know it.
No, it wouldn't, because it's just you'd just have to use common sense.
No. Common sense.
Of course, you can't see the bottom of something before you see the top of it. I mean, it's like, do you think that it would just shrink off in a little dot, and you could see the whole thing while it's moving away from you?
Yep,
That's retarded.
So, are you ready? Here's the thing. If we take equal-sized boxes and stack them on top of each other, maybe 10, and they're 1 meter blocks, so we've got 10 meters high. Those 10-meter blocks moving away from me, I'm 2 meters high. The one furthest away from me at distance is the one at the top. Why can I not see the 3 at the bottom, which would be closer to me on a flat surface? You have to explain logical problems like that.
It's not a logical problem. We're talking about physical observations.
Yeah, flat Earth has a logical problem.
Well, actually, I think the other side has a logic problem. That's okay. I guess we're going to agree to disagree on a lot of this stuff. So whatever.
You can't just throw out, agree to disagree on this.
Well, because
there's either a right answer or a wrong
actually
answer,
can,
right?
Because
No,
we're gonna throw numbers at each other and say, well, this could work this way if we got enough numbers. And blah, blah, blah.
I've got a question.
I think he was right. He can just say, this, and then we say that. And as I said, this all just comes down to he said, she said. Nobody knows who's right because, there's no evidence being provided on both sides.
Okay, Skeptic, I got a question. What about the South Pole? Is that not a real point in the middle of the Antarctic continent or not?
Have you ever been there?
Oh, come
no,
on.
I've never been to China either. So what?
All right. Has anyone ever been to the South Pole?
Yes.
About 40,000 tourists a year on Carnival ships and an employment population of like 3,000 to 5,000. Yeah, and then there's job interview prospects in the Commerce Business Daily. Yeah, people go there a lot, and even New Zealand Airlines.
Go to the South Pole?
Yes.
Yes.
Is this hard to understand?
This is really interesting to me. I've never seen anything about it.
Are you serious right now? This is the commonly known.
Can you send me a video of someone going to the South Pole?
How about I send you an application to go and work down there? How about that?
No, the South Pole. I'm talking about the South Pole. Hey, and if you can show me some videos of people going to the North Pole too, they've freaking said that shit too. I'm pretty curious.
Dude, you're a zeteticist. If you didn't do it, it doesn't exist. That's not
true. I actually believe others that are genuine and that I
only the shit that you believe. As long as it supports your narrative.
Well, do you motherfuckers think? Did you go to the South Pole? You believe that someone did, so why are you posting this? Are you going to accuse me of something that I didn't do? You believe it? Well, they believe it. You believe it because these guys went. I mean, what the fuck?
Either you're a zeteticist or you're not. If you're not, then why are you fucking up on people just because they didn't go somewhere?
I have a question. Do you believe that there's a yacht race that goes around the Antarctic continent?
I do. I know that exists. Yeah, of course. But I don't. I've looked at the map and the path where they go. It doesn't go where people think it goes.
Know that it exists. Hold on. How do you know it exists?
Because I've looked it up, bro. I've listened to interviews from the people that are involved.
Are you telling me?
Listen? Have you listened to the interviews of people that are involved in that Antarctic freaking traversing the Antarctic? Have you listened to the interviews?
No. Here's the problem. You're saying that you've heard other people say that they've done that, and you believe that enough. But yet, when we also say that we haven't been to the South Pole ourselves, but there is many, many, many personal accounts of evidence from these people that have been there, you want to throw that out.
Yeah, how do you determine they are the authority? How do you determine that they got the truth and the other side doesn't?
I wouldn't even begin to understand. It's just like.
So you trust whoever you want to trust because he will conform to your belief. But whoever just disagrees with your belief, even if it's the truth, because it is, you just disagree with them.
No, they're throwing shit at me, saying everything they say on every social media platform, they've been to the South Pole. Why don't you believe them? You know, that's fucking ridiculous.
I just shared you a
I
website where you
personally
can
know
apply for a job.
oceanographic biologist who's been to the South Pole on a ship, doing.
But he knows that there's a race. He knows that
No,
people
he
have gone down.
disagrees with his belief. He disagrees with his belief. Heliosceptic. Why? Why? Because he disagrees
He's
with your belief. It goes
cherry-picking what
against what you think.
Hey, check this
Yeah,
out. I
cherry pick
just,
what you believe.
I'm quite familiar. It's not a race. It's really more of a, like a lot of people that sail around,
You believe
the
Captain
seas.
Cook did, right? Hold on. You believe Captain Cook sailed around the whole 60,000 mile circumference, right?
Now you're putting something in my mouth that I didn't fucking say.
That was the
Fucking
question.
asshole.
Admiral Byrd.
I believe
Anyway,
Admiral Byrd.
fuck you guys. I'm
That was the
gone.
question. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he's looking for it now.
Wait, guys, before we take it like open for a little bit. Tango 24. Thank you very much for the super chat. I have evidence of oceans curving. Satellite surveys show it. Satellite surveys show it. Thank you very much, Tango 24. Hey, Heliosceptic, thank you so much for coming in and having the conversation with me. And I know it could get a little ugly, but we are all a little excited of having the conversation. You decided to rage quit in this one. Hopefully, you will come back for another one. Thank you again for coming. Take it away, guys.
I'm sorry for running the flurf off.
Nah, he was looking for an out.
Mm-hmm.
He was ready to go.
Yeah, he was ready to go about the time he started saying, "I need to go get another beer."
I would have liked to ask him more about his beliefs though and the why, because you're not gonna the disconnect between reality and that belief, and no matter what he says, he did say belief like 3 or 4 times. That's an interesting thing. That
the problem with people like him is they don't have a why. You know what I mean? It's like they're indoctrinated from a young age to believe certain things, and then they fall on into like these flat earths and stuff like that from the way they were brought up. And
Tess, I'm pretty sure, Tess,
why they believe things. They're just told to believe, and they believe. You know what I mean? He's obviously got a religious background, and that's why he's able to just accept things that are to us stupid. But to him, we're the stupid ones. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure he was indoctrinated from an early age, because it did sound older than young.
I'm not saying he's young, but I'm saying he was indoctrinated when he was young, and he's never been able to grow out of it.
But the South Pole is what threw him off. I mean, if you're going to hand wave the existence of the South Pole, which takes no calculation, it takes no math and science. Yeah, it's a real place that millions of people have been to. And anybody can drop a credit card and go there. And he's like, nuh-uh.
The thing is, right, if people didn't want you to go to the South Pole, why would they even have it on a map? Why wouldn't they just not tell you it's there?
The whole thing with the Antarctic Treaty is enough certification that the South Pole exists.
Yeah, even but what I'm saying is, if there was a big conspiracy been going on for hundreds of years to keep people away from the South Pole so that they don't understand, the reality, why wouldn't they just tell you there's no South Pole?
No, but regardless, if it's a place that they prohibit you from going to, that still means it's a place. They're not talking about locking you out of an ice ring like Lemon might make you think, because that's like whatever it is, 60, 70,000 miles of free ocean. But the island, if you're locked out of the island, that still means the South Pole is a place, and the South Pole is no harder to get to than Mount Everest.
And nobody signed a treaty to stay out of Narnia.
Or the land of orcs and goblins called New Zealand. Hobbitland.
Nah, that guy was weak and inebriated, in my opinion.
Let's not do this. Let's not do this on personal attack. He's not here. Address the points. Let's not attack the person, please.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to attack him by saying I think that he's been indoctrinated to believe what he believes, and it's hard to get people like that to reassess their view of the world. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, that gentleman Helio has a desire to the death hang on to his belief, and that's what he's going to do.
And he said there's no evidence of, we can't possibly be the third rock from the sun. Although he admits, we do see Venus pass in front of the sun, and it didn't come up, but we do see Mercury pass in front of the sun, and we never see Mars pass in front of the sun, and we do see the moon pass in front of the sun. That kind of like lazy order. That's the evidence that, we're the third one out.
But that's what I was trying to say. I mean, he made lots of base statements, but never provided any evidence for any of his beliefs or the statements that he just put out there.
All right, I see you're mumbling over there. I didn't even hear what you say. I see Heliosceptic in the YouTube chat. Heliosceptic, thank you again. And where are your links? You didn't put them in the Daily Boom. I've been monitoring this, and you didn't share a link for your channel, nor a Discord server where people can find you. You can either post them on the Daily Boom, you can share it, or you can DM me, or post them on the YouTube chat box. Because without the links, I cannot add them to the description box. Please share those links, Helio, so people can find where to find you on the description box under this video. Thank you.
And then he says, we've seen the transit of Venus, but we don't know stuff. Well, no, it's he that doesn't know. I mean, 500 years of use of telescopes have shown us this, and he's like, oh, there's lots of phenomena that we don't know. What kind of a lemon response is that?
I mean, my favorite thing, and nobody actually said it or pointed it out when he was saying that, well, there's certain things that we just don't know, or he says that he doesn't know. Well, okay, if you don't know the answer, but someone else does know the answer, why do you hand wave off the answer that is given when you flat out said you didn't know it in the first place?
I think I already explained that. It's because of what he already believes through life experience.
Yeah, but it's not a belief if you say, I don't know.
Yeah, but he thinks he does know different.
No, I'm talking about when he flat out said that he doesn't know. He's like, well, isn't it okay for me to say I don't know? Well,
I think
sure.
he was just premising that in order to be able to get out of some other questions, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? He was agreeing to that in order for him to be able to just dodge other questions, which he did. He actually said that, and then 2 or 3 questions later, he used it as a get out.
Yeah, but if you're just looking for a way to dodge questions and get out of the topics and things like that, then what are you doing here debating it in the first place?
The thing is, did I miss the one-on-one? Because I came in and there's all us and just him, and I felt kind of sorry for him. I always feel sorry for the flat earthers. They're always in this channel. They're always up against like 13 of us.
No,
did I miss a one-on-one?
Yeah, it was him and Jose for quite a while. I listened to about 10 minutes
I
of
missed
it and
that.
thought, oh, this guy's a fucking retard. I've got better things to do.
Well, he was making a lot of points, and I tried to make.
No need. I apologize in behalf of the person that just said that.
Yeah, well, a lot of the things, though, I mean, none of the points that he presented were anything new, of course. And it did seem like it was just copycat versions of like Nathan Oakley and QE, nothing original. And when he tried to hold his feet to the fire, all he did, by presenting a question and try to hold his feet to the fire, he just repeats by asking a different question and trying to change the subject. At that point, there's not really a debate going on. It's just really, hey, let's talk about this, and then say 2 sentences, and then move on to a different topic, talk about this, say 2 sentences, so on and so forth.
Yeah, they go through the rigmarole, and then when it comes to any difficult topic, and it's like they've been through several, and you try to go back to them, then they go, well, show me the Earth curve. You know, that's their final sort of bullet. You know, no, like he said, no water shows any curvature. You know what I mean? It's like that's their final bullet. You know.
Well, why did no one ask him to give an example of what he said? Clearly said, he said, when we bring an evidence, you hand wave it. So bring one of those evidence that we hand wave. Go ahead.
Okay, I need to address YouTube because we had a poll up on the YouTube chat box, and we have 32 votes. The question was, did Heliosceptic had any good points? 6% say yes, 93% say no. Thank you very much for voting. 32 people participated.
And I think we got to give a shout out to Jose. He really jumped on him hard about the ships over the horizon and the diffraction limit or whatever. So where the details of the superstructure are crisp right until they're sheared off. That was one of the best exchanges, in my opinion.
Actually, I think right when he said, he asked you when, do you believe they went to the moon? And you said no. I think that one really threw him for a loop.
Yeah, Helio, you got to give me that. I threw you off. You weren't expecting that. Oh, man, yeah, I didn't want to entertain that topic, you know. That's kind of a little out there. But still, the picture, all of it can be real. I mean, whatever I believe or not, everything could happen. Do I personally believe that men just walk on the moon? I don't, but that's just my belief, my opinion, which has nothing to do with there was missions that when rockets were and took pictures and orbited the moon and all that kind of shit. There's nothing wrong with that. It could happen. Why not? If there's evidence for it, all the evidence exists for it, you know.
Jose, just really quick question, because I'm now interested in what you think, but is it only the moon bit in that period of time that you don't believe, or do you kind of, you know, if you step back with far distant kind of high orbit space missions along with low orbit, along with ISS,
yeah, all that is, yeah, all that is real. Yeah, evidence for all of it, and I have anything to deny it. All of it, there's evidence for it, and if I just deny it, I will just be going because I got nothing to back up my belief, you know.
All right, cool.
Yeah, everything is real. Yeah, everything is real now. Do I think that men walked on the moon, physical men? I don't think so. But that doesn't make it that space, you know, space rockets and all the stuff landed on the moon on their own. Maybe not a man mission. That could happen. I am 90% sure, 99% sure that happened. Now I got that 1% that men on it. I don't know, you know.
Oh, cool.
Fair enough.
At least you're willing to admit that, you know, well, men might have walked on the moon, but you don't believe it. He wasn't just saying that he doesn't believe a thing, and therefore he doesn't think that. He was saying, I don't believe a thing, and therefore it didn't happen. That's the problem, you know. He doesn't even want other people to believe it, you know.
Yeah. Jose's always been clear where he stands on the moon landings.
Yeah, but
yeah, and I don't. Yeah, and I have argued a little bit about it, but I don't. I mean, I don't have any evidence to back up my claims. You know, just memes. I just got memes, and I don't debate with memes backing me up. You know,
you've always been upfront and open about where you stand on that and your beliefs, and you know, yeah, and hopefully in a few years' time that will change.
Yeah, but he doesn't jump on us when we say we believe it and say you're all crazy and nutters, you know what I mean? And, you know, how the hell can you, you know, it doesn't do that. But Helios was kind of doing that with things, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm updating the description box on this video now, and in 30 seconds, you will find a link to Heliosceptic YouTube channel. So everybody should go and check it out and subscribe to him, leaving comment, questions, concerns. Hopefully you upload this video on your channel. Please do so if you want to. I mean, yeah, that's good. I want people to share and listen to the opposite points of view and in this topic related. All is good.
Not quite sure why he calls himself a skeptic. Didn't sound very skeptical to me.
I've spent some time going and looking at some of the people that Jose's had on his channel and looking at their channels, and basically none of them have got anything new that the other ones didn't. So I don't believe Helios is going to be any different, but I will have a look.
No, it did seem to be parroting the same old nonsense.
All right, I got a super chat by Ben Delight. Ben Delight, thank you very much, man. Helio had one very good point when he said, I don't know. Thank you, Ben Delight. I appreciate that.
No, anyone that's not been over to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, I would encourage you to step on over there and jump in there and have a conversation. See how you like it.
I can't. I was banned in the first 3 hours.
It's a shit show. See how long you can be in there before they kick you. Yeah.
That's an open cesspit.
It's a shit show.
Yeah, it is. It's a seething cesspit of.
Hey, a lot of people enjoy them shit shows. A lot of people enjoy that. Like here, most of the time when I do the open discussions and a few people come in, it's mostly a shit show. So it is what it is.
Hey man, just because I'm trying to make you think, bro, motherfucker, stupid retards.
Bro,
I don't mean that.
Brian Peck in the house, bro.
I don't mind when they just kind of make just a bunch of dumb, stupid claims and all that, but it's all their outright lies that really get under my skin about, like, you can't go below the 60th parallel and all that stuff. That's the sort of thing that gets under my skin when they just flat out lie.
You got to lie to fluff.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, I don't know if they themselves know that they're lying or whether they've been told that by other flat earthers and they believe it, you know what I mean? And so they think it's true. But I mean, personally, I know people that have been to the South Pole, and I believe them because I've known them for several years, and I know that they're scientists and they work doing other surveys in other parts of the world, in the oceans. And this guy that I know, he's actually found new species, stuff like that. So I know that it's true, and I believe him about that because he's printed and he's got papers and all that. So when he says to me that he's been to the South Pole, I believe him. You know what I mean?
Mm.
It could be a shill for the government, and maybe there is penguins down there with a laser eyes that shoot you. I don't know.
No, we've had a guest on here before, Charlie, actually worked down there, and he told us about his experience. And I believe he had some video, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He shared a bunch of clips, and he lived there for over a year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the guy.
All right, we gotta really quick. We gotta give a big shout out to the Almigs. Thank you for the super chat. Shout out to Stingray. How's your Tesla?
My Tesla is going back into the service center under warranty repair for the sixth time in the last year and a half. So go reliability.
Yeah, did you hear about the new Teslas that they just put out? I think this year, like 3 months ago. Some of them have burst into flames and burnt to the ground. they're only a month old.
I think one has. It might have been a bad chemistry in the battery, but it's not like Tesla. Despite what people think, Tesla buy batteries from Samsung, LG Chem, all these type of people, and sometimes you get a bad batch. It's like the Samsung phones that exploded in your in people's pockets. They actually pulled an entire product line.
It could be a good battery, just installed badly. You know what I mean? Yeah.
No, it's just one of those things. That's something I've now got to learn all about electric cars and batteries and motors.
Well, Stingray, if you go in 2 more times, You can claim the lemon law and get a new car.
Or get a free cup of coffee or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not a thing. But yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I did buy another electric car, which is built by Mercedes, which is somewhat a little bit higher quality, more reliable, let's say, but nothing matches the performance of the Tesla, unfortunately. So when it comes time for me to look at something else, I think, and then I put my foot down once in my Model S, it's like, no, I'm going to keep this for a bit. Yeah.
Oh, you don't have a lemon law in Europe?
No.
Now, we've got a lemon law here in the United States. I'd have to look it up to dictate it, but yeah, if you have so many visits back to the shop under warranty, you can get a new vehicle.
Yeah, we don't have that over here.
I got a question. I need feedback from you guys. When I talked to Helio a little bit about the gas pressure, you know, and the gradient and getting lower and lower, I explained it very basically. Was that a good enough explanation? Whoever heard me explaining it?
Any simple explanation of a gradient is pretty. Yes, I think I didn't hear it, but
He never actually.
it would be suitable. Yeah.
Go ahead, Beard. What's it?
I was gonna say he never actually, like, really truly addressed that. You know, he admitted that yes, there's a gradient, but that was about it. He didn't go, you know, okay, so the gradient has to sort of kind of stop somewhere, right? It starts at the ground. If all the gases, which was weird when he said that all the gases originate from the surface of the Earth. Okay, but they all go in all directions.
And then when I explained gravity also, well, Newton came with this explanation and he built all the formulas and he explained well what happened on Earth, and then Einstein came behind and elaborated and broke it down, and he added up all these explanations. Was that a good enough explanation? I mean, very, very not. I mean, there's nothing there. But as for an explanation, Newton had this idea how everything worked on Earth, and then Einstein elaborated and opened up the horizons on the bigger scale and the universe and all that shit. It doesn't make it two different gravities. Yeah, over here on Earth, mass attracts mass, works as a force.
Well, there's a little bit of a paradox when they talk about how when flat earthers say that Einstein, you know, debunked gravity or whatever, but Einstein did it all on paper, therefore it's pseudoscience. So that means that Newtonian gravity exists and not Einstein gravity. That's all they're saying. They do that. That's it.
I got an answer for. Hey, I got a good answer for that. Farmers Bro, do you hear the answer for heliosceptic? Gravity is not real. End of statement.
That's what I was saying. He made a lot of statements and never provided any evidence for why statements he was making were true.
The problem with gravity is that we have ended up with two explanations, as it were. Newton's gravity works very well on what we call the small scale, i.e. our solar system. And it pretty much tells us what happens. And then, of course, Einstein comes along and expands on it. He doesn't supersede it. He doesn't replace it. He expands it, and he expands it on a far greater scale, like out in the universe. And it's still the same thing. The only problem we have is we don't actually know why mass attracts mass, but we know it does. It's the same thing as magnetism. We don't actually know why it happens.
Well, I think Einstein,
but it does.
That, didn't he?
You know.
I think Einstein explained that. He explained that mass actually bends time and space.
Yes, but why?
That's why?
But why? That's the thing. There isn't a nut and bolt explanation for why it does what it does.
There's no explanation for the cause.
No, there's no explanation for the cause, but we know what it does, we know the effects it has, and we can use it to our advantage. And well, that's why Newtonian physics works very well when you put in a bloody rocket in space. It works. It's why we still teach it in school, because it works.
I imagine
It's when you get into interstellar things that it doesn't work. But that's where Einstein came along and said, yeah, look, it's this. But Newton works very well when we're talking on the relatively small scale when it comes to, the universe. Our doorstep, the solar system, it all works very well. That's why we use it. If
Okay,
it didn't
guys,
work, we would use it.
let me officially, because I asked Ari Lemonbird to talk to me tomorrow, like a one-on-one like this, and maybe then open panel. But Flat Earth Data is here, and I want to invite Flat Earth Data. Flat Earth Data tomorrow, or if you can't tomorrow, let me know a day when you and me can have a talk, a one-on-one discussion, just you and me, for 1 or 2 hours, whatever you think. What do you think, Flat Earth Data? You up for talking to me?
Sure,
like
buddy.
a bro to bro, bro to bro.
Sure.
Yeah, man. What do you think? Around what time? Do you think this time in the afternoon or a little earlier?
Earlier is better for me.
Earlier is better because right now it's gonna be 7 p.m. Do you think like 2 or 3 p.m.?
Sure.
Perfect. Well, we can do it over here. Same on Discord or Google Meets, however you want. Discord.
Discord's fine.
Yeah. So we'll do like a 4 p.m. Then when I wrap this, I'm about to wrap this up shortly. In maybe an hour or two, I'll do a little thumbnail. I'll schedule it and I'll send you a link so you can have the scheduled time. And yeah, early I'll holler you like an hour before the show to make sure that it's a go.
Sounds good.
Cool. And then then we can talk. Like I cannot run away on these questions you're gonna ask me. I said like, no, let somebody else answer. No, I'm stuck with you. So I'll be put in to test. I like that, man.
Sounds good, bud.
Hails to the yeah. All right. Well, let's talk about a few more minutes, 10 or 15 more minutes, and we'll wrap it up. We'll do final thoughts.
Hey, Flat Earth Data. What causes the apparent conjunction of the sky and ground?
Angles of light to the human eye.
To the human eye. What does the human eye have anything to do with that?
Has anything to do with angles of light?
Well, no. How does all that culminate into the convergence of the sky and ground?
Any object into the center focal point of your vision will converge depending on the distance to it. You can do this with practical examples. Take any focal point position, put two objects in it, move away from it, it will converge. So the way the field array of light that we live in, being that we measure everything in Euclidean, which would imply that everything is straight lines and angles. Therefore, theoretically, you could deduce these subtended angles of light that end up foreshortening and compressed into the neutral point of our eye.
So fixed distance, right?
If you do it
It's relative to the object. So here's an example, and this is irrefutable and demonstratable. Just as I can take two fingers and have one above your neutral point and one below your below your neutral point as I'm standing in front of you, and as I will move away from you, my hand above my hand will appear to converge, but there's actually no magnitude there. There's no measurable conjunction, convergence, nothing. It's an optical illusion is what it is. There's nothing to be measured at the point of perspective because it's just an optical convergence.
I didn't say anything about perspective.
You don't have enough optical resolution to differentiate between.
Because here's the thing: the same consequence happens when you look at your fingerprints. So you're really not. Hold on, this is addressed to Flat Earth Data. So you're really not giving me any explanation other than he gets.
So I gave you a demonstration. Here's something you can do mathematically. Okay. So you want to? Yeah. You want to? Here's. Yeah, you gave fingerprints. I can give you practical demonstrations. So go take a circle and draw whatever inches you want, and take the diameter measurement, times it by 3,000, and move it away from your vision. There'll be a mathematical perspective point where the object will appear to converge into a point, meaning the circle of diameter doesn't actually enclose on itself. There won't be anything measurable there. because it's just based on optical effect due to the eye, right?
Yeah, but you know that's simply because of the way that our eye is evolved and designed to do with the resolution that your eye is able to resolve. Whereas
So we have angles. We have
let me finish. Other animals like eagles can see a rabbit on the ground from hundreds of feet in the air, and you wouldn't even know there's a rabbit there. So their eyes have got better vision than us. Why have they evolved to better vision? Because they need it for survival. We have the resolution in our eyes because that's all we need for what we need it for. So it's, you can talk angles all you want, but it's basically down to the physical structure that we have inside the eye.
Yeah, the only way to get a convergence point is to have straight lines. That's the only way to get a convergence optical thing. You can't have bendy lines converge. It's only straight lines that converge. That's why we have an apparent junction, apparent convergence, right? And that's why everything is Euclidean. It can be delineated as Euclidean from the observer's height to the position of the horizon. There's never
man, you're just talking now, but basically it's down to resolution.
I'm talking reality, observable empirical reality.
Yeah, but it's the physical resolution of our eyes. It's got nothing to do with your Euclidean stuff because other animals have got better eyes than us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay.
So when a boat goes over the curve, we call it, and disappears bottom up, the boat's just disappearing into this convergence point.
There's a foreshortening effect, an optical illusion where the angle of light will appear to rise up into the neutral point. You can zoom in on this because telephoto zoom lens will create a barrel compression plus this foreshortening effect, which, if you don't know, it's just the finer point of the subtended angle of light, the bottom angle that is compressed along the ground, rising up into one angle, compressing everything into a neutral point or a vanishing line. Now, with an optical camera, you can demonstrate these foreshortened effects. You're still going to reach a maximum. You're still going to reach a maximum angle point. You're still going to reach a maximum angle point based on an optical effect.
Well, I look forward.
The distance is.
I look forward to seeing his paper and his write-up on his method. Meanwhile, I went out and measured the curve over Houghton Lake today. Video this week.
Okay, so do yourself a favor, Bob. Please add a secondary and a viewer into your observations. Okay, so if you really want to get definitive answers, the mathematical representation of your model should be repeatable at various heights at the same time, right?
We can be the viewers when he uploads the video.
So if you're going to stick, if you're always going to stick to one observer, you can have your compartmentalized argument all you want.
Okay.
That argument is destroyed when you add in multiple observers.
So I was gonna
same thing. You know what I mean? So
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example, boys. Okay. So if we're looking at one compartmentalized view of a photograph of something long lens, where you're claiming Earth curvature along one axis. In the present moment of analyzing that footage, there is also another observer along the other axis looking linear, and him too seeing curvature over a distance. But none of these multiple observers are added into these compartmentalized debates because you would lose very easily and easily demonstrated and corroborated.
But my point of the boat, after it goes over and like it's halfway obstructed, so I get a camera and zoom in on it, and I can see the boat better, but it's still obstructed, just like it was without.
Yeah, so objects in the foreground that are smaller, that are below the eye line, can be refracted and foreshortened upward into the neutral point of the optics. This is demonstratable by yourself. You can take this and draw it orthographically to see the effect optically, or to see the non-effect optically, so you can understand what's going on. You can have a smaller object appear to rise up and block the bottom of the larger object in the background. You can demonstrate this with optics. Let me finish, please. So I demonstrated on my channel. It's easily to do, and you will see. Yes, I did. And when you demonstrate it, all you have to do is, because between the short distances that I'm demonstrating, it only compounds the effect the farther away the demonstration is. In other words, yeah, you're going to have to lean into some imagination to project the effect over a longer distance. The point is the effect is repeatable at small distance, and the consistency or the follow through between one position and the other is constant. In other words, you can continuously see the same effect depending on the distance from the viewer and the height and the objects in the foreground and the background to that observer. So you can see the effects increase over longer distances. In other words, what increases? The rising of the ground, the converging of the two objects, and then when you add in telephoto zoom lens, you're going to increase the foreshortened effect, which is a compression, essentially a shortening effect, if you will, which will squish things together. Plus, you'll also have that. Hold on. Plus, you'll also have.
Let him finish, guys. Let him finish, guys. Let him finish, guys. Let him finish.
You will always have the object in the foreground appear to rise up and converge onto the object in the background, appearing to block the bottom of it as you move away. You can demonstrate yourself, copy my video that's online, draw it orthographically. There is no way that the claim is there's no way that a smaller object will rise up into the convergence point, be able to block the bottom of the object in the background. That's
no
false.
One said it. No,
I demonstrated.
No
So
one
hold
said
on.
it.
So hold on. So I demonstrated.
No,
So
you've talked long enough. Let me just ask you
guys,
something. Did you have multiple
I want to wrap
observers
this
in
up
your video?
in a good way. I want to wrap this up in a good term, and I really need to wrap it up. But I really don't want to leave everybody hanging and just say bye to YouTube in the background. I want to say thank you for being here, and please 30 seconds, everybody. There's a lot of people. If everybody do 30 seconds final thoughts, then you guys can stay for as long as you want. And then tomorrow around 3 p.m., I say around 3 p.m., I'm going to schedule it. I'll think about the time tomorrow. And Flattered Data, I'll send you a link on the YouTube schedule. You let me know if that time is good, or we can switch it 1 hour later or before. So for those watching tomorrow, early afternoon in Florida time, Flattered Data and myself, we're going to have a one-on-one discussion for an hour or two, and then we'll open the panel like we did today with Helioskeptic, like we did a few days ago with Try Thinking, just me and him. So he is going to have time to explain himself. He's going to have a lot of time to let us know, what's up, and hopefully I'll get time to explain myself if I got any explanation, or is he's going to beat me up and make me look like a ridicule tomorrow live. Then we got to tune in and we shall see. Beard the Devil, final thoughts. Let me go alphabetical order, please, everybody. Hang in there. Your turn will come. Bearded. All right, Bro Alim. Final thoughts.
Flirts are funny. The end. Boom.
Bro Freeze. Final thoughts.
Earth's not flat, bro.
Bro the Magnificent. Final thoughts.
Quite liking this new F format. It was a bit crap last week, but this one was excellent. Guy's a fucking nutter, but apart from that, yeah.
Thank you. Bro Larry's 94. Final thoughts.
Yet again, another show, and yet again, no evidence.
Bro Extremesis. Final thoughts.
I got nothing.
Listen to this boring name, Shike. Ha! Final thoughts. You got to add a bro there, bro. Shike.
I forgot. Sorry. Well, first you need to time out time. I mean, Flat Earth Data, because he would not shut up until he didn't shut up. And second, he keep talking about foreshortening, which he has no clue what it is. Yes, objects that are 90 degrees to you do not have foreshortening. End of story.
All right. I'm about to change this name to Flat Bro Data. Final thoughts.
Yeah. The fundamental thing with foreshortening is that it appears to compress the angle of the angle to the object. It happens horizontally and vertically as demonstrated. This is why you have the apparent object that is quite smaller below the observer's eye line appear to rise up and block the object in the background. If you draw it orthographically, there's no way that tiny little object will appear to will actually rise up orthographically, blocking the object in the background. And demonstrate, you can draw this out yourself and then demonstrate it. There is an optical convergence point that you guys have to be aware of. Anyway, thanks, Jose. We'll look forward to tomorrow. So.
Hell yeah, man! It's gonna be fun because it's gonna be just a personal one, like one-on-one, and I know it's gonna be very. It's gonna be laid back and relaxed. Looking forward for it, man. All right, left bro lane. Final thoughts.
Left lane, bro. Hey, I didn't get to the conclusion of my point about the boat disappearing bottom up, and as it moves away, it continues to increasingly be obstructed. But what is the funny part about it, and I've never gotten an explanation for this, is the top of that boat appears to drop to your eye level as if the ship is going downhill as it moves away from you. And I've not got a good explanation for that yet. Thanks, Jose. Great show.
Can I just answer him real quick? So something he can demonstrate.
All right, try to make it really quick. Yeah.
Listen,
make it quick, right?
You have to understand. So there is vanishing points, right? There is, whether you like to admit it or not, there is apparent rising of the ground that has a vanishing neutral point. What those places are is a compacted amount of information compressed into a point. You still have a limited angle to objects in the foreshortening, or due to foreshortening and refraction, that will have still an angle cutoff. Now, if you're looking at observations at certain heights on the shore, that angle is at that maximum neutral point refracted into it, and any object that will pass that point will appear to converge down. Now, how do you demonstrate that? Well, you have to, first of all, understand how a vanishing point or a neutral line happens. It is the point of information that has been foreshortened, compressed, and it has objects in the foreground that will block up objects in the background, bottom up. You can take a piece of paper and a camera and put your camera on the table and have that piece of paper reach that neutral point of that camera. When you do that, any object.
College here? What's going on?
I'm just giving him a practical experiment.
You said you'd be quick. You know what I mean?
Sirs, don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. He got 10 more seconds.
I'm almost done. So the point is you're obviously, you obviously have a supposition of what's happening at the neutral point of the eye, but we know that objects in the foreground can block objects in the background. Under that impression, all you're simulating is the apparent rising of the ground to the neutral point of the eye, which is that piece of paper. Now, when you do that, an object past that neutral point will appear like it's going down over a hill. So this is something you can demonstrate for yourself, but you definitely have to have the supposition that it's appearing to go into a neutral point and an angle, a maximum angle due to optical illusion, and then everything is going down because the distances are really small.
Yeah, we got to wrap it up, man. Thank you.
Right? So anyway, that's what it is. So anyway, you can do that yourself with that supposition with a camera.
Left Bro Lane, thank you for your final thoughts. Sean Bro Smith, final thoughts. He probably busy out there. And we got a final thoughts from Mr. Bro. He say, bro. Thank you, Mr. Bro. Cheers, bro. Final thoughts.
Yeah, how you doing, Jose? I think Flat Pro Data is just like a mere boring version of Lemonbird, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? I thought we were all sitting in a lecture room there in some, flat Earth convention centre. Also, he said you can test all this out yourself with a camera, and then earlier on he jumped on Bob saying, well, you can't have just one viewer, you've got to have multiple viewers. I guarantee he's not got multiple viewers in the evidence he's got on his website or whatever, his YouTube channel. It's just going to be him looking through a camera. So he just goes over and over all the time, contradicting himself and stuff. He's no better than A very poor version of one.
I actually have topography data shot with satellites.
Let's not interrupt him. We got one more person. I gotta go, please.
I'm going to be very quick. He's a very poor version of Lionbird, and please bring Lionbird back. He was entertaining rather than this guy. I'm done.
Thank you. And the Stingray. Thank you for coming. I mean, great to hear you, Stingray. Final thoughts?
Yes. Yeah, no, the other guy that was on, I missed the debate, but the other guy that was on, he actually did seem okay. Flat Earth Data seems pretty mellow as well, but I just want to point out something about snake oil salespeople. What they used to do is they used to tour around, and they started inventing words and compounding things when the explanations were incredibly simple. But if anybody got hold of the explanations that were simple, they wouldn't have been able to sell the idea because it was just fluff, basically. So things like foreshortening and convergence angles, these are all fine. But what Flat Earth Data is saying is just basically covered under perspective, which only has one single rule. Double the distance, half the size. Very easy to figure out there. Now, the foreshortening effect does not put anything in front. And the brilliant way that you can test this is you can get a flat object, a plank, and look down it to see if it's true. Put something on the end of the plank, and if it is true, you will always be able to see the end of it. Convergence should work. The other thing that you'll hear is angles. Well, angle is relative to something. What are you measuring the angle of? Oh, the light. Well, great. All light comes into your eye at varying different angles. That's brilliant. How do we measure? Oh, it's the middle of your eye. It's optics. Optics does it. Great. Why don't you look up slightly? Does that change anything? No. So it's not relative to the eye. This magic light must be relative to the ground.
Your comedy script is pretty good, buddy. Keep going. Keep trading it out. You're almost there.
Wow. Hey, thank you very much, the Stingray. It was excellent to see you. Everybody on YouTube land, check on the links on the description box. The first top links under the description box are Helioskeptic channels, so holler at him, subscribe, check when he upload the video, leaving a feedback, support content creators. Tomorrow, early afternoon, Flat Earth Data and me will have a one-on-one discussion. And everybody, be safe out there. Jose JG out. Boom!
It's flat. We don't live on a spinning ball. Not from where I'm set, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown out far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just want to scream, yeah, this flat. We don't live on a spinning ball. I'm just stuck here in a dream. Space is fake, NASA's fake, the flat Earth is real. They keep you hypnotized and you feel the Earth spinning. Spinning around. They keep you hypnotized. I don't feel it. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? They keep you hypnotized and you feel the Earth spinning. No, it's because it's not spinning. They keep you hypnotized. I don't feel it. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Spinning around. But like if you Google Earth from space, it's all like cartoons and CGI. We're the real pictures. It's a fucking fairy tale. I'm just stuck here in a dream. Space is fake, NASA's fake, the flat Earth is real. It's all exactly as it seems. The steel flat Earth is calling. I'm just stuck here in a dream. Space is fake. NASA's fake, the flat Earth is real. It's all exactly as it seems. The steel flat Earth is calling. I actually can't feel it spin because it doesn't spin. You're telling me I get to trust me and how I feel? I fucking like that. Here's my problem with gravity. You can't ever measure it. You can't ever test it. There's no equation for it. Show me the equation that proves gravity. Just knowing it's flat makes a huge difference. Because then every time they show you the ball, you can just go, we don't believe you anymore. It's a fairy tale. I'm just stuck here in a dream. Space is fake. NASA's fake. The flat Earth is real. It's all exactly as it seems. The steel flat Earth is calling. I'm just stuck here in a dream. Space is fake, NASA's fake, the flat Earth is real. It's all exactly as it seems. The steel flat Earth is calling. I'm just stuck here in a dream. Space is fake, NASA's fake, the flat Earth is real.
The big scary gravity, the big scary institutions with all the fucking brown beating and the refuse to authority. Bollocks, this is what I'm talking about. Take control of yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Oh, I've got a fucking big BMX that can fly. Show me a picture of Mexican flag. Can't he? You're a fucking bullshitting lying piece of shit, fuck off. Oh, I've got a Ferrari that goes 340 miles an hour, and I've got a summer house in Spain. Show me. Can't he? Fuck off. You're a liar. Oh, I've got this potato rock with gas and water stuck through it that's inside a vacuum, and it all just stays there because of magic stuff. Show me it. Can't he? Fuck off. You're a liar. Show me it. Can't he? Fuck off. Like you did when you were a child. Come in. Stand up for yourself. Come in. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. Come in. Stand up for yourself. Come in. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff, black clothes and stuff. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff, black clothes and stuff. Show me it. Can't he? Fuck off. Show me it. Can't he? Fuck off. Let's all conform. Let's all conform and behave like good little children. Do not escape from your box. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Yes. Brenda, we're just on 2 seconds. Now fuck off. We don't want you or your other rogue disciples to go and take a running fuck to yourself, okay? Take it and ram it right up your boot.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
I don't remember seeing it.
Space is fake AF.
Mashed potatoes.
Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. You fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972.
I gotta play the didgeridoo.
Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies.
It's not.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart.
You can smell a little roast beef.
Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh the tomfoolery.
I think Sandy's hair is pretty much a dead giveaway.
What happens if you get a leak on there? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think.
search Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Alright, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, Cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants, that's one of his tricks. But I found out that that dude's real, and I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control.
Find the truth, find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies. Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy, and God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I could see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball, to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Look around. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning round, it makes us stick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth?
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning round, it makes us stick. Gravity is magic.
Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning round, it makes us stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We have been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale, by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale, by a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale, by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale, by a cosmic fairy tale.
Centered on everything I see. So fuck your Google Maps.
And this next word isn't negative. It's the worst Flat Earth studio. Someone who made it so wrong it became right again. Poncho Pete.
It's gone cold, I'm wondering why. You think you're on a ball. The morning chemtrails cloud my window, and I can't see at all. And even if I could, it'd all be great. Got your flight paths on my wall. They remind me that it's not a ball. No proof at all. Yes, Sarge, I wrote you cause I gave up balling. I watched your flight air clues and all of your live call-ins. You sent me 2 packages back in autumn, but I still ain't got them. Probably was a problem at the post office or something. Sometimes Robbie Davison scribbles the addresses too sloppy when he jots them. But anyway, what's up, man? Did you find bendy water? My girlfriend's a flatty too, and that's just for starters. I dress her up like Patricia Steele and I make her wear sexy garters. I have read about Mad Mike 2 being out of pocket. I had a friend nearly kill himself in a steam-powered rocket. You probably hear this every day, but the world is flat. I even got the underground bits that you did with Matt. I got a room full of your posters and your podcast, man. I like the vid you did with Jaron too, that shit was flat. Anyway, call me back, man, just to chat. Truly yours, your biggest fan. This is Poncho, man. Dear Sarge, they still can't prove the globe. They had their chance. They're just mad because I keep pulling down NASA's pants. If you didn't want to give me the trophy outside the conference, you didn't have to. But you could have signed an autograph for Tamo. That's my little Estonian brother, man. His flat F Jen is only 6 months old. We waited in the blistering cold for you and you just said no. It's pretty crappy, man. You like his flat F idol. He thumbs up all your vids and he likes you more than I do. He ain't that mad though, he just don't like being lied to. You know when we met in Denver, you said if I write you, you would Skype me back, cause I'm just like you in a way. I never knew the truth neither. I was indoctrinated, brainwashed by my teachers. And I can relate to what you're saying in your vids. NASA's getting 50 million a day for lying to the kids. Sometimes I test myself by listening to LSC. It's like the ball again, but with upside down, inverted, bendy C. See, everything you say is real and I respect you because you tell it. My globe friends are jealous because I talk about you 24/7. But they don't know you like I know you, Sarge. No one does. They don't know what it was like for flat earthers like us growing up. You gotta call me, man, because I'm the biggest flat earth clues fan you ever lose. P.S. The world could be concave too. Dear mister, I'm too busy to send the flat earth coins. This'll be the last time you ever hear my voice. It's been 6 months and still no trophy, and you know I deserve it. And you watched my last 2 videos, because I did the green screens on them perfect. So this is my song I'm sending you, I hope you hear it. I'm on a snowmobile right now, doing 90 on an ice field. Hey Sarge, I drank a fifth of urine, you dare me to drive? You know that film by Dave Murphy and The Biggest Lie? About those astronauts who said they went to the moon but they didn't, and then Dave asked for the telemetry data but NASA couldn't find it. That's kind of how this is. You could have rescued me from falling, but it's too late now. I think I'm gonna go back to bowling. And all I wanted was a trophy and a call. I hope you know I ripped all of the flat earth pictures off my wall. Hey Sarge, we could have sung together, think about it. You ruined it now, I hope you can't sleep and you dream about it. And when you dream, I hope you scream about it. And when you do, I'm gonna tell the world by making a green screen all about it. See Sarge? Shut up, Globe, I'm trying to talk. Hey Sarge, that's my balls that are screaming in the trunk. But I didn't blow it up, see, cause I ain't like you. Cause people will see the lie, and it'll all be over real soon. Well, I gotta go cause I'm almost at the edge now. Oh crap, I forgot. How am I gonna send this out?
Dear Ponch, I meant to write you sooner. I've just been busy. You said you know that you're not spinning now because it would make you dizzy. Look, I'm really flattered for all your support in that. Here's an autograph for Tarmo. I wrote it on an FE map. I'm sorry I didn't see you at the conference. I must have missed you. Don't think I did that on purpose just to diss you. But what's this crap about the world being concave too? I say you're clowning, Ponch. Come on, how flat are you? The ISS has got some issues, Ponch. The CGI has fudged it. NASA's getting 50 mil a day, and they're just gonna raise their budget. I hope you get to read this letter. I hope the trophy reaches you in time. If you don't listen to LSC, I think you'll be doing just fine. I saw this one story on the news about a flat earther on a sledge. He made it to Antarctica and drove it off the edge. And in the snow they found a tape and a green screen ripped in two. Come to think about it, it was you. Damn.
Under oceans, can you read their plan? That plane that crashed, those bodies lost. They define it on the mission as collateral cost. They said, I want to follow you will drop. Falling through the cosmos, so you better stop. Because the world is flat and that's they say. That Australia and down under it's a bug right away. They want to follow you will drop. Falling through the cosmos, so you better stop. Because the world is flat and that's they say. That Australia and down under it's a bug right away. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Dear NASA, it's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learn from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed, just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G-up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt.
me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I want to speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't want to hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope, so stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt, and then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out, when we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different time, the same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation, do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall on the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How was it really fixed? Not what I felt. Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
https://discord.gg/flatearth.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Sub-6 Weirdo Cell.
Sub something.
Ooh.
Don't fucking kick the ass out the soundboard, folks, because it ends up not funny, man. Like when it's like too often. Like see when it's done precisely at the right minute, it's absolutely fucking hilarious. But see when it's fucking done all the time, it's fucking torture. Especially if the guy's kind of being mocked with it, because it can make people get a little bit fucking. Because they're already emotional, man. They believe in the globe, so all they've got is emotions. That's literally all they've got.
You don't need to worry about it.
He sounded like a.
Is the guy's name
Sub something.
Is his name Sub-6 Weird Docile?
Sub, where is he?
Yeah, he hit you in the lobby. He hit you up in the lobby. I don't think he knows what to do.
Oh, he's not in the VC yet. All right, no, I told him about the VC. Like, 1 sec, I'll get the invite. He seemed like a decent guy, man. I was quite surprised instantly. Fucking the guy's like, yeah, I'll have a conversation about the Earth. Instantly, man.
Is he a Glober?
Yeah, man. Yeah, but he was like, do you guys allow Globe Earthers? I'm like, of course not.
Globe Earthers are our favorite.
Is he?
What's that?
That was Drace. This is Flatman Ken. Is he like a globe, like hard-headed globey, or is he a little open-minded?
No, he sounds completely respectful. It was like quite outrageous that I go into politics and instantly find somebody who's cool, calm, and collected, and happy to have a discussion.
Yeah.
Let's see if he holds up.
Yeah, man, I think he will. Or at least if he's here for maybe a few hours, maybe he start cracking at the seams, maybe. But nah, he sounds all right, bro.
I might need to stay up for this.
Who the fucking hell is he, man? I'm going to start doing that often, go over there and poach customers. I don't know. Newcomers can join the live stream, but they're muted, They can definitely, they've got the perms.
Yeah, they should be able to.
Yeah, is he, man? Maybe his ass has collapsed. He's like, oh, no. Oh, wait a minute. Is he here? Oh, there's the man. Okay, Sab, how you doing, bro? 1 second, I'll unmute you, my friend. There you go, man. You should be able to speak. Sab.
Hey, hello.
Hey, welcome to the server, brother.
What's going on, man? What's going on?
And we've got a good panel of people here, a lot of chilled, intelligent people want to have a discussion about the Earth. And you said you did want to do that, mate. So, like, if you want to, I don't know, introduce what you think about the Earth, like why you think the way you do,
Spec,
if you want to.
before we go into that, I want to just give him VC verified and let him know what's up. At the top of the server, you can find hashtag welcome. Within that are our rules.
I totally forgot.
And above this VC, we have a live stream voice text chat, and that's where we post relevant information that corresponds or backs up what we're saying.
I'm sorry. What was that second part? You said that there was hashtag welcome, and then
right above the live stream, there's live stream voice text, and you can just click that, and that's where people write stuff that corresponds to the VC.
Or they'll be running commentary, links or PDFs or like anything related to the topic of discussion, man. So like, how like when you think of flat Earth, bro, like what do you think of? I mean, do you think we believe that the Earth is some kind of disc, like a frisbee type thing? Like when you think of flat Earth, is that what you think?
well, let me just say this. I do think it is a globe, unfortunately. But I think that it's not so simple, right? You guys just don't think it's a globe. You don't necessarily think that you don't have an opinion about the shape.
Yeah, man, we just, as far as we're concerned, there is no curvature, there's no convexity, especially over vast bodies of water, and most of the Earth's surface is covered in water, supposedly. So we don't see any convexity, and there is no motion. Like, there's 88 constellations that have been the same since they were named, rotating in concentric circles, as they always have done. So, and personally, nobody experiences motion. So, as far as we're concerned, there's no curvature and no motion. We don't know the shape, we don't know the land masses, how they correspond to each other. We've got rough ideas with the maps that we've got, but we don't know the shape of the Earth because flat is not a shape, bro. It's just like an explanation of what we see over most of the Earth's surface. You guys?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. Is what Dre said is the idea behind, I guess the. So I'm a little nervous, by the way. So you know.
You're in a welcoming, friendly environment here, bro. Don't worry about that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But what I was saying is, you guys don't think it's flat. You just don't think it's a globe, or you don't think there's curvature or whatever.
There is none. I mean, have you ever like seen any in your life?
Well, I have not seen the curvature because I've never been that high up. But
how high do you have to go?
I don't know exactly how high you'd have to go. But I think you'd have to be.
Sorry. Sorry, on you go.
I think it'd have to be like in the exosphere, right? In order to see the curvature, like
So,
with the naked eye.
So do you think anyone's ever seen curvature or measured curvature? More to the point, like if you believe that there is a globe and there is geometry, for that there would have to be measurements of the drop over distance that the Earth supposedly does. So I mean, do you know of anyone in history that ever has like directly measured the Earth's surface to give us the dimensions of the globe?
Yeah, well, I think astronauts have, but I've seen the effects of curvature. I haven't seen the direct curvature, but I've seen things go over the horizon.
Like the boats.
Yeah, boats and well, my dad was in the Navy, so I saw aircraft carriers go over the.
Right. Take a look in live stream voice text. I mean, I thought other people would be posting, but if you take a look at that text channel that Drake told you about, I'll post what you're claiming as
I'm in
their
there. I'm
take.
in there.
Right, 2 seconds.
I'll watch it right now.
They're just gifts, man. You'll see we've got a lot of ammunition in the server for literally all the topics that get discussed with the Earth. Now, how far, or sorry, like how, like, well, I was correct to start with. How far would a boat have to go to actually go over the curvature of the Earth? Like when you're viewing that, is there any other like reasons why that boat is getting smaller and smaller and smaller and disappearing? Like,
Well, with the ship that I was looking at, it went bottom down. But do you have like the distances and where these were filmed at? Because where you can see it from depends on the refraction of the.
right. Well, see, when that was done, the guy that done it, his name was Spot. Was it Spot on Level or something? I'm not 100%, but he says that to the other side where you can see like the land or the hill or whatever the other side. I'm sure he said that was about 15 miles, and he estimated that the boat was more than halfway across. I'm sure that like I'm paraphrasing it, and it was quite a long time ago. But yeah, I'm sure. So that's roughly about 10 miles. So I mean, that boat that's less than 100 foot. So there should be at least some of that boat obscured. If on 10 miles there's like 60 odd feet of curvature, there should be at least a portion of that boat obscured, even if it was halfway. But there isn't. But again, you can go into refraction indexes. There's a lot of people in here that will argue against these. You'll hear a lot of discussions about that type of stuff. But like when you mentioned, just to jump back to when you mentioned people in space, that the exosphere could it's a yes or no question, right? Can you have a pressurized system without containment?
You said, can you have a pressurized system without containment? What do you mean by that?
Like, can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah.
How is that possible?
Well, I mean, we have gravity, right, holding the atmosphere to the Earth.
So which kind of gravity? Like, which gravity would you say has experimental evidence? Like you've got Newtonian gravity, mass attracts mass, and then you've got Einsteinian, which are just concepts, space and time, and they're in one, like a super concept, and they bend and stretch. Like time or space, like space is what, length, breadth, height, and time. Like none of these things are like tangible objects. These are just concepts. So for to say they bend or stretch by maths, that's not really science. That maths is abstract. It's not like there's no scientific experiment for Einsteinian or Newtonian gravity. Neither of them have any science behind them. Unless
Can I respond to what Dre said in there?
You want to avoid the yes or no question that I asked you, like for the gas pressure containment. Like, so we know with barometric pressure of 14.7 psi on average at sea level. Now, it is a gradient, so it gets less and less dense as you go up. So, like up Mount Everest, you need oxygen, unless you're a Sherpa and you're acclimatized to it. But beyond a place called the Kármán line, space is good as infinite, and it's a near perfect vacuum. How can this humongous vacuum support this tiny little bubble of pressurized gas?
Yeah, well, I said it was gravity, right?
Well, that's what I'm
But
saying.
then you asked me for
gravity, an experiment. That's what I'm saying. So like,
Yeah.
we've got gravity's claimed to do a lot of stuff, both of these versions of gravity's, but where's the actual scientific experiment that backs either of them?
Can I send you a link for the the Cavendish experiment, right?
Definitely. I was hoping you were going to go for that though. So if that was a scientific experiment, what is the independent variable in Cavendish?
What do you mean?
The cause of it, like, so you need a hypothesis as well based on a naturally occurring like phenomena, an observation. So you form your hypothesis, you construct your experiment, you isolate your independent variable, which would be your cause. Then you'll manipulate that. If it changes your DV, your dependent variable, then you could back or falsify whatever your hypothesis was in your experiment. But for Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian gravity, neither of them have a scientific experiment. Cavendish is not an experiment, bro. It's not got a hypothesis.
Well,
it's not a naturally occurring phenomenon. Things go sideways in Cavendish, supposedly, according to mass attracting mass. But that's not been proved before it was constructed. So this is just a contraption, man. It's not a scientific experiment that's isolating a cause and establishing the cause and effect relationship. So it's not a scientific experiment.
Well, yeah. Well, the hypothesis would be that mass will attract mass.
But like, what's the observation then? What did you see in Cavendish?
Well, he saw the balls moving together, right?
Oh, but that wasn't it. You never. The hypothesis is prior to constructing the experiment. So in reality, you've got to see a naturally occurring phenomena. So if you're saying mass attracts mass, in reality, where did it happen before you constructed your hypothesis? Then your experiment.
Well, it happened in the experiment.
So you're begging the question, then you're not. You're saying mass attracts mass.
What do you mean by begging the question?
But you're saying mass attracts mass before you've constructed the experiment. Like, so it wasn't seen in nature. I mean, what was seen in nature before?
Well, if the balls didn't move together, then you would say that mass doesn't attract mass.
But forget the balls. To start with, you were making you were building your experiment and your hypothesis on a phenomena. You weren't creating something with God knows how many variables that you can't even fathom, and then saying, "Well, this does this, mass attracts mass," because I saw it in the thing that I made. Like, it would have to occur in reality first. So something fell. That you could say that your hypothesis was based on the mass of the Earth attracting the small mass of the apple. So Newton says.
Well, hang on, right? Like, so it is a falsifiable experiment, right? Because if I don't know the specifics. I'm not a physicist, but he hung up the two balls and then they attracted towards each other. And if they didn't attract towards each other, you would say, well, then mass doesn't attract mass.
No, that's called confirming the consequent logical fallacy.
Can you explain that one?
That's a good one.
If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. It's a broken form of logic where you could basically say that anything does anything else, because you could always just substitute a thing that actually happens and then say, oh, I saw that happening, therefore the other thing that's not actually connected to it is the truth. And so it's a flawed form of modus tollens or modus ponens. So it's just flawed logic.
But it's not even
circular reasoning.
Like, what is the independent variable in the Cavendish supposedly experiment? Where's the cause that was isolated and manipulated? It was literally just he made something happened, so that's affirming the consequent. And it's begging the question. You could probably, I don't know, I'm not up on my logical fallacies, but there's probably another few in there as well.
Well, yeah.
Can I speak on what Dre said real quick? So basically what you're saying is that the balls were attracted to each other, but it might not been because if they had mass.
Yeah, you don't know what's the actual cause of it, because it can't get to that conclusion because it's not a valid hypothesis in using the scientific method. It's just an affirming the consequent logical fallacy. I could give you examples of different ways you can use this.
Right, but why was it the mass that caused it then? Because if we this is kind of the point of the Cavendish experiment. If we hung up that ball by itself, it wouldn't have been attracted to anything. But since we hung them up next to another mass, it was attracted to that mass.
Yeah. When Cavendish first came out, or before Cavendish first came out with his so-called experiment where he attempted to measure the density of the Earth, which is what it was claimed to be, he took a gyroscope, a mechanical gyroscope, and made it unbalanced, and then said, "Oh, I am detecting the rotation of the Earth," and he was laughed at, and people thought he was retarded, because then the mechanical gyroscope doesn't function if doesn't have rigidity in space. It's just he broke the gyroscope, and so he created the Cavendish experiment after that, and many scientists, contemporary scientists during his time, tried it and said, "Well, they're just as likely to move apart depending on the materials we're using."
Well, to respond to that, like, just because he was a bad scientist in some other regard doesn't mean that he's wrong about this. Like, just because he's wrong about something else, I'm not sure about that.
They found out that there were different materials that could cause the balls to go apart, and sometimes they oscillate apart and come together. And so, according to all the other scientists during that time, they were saying, well, we have electrostatic attraction and repulsion, and that's much stronger than the assumed gravitational force that they're talking about. So how do we know that this is not some other mechanism as a play here?
Can you send me that? Like, do you have a paper on that?
Bro,
I've never heard of that.
Well, see, I never said to you, but if you scroll down below the VCs, everything's alphabetized in the server. You could use the hashtags as well, for eclipses, chroma key, fake NASA stuff, bubbles in space, like literally hashtag anything. The server is jam-packed. We've got terabytes of information in here. Check out the PDF room as well. That's packing as well. Like.
Well, you know what the thing is, though, is that the claim was air being contained by gravity, and so we're making a few leaps from balls coming together to that.
Well, the idea is that mass would attract mass, so it would follow that the mass of the atmospheric particles would be attracted to the Earth, which is a big mass.
Okay,
but if the Cavendish experiment was wrong, then there wouldn't be.
Like,
if there's no gravity, then it doesn't make sense.
Well, like these guys are pointing out, you still don't know exactly what the cause is, so you'd still be making a leap, right? So if the observed phenomenon is air, right, being contained by something other than a physical container, what's the cause? Gravity. So the experiment should involve your observed phenomenon, which in this case has to do with air, right?
No balls going sideways.
I don't think it has to be specifically air, just because of
that
would require an experiment of massive scale, right? But we can prove that mass is going towards mass.
So what you're saying is there isn't an experiment that shows gravity containing air?
There probably is. I wouldn't be aware of it though. I don't want to say that there is.
We've been hunting.
But there is an experiment that shows mass attracting mass, though, right?
But we have to. Well, yeah, but still, like these guys are pointing out, we don't know exactly what the cause of what's going on in the Cavendish is because it's not directly manipulable, right? And you have to extrapolate from that to, okay, air is being pulled to the Earth within the vacuum of space. It's too many leaps, like, you know.
Well, I want to speak on that because the thing about it is he hung up two masses next to each other, and then they were attracted to each other. Now, it could be some other mechanism that's causing it to happen, but whenever you remove one of the masses, the attraction stops. So it stands to reason pretty strongly that it's probably some property of the mass that's causing the attraction.
Probably. Well, you even said it yourself, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't know anything for sure, right? Like, it's possible that.
No, but like as Heretic was saying, man, for a claim that because these balls in this guy's shed, he was supposedly looking through like a telescope or binoculars through, and it was like like he was meant to be like a total weirdo, and he had to like no speak to people, and he hid away in his rooms and stuff. Like, man was a fruitcake, and literally this story that these balls attract each other from. He was trying to weigh the world. That's what he said. It was written on his paperwork, the screenshot of it. That's what he was actually trying to do, weigh the world. And then it was, do you call it gravity? Was attributed to it. I think it was like about a century, just over a century later or whatever.
The
So,
worst part about
even if he was a total,
the worst part about Cavendish is that Cavendish is used to support Newtonian gravity. Meanwhile, in Einsteinian mechanics, those balls are too small to bend space-time.
I wouldn't know if that's true or not. If you could, I'd have to see something about that, because I don't know if that's true.
Mass on mass
They're also
attraction
begging
is Newtonian.
And they beg the question of the globe radius to get to the gravitational constant, so-called.
Even if the gravitational constant was wrong, like he still proved that mass was attracting mass, right?
Yeah, he never isolated that and manipulated that. Like,
but you're kind of being broad in saying mass attracting mass, because you're just talking about masses appearing to come together. That's not necessarily or specifically Newtonian mass attracting mass, is it?
Well, it's not just mass attracting mass. It's mass attracting mass like every time it's been tested, and also when you remove the mass, then there's no attraction.
Not every time.
That's not true either. Does gas have mass?
Yes.
Yeah. Do gas molecules attract each other?
Yeah. I would say so. Yeah.
They do not.
The opposite.
How can you say that?
Because you're not showing us an experiment for it. You're talking about balls
that's the
attracting
gas
each other.
laws. That's how gas acts. You're violating the behavior of gases.
Which behavior was violated?
How gas moves freely and randomly in all directions and has perfectly elastic collisions with the other gas. It doesn't attract each other.
Omnidirectional split. As soon as you open a container, high pressure will instantly move into the low pressure. Entropy will increase. The gas will equalize. And if that was the case for Earth, we would have no gas.
You know, what I'm going to say is that if gas was attracted by mass, you probably would be talking about an experiment where it shows that instead of balls.
Well, gas is a mass, right? Well, just to respond to what
well, show it then.
To Dre said, that show that gas is a mass.
No, show gas being attracted by mass.
Well, if it's a mass and mass attracts mass, then it.
No, show specifically with gas. Because like they said, it moves randomly in all directions, right? It fills the available volume, right? And we're not talking about an experiment where gas is being attracted by mass. We're talking about something else, and you're extrapolating it to gas. So why do you think that is?
Well, just to be clear, like the force of like gas trying to fill up a vacuum versus it being attracted to itself, the force of trying to fill up a vacuum might just be stronger, right? It could still be attracted to, but
so why doesn't it do that in space?
Well, it reaches an equilibrium, right, between the force of the vacuum and the force of Earth's gravity.
The force of the vacuum? Where did you learn this pseudoscience?
Sorry, just to be not the force of the vacuum, but I guess you could call it desire for gas to fill up a vacuum.
It's called the second law of thermodynamics, entropy.
Yeah.
It's the most simplest thing you can show is gas expanding to fill a volume. It is not restricted by any downwards vector at all. And according to the kinetic molecular theory, there are no forces of attraction or repulsion between gas particles.
Can you send that? Where did you read that at?
You're creating a new physics here because we've been told stuff.
Well, bro, take a look in live stream voice text. You'll see a little demonstration of exactly.
Yeah, I agree that gas will fill up a vacuum, right?
Well, that's what the case is of the vacuum of space. I mean, space is a near perfect vacuum, and it's as good as infinite, bro. It is mind-bogglingly huge, and we've got to believe that these balls in a shed prove that space can exist. Literally, that a vacuum can support a pressurized system because these balls in a shed. Because there is nothing else. Cavendish is not a valid experiment in the first place, but even if you want to claim it, that's what the whole space story resides on. This.
Well, let me run through my thinking here. You can tell me where you disagree. So if mass is attracting mass, and gases are mass, right? Then there's a force of attraction between like the physical Earth and its atmosphere, right?
Then just show it with gas.
Well, I don't have to, right? Because gas is a mass, and mass.
Well,
is
you
attracted.
don't
No,
have
but
to.
no,
so
but
it
gas
makes it
doesn't
sound like
show
you
that.
can't.
So you're making a claim that's contrary to how all gas behaves. You need to show that.
Yeah, and if you say I don't have to, it really sounds like you can't show that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a planet-sized object. Like I couldn't do it with a.
Okay, so it's all just begging the question then, because by what you just told us, that demonstration that we're asking for is impossible.
Also,
Just to run it through again.
Hey,
yeah.
You said you don't have a planet-sized object. You don't think you live on a planet?
Yeah, but obviously you guys disagree that the atmosphere is attracted to the Earth, right?
Well, you would be able to show that, and with a vacuum chamber, just like we showed you here.
Well, you wouldn't accept that as evidence.
It goes straight up away from your imagined ball, so it's not holding the gas down.
Yeah, that
experiment
is too small. It's too close to the Earth. If you put it up at the exosphere, it wouldn't do that.
Sorry, we would accept it though. If you could show that happening in a vacuum chamber, yeah, we'd take it. We're just still waiting. That's all.
So you would accept the Earth as evidence that gas.
No, gas being contained by gravity or something other than a container within a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, well, the Earth is an example of that, but you wouldn't accept that.
You believe that the Earth is holding the gas. That's not being an example of that. That's your imagination. In reality, when we test the gas and we open the valve, the gas goes away from the surface. It's not contained by an imaginary force holding the gas down.
Yeah, because it's really close to the surface of the Earth.
It's closest where the gravity is supposed to be the strongest.
You cut out.
Yeah, it's closer to the surface where the gravity is supposed to be the strongest. So why would it be able to hold the gas where it's weaker above?
You cut out a lot. I didn't get the whole of it.
It's on your side because I hear him perfectly.
Yeah, so that.
Well, it might be on my side for sure.
So your objection is that it's too close to your giant imagined ball, where gravity is supposed to be stronger than above. Why would it be able to hold the gas above where gravity is weaker?
Connection issues.
Heretic, I heard you. You said connection issues?
Can you hear me, bro? Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, a little bit.
Maybe drop out the room and come back in, I don't know.
Yeah, hang on. I'm going to drop out and come back in.
He seems all right, man.
Hello?
Yo.
Hey. Okay.
Hey, Jay.
Trace, can you say something?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you perfectly.
They say what you said again, bro.
You say that we can't test this because we're too close to the surface, right?
Yeah, or it could be that there's too much, like there's too much pressure in that. I'm not a physicist, so I don't really know, honestly.
Okay, so closest to the surface, where gravity is supposed to be the strongest, somehow it cannot impede the gas from expanding and filling a volume at all. But somehow above, you think it's gonna, where it's weaker, it's somehow gonna stop the gas?
Yeah, well, I mean, gas gets thinner as you go to the exosphere. Like the air is thicker
you're
at the bottom.
assuming that goes all the way up to the exosphere. You don't know how high it goes. You don't know anything about that. You just assume based on what you're told. However, we live in a dynamic system.
I haven't been to the exosphere, but I have been pretty high.
We live in a
myself.
dynamic system where all of the gas is generated at ground level, and the gas is removed from above as it condenses and falls down as precipitation. Not only that, but we also have a temperature gradient, and temperature directly affects pressure. And so higher temperature at ground level means we have higher pressures. Lower pressures above means the air condenses and compresses and has less pressure as a result.
Yeah, wouldn't it be hotter in above though? That might be wrong. I don't know, but doesn't hot air rise?
That's weather systems. Hot air does rise, and that creates weather systems which move across the flat Earth. Yes.
Yeah. What was the question? Because you wanted to ask a question, I didn't understand it.
I was asking you, how is your imagined gravity able to hold gas away from the surface if it cannot do it closest to the surface where it is the strongest?
Well, it does do that.
No,
right?
it does
hold
not.
gas.
We can see that until with every test we do with gas. Otherwise, you're basically claiming that gas should be behaving like liquid.
Well, liquid always falls down, right?
Liquid
I'm not understanding what
liquid is always under pressure from gas. Otherwise, liquid will basically turn into gas if there's no pressure.
Yeah, or temperature, right? But I think the temperature changes the pressure, right?
Yeah,
what is the
connected Charles's law?
I think you're trying to. There's some kind of issue with what I'm saying, but I'm not understanding what the issue is. I don't. What are you trying to point out?
The issue is you keep claiming that the gas is being held down to the ground with zero evidence. Meanwhile, when it's tested under laboratory conditions, the second law of thermodynamics prevails always.
And multiple gas laws as well. Space breaches. Boyle's law is one of them. I mean, I'm not up for all that stuff, but I know you have spoke about it many times.
Yeah, they all require volume. In the globe model, it's just expanding out into nothingness, infinite nothingness and vacuum. So, like, there's nothing to stop the gas from going outwards.
Well, it's being attracted to the Earth
because it balls.
Yeah.
Because
well, it's a mass.
You believe that,
but
you need to show evidence of that.
I don't know, man.
Well, it's a mass, and the Cavendish experiment proves that mass attracts mass.
It's not an experiment, bro. Like, if you look at the scientific method, like, to start with, it's not got a hypothesis. Like, it's not based on anything. The machines, machines made, then shit in the machine happens, and then they claim shit. You've got to see something happening in reality, then manipulate it, and then establish a cause and effect relationship that's based on your observation, not a device, a contraption that was constructed with unknown variables.
Right. So just because the hypothesis is that mass attracts mass.
Yeah, but where's that seen in reality?
And it's falsifiable too.
No, where's that seen in reality? Where is this seen in reality? Mass attracts mass, apart from when the contraption's made.
But it is falsifiable, right? Because if mass didn't attract mass, then the balls wouldn't move together.
When was that verified by a scientific experiment that isolates?
That's the Cavendish experiment.
Where does it isolate a cause and manipulate it? What is it based on? It's not based on anything in reality. It's just balls made in a claim and affirming the consequent, as was said, and begging the question.
But it isn't, right? Because it's falsifiable, right? You can, if the balls didn't come together, then we would say that the mass doesn't attract mass.
No.
Where was this invented? Who proved this? Where are these claims that you're making? They're all based on this contraption. I like that word. Hoss likes to use it.
He was trying to weigh the Earth, though, right? So he was just begging the question of everything you're talking about: mass attracting mass, the radius of the Earth being a planet in the first place. These are all just taken as a given so that he can get to his fairy tale Big G.
Yeah,
even if he's a complete,
he has no observed natural phenomenon. He doesn't have an independent variables. It's just a mess. It's just a fallacy that people can believe. It has no scientific validity.
Yeah, but even if, just to respond to Heretic real quick, even if he's a complete crank and he's insane, the whole point of science is that we can take what he did and we can replicate it. Well, even if he is,
I was just pointing out the flaws in what he did and the presuppositions that he made, right? And how it's not a valid hypothesis for Newtonian gravity.
Even if he had a whole bunch of flaws in how he calculated the G and whether he was
it's just built on presuppositions, right?
But the experiment is not, right? Because if it's falsifiable, right? You agree?
Not an experiment, bro. Where is the independent variable? Where is
the
the
independent variable would be, I guess, it would be the level of attraction,
Well, it's not
or the fact that there is attraction.
So the gravity is not the cause then. That would be your IV. If you're proving gravity in Cavendish, that would be your IV. That's your
Right.
cause.
To be clear, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be gravity, but there's some property of mass that attracts mass.
If you're proving it, if you're trying to prove gravity in your experiment, then your experiment would have to have your independent variable as your fucking cause.
Right. Well, I mean, the definition of gravity is mass attracting mass, but if we call it something else, it's still the same phenomenon.
That was supplanted by Einstein over a century ago. Nowadays, the rhetoric for the gravity is space-time bending and dilating.
To respond to Drace real quick, right? It would have to be some property of the mass, because when we remove the mass, the phenomenon disappears.
What is mass?
Right. Go for
That's a tough question. It's matter.
Yeah,
right?
you don't know what that is, and you're just saying, but
it's
something
matter.
unknown attracts something unknown, and therefore everything has some unknowns in them. Therefore, no, it's illogical.
Well, it's matter. Is that a good definition?
No, that's actually wrong. Mass and mole are oftentimes incorrectly identified as each other, while they're separate concepts.
What do you mean? That mass and mole are different things?
Mole is the amount of substance. Mass is the weight, basically, of something. And weight is like also that gets attributed to gravity now, but like before that, it was a different concept. Like we're stuck in all these conceptual ideas that have been fed to us, and that's the issue.
Yeah. How about matter? Here's a better. Matter is attracting matter. Is that fair to say?
Where's this verified? Just
right through the Cavendish.
Matter can also be repelled from other matter. Matter can be attracted to matter. There's different types of things that cause these things. To assume a cause and then project that out to everything else is idiotic.
Right, but to be clear, right? It only happens when there's two pieces of matter next to each other, and then they become attractive. If you remove the matter, there's no attraction.
No, it depends on what type of matter you're using and the charge on the matter. Like there's different types of effects, and you gotta first find the naturally observed phenomena. You don't have a naturally observed phenomena of rocks falling towards other rocks. You don't have a natural observed phenomena of gas molecules being attracted to other gas molecules. You don't have
right, but we do, right? Because we have the Cavendish experiment.
No, we don't. We
have two balls coming together.
We don't. Under all experimental conditions, gas does not attract gas. So you saying, "Oh, balls went together in a contraption," does not equate to gas doing something we've never seen gas do.
Yeah, but you said rocks. I was talking about rocks. Let's get rocks down.
So it doesn't sound like what you're talking about. Doesn't sound like what you're talking about happens anywhere other than in this man-made apparatus. So that's probably not going to help us understand anything.
Well, it happens everywhere, right?
Well, then point to somewhere else it happens.
Where the hell has it ever happened apart from these two balls in the shed? If something
just to be clear,
if something the size of balls, if there's an attraction,
just point to somewhere else it happens.
Where else does it happen in reality? There must be other things attracting other things that's been observed.
Yeah,
somewhere.
The Cavendish experiment is enough to prove
that.
Where else does it happen? I don't need to go anywhere else.
You're just saying that because there's nowhere else you can point to that it happens.
That's what I'm saying. You've got those balls that are definitely attractive. So where else does it happen? Somebody must have filmed it. Everybody's got a camera. There must be something randomly attracting to someplace on the internet, surely. Apart from these balls.
Any experiment that's done like that would be a
No,
Cavendish experiment.
bro.
'Cause it's done in colleges and
Okay,
high
you
schools.
said it yourself.
What's
Any
that?
experiment. Okay, so it doesn't happen anywhere else other than in Cavendish. So that's not telling us anything about the natural world.
Just
But it's
fucking
telling you about the natural world, right? Because the
Yeah.
And
experiment
point to
eliminates all the
it
other
happening in the
variables.
natural world.
Well, I could point to it happening in the natural world, but then you wouldn't accept that evidence.
Just do that.
Yeah, I mean, it happens with the Earth and its atmosphere.
Oh,
That's
okay, so we're
assumed,
back
you
to
didn't
air
prove
being
that.
contained by something other than containers. Is there an experiment for
I mean, it
that?
happens with planes that fall from the sky.
Okay, you're begging the question that it's happening for the same
See,
reason
but
that
you see,
they fall.
that's what I'm saying. You wouldn't accept the evidence, right?
It's not evidence when you don't have any evidence. When you just look at things and say, "Oh, that's that. That's not evidence."
Yeah, what falls in the Cavendish?
The balls fall towards each other.
They're not falling. They're not going downward.
Well, they're being attracted to each other.
Well, they're not going downward, and something falling is going down, right? So if that's your observed phenomenon, then I would think that your test would have to include that.
If you put the ball below it, it would fall.
It would? Well, show it.
Hey, please.
Yeah. Right.
Well, if you're going to talk science and the scientific method, it has to be followed rigidly in an experiment, or it's not an experiment. That's
You
why.
haven't. What is your major point against it being an experiment? 'Cause
What's
I'm not
the
understanding.
variable, bro? And
Right. It
where's
would
the
be whether or not there's attraction.
See, for it starts with even a hypothesis based on the
The
phenomenon.
hypothesis is that mass attracts mass.
Bro, in reality, where does this happen before you form your hypothesis? When you think to yourself, sitting on your seat, or you're
Right. That's the point. Wait, that's the point of the hypothesis. It's just what you're testing in the experiment.
But you don't construct something, then claim that what it's doing is what you believe, or you push whatever your narrative is. Like, we're trying to establish shit in reality, yeah. Like, you see something happening in reality, you try and remake that. You try and mimic what you saw in reality by constructing whatever apparatus you can recreate what's happening. So in Cavendish, what is it recreating apart from the claim that you're saying that mass attracts mass prior to even it's not.
hypothesis?
Like, I did. Mass attracts mass.
That's his hypothesis in the paper.
That's probably not what he formulated because I think he was testing something else. But that's.
So you're citing a paper that doesn't even have the hypothesis.
I'm not citing any paper.
Yeah, that's true. You're right about that, actually. Yeah.
You should be though. If you're claiming something, at least, bro. But again, it's not.
Okay, let me give you this. What if I redid the Cavendish experiment?
Reality, man. It's not. You're not. When you create an experiment, bro, you're trying to recreate something that happened in reality. You're not making something and then just claiming something happens in it. That's not the scientific method, bro. So it fails at step one.
Right. That's what he's trying to say. In reality, mass attracts mass, and then he tested it, and then it was true.
No, he's just assuming it so that he can weigh the pre-assumed ball Earth.
That
imaginary stuff, dude. There's no experiment for gravity there.
Did the balls attract each other? Yes, they did.
Sure.
And therefore, the hypothesis I just said was true.
And that, what do you mean? And therefore, so
that's not a hypothesis, dude. That's like Grace said in the chat. It's just a bare assertion.
That's what you're saying.
It's not a bare assertion because you're testing it in the experiment.
No, a hypothesis is a prediction about how something is going to affect something, right? So, what is the hypothesis?
The hypothesis is that mass attracts mass.
Okay, so what is your independent and dependent variable?
The independent variable would be whether there's attraction or not, or I guess you would call it the measure of attraction.
Your IV is a question.
Yeah, I mean you can measure how much attraction there is, and then that would be your independent variable.
Well, your IV
your dependent variable, I guess, would be the size of the mass or something like that.
Your IV would always have to be your cause, the cause of what you saw in reality, but you never saw it in reality.
It just needs to be a variable that you're measuring, right?
No, it's one that you manipulate to test if it has the cause of the effect, right?
I got IV and DV confused. I'm sorry. So the dependent variable. So the independent variable would be the amount of the mass, and the dependent variable
gravity.
Whether or not there's attraction.
IV is your supposed cause. In this case, it should be gravity, right?
Yeah. Well, that mass attracting mass is that's the definition.
And the problem you have is you cannot formulate a valid hypothesis because you need to be able to manipulate your assumed cause, which is gravity. However, all you have is affirming the consequent. Inside matter live little gnomes. They are attracted to other gnomes. There we see matter appearing to be attracted to other matter. Therefore, little gnomes live inside matter. This is your reasoning.
Yeah, but even if that was true,
that's your exact reasoning. There's no busting out of this. Try to stop arguing illogically. It's just so annoying.
Spake, you said people wouldn't talk over me.
Oh, we're not trying to, man. It's just like
so even in the case of
talk through me,
even in the case of little gnomes being the cause of gravity, there'd still be gravity. Like matter would still be attracted to matter.
Well, see, the thing is, if we're not going to get past this, and you're not wanting to concede that there's no IV hypothesis, no like specific scientific method following experiment, if you don't want to concede that, we can go on to the actual Earth and the measurements of the Earth. Like, if anybody ever has measured it, like we could go into some observations if you want. We've got the black swan. I don't know if you've heard of that, but we could go to some kind of like visual stuff if you want to have a look.
You missed it.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
I was going to correct you on one thing. You missed it. My affirming the consequent reconstruction of your fallacy did not have the matter as the cause. It's the gnomes that are living in between all the matter.
Yeah, but the matter's still attracting matter, brother.
No, not
it doesn't matter if it's little gnomes doing it or if it's space-time.
Using your evidence and your type of reasoning, all of a sudden, little gnomes are the cause.
No, all I can say is that matter attracting matter. I don't know if it's little gnomes or not. I would imagine it's not. I think it's. I think they prove space-time, but that's.
You're just assuming based on affirming the consequent logical fallacy. That's not logical.
Yeah, but if I saw matter attracting matter, I could say maybe it's little gnomes doing it. I could say definitely matter's attracting matter.
You've never seen that anywhere than in this man-made contraption.
You've never seen
Yeah, I've
mass
never seen it
attraction.
anywhere except for these scientific experiments. Yeah, you're right.
It's not a scientific experiment, bro. Like, do you know what the scientific method is? The natural science for constructing an experiment. If you knew that, like the specific parts to making an experiment, following the method, man, it's a strict, rigid method. And if it's not followed, it's not scientific. It's not a scientific experiment, man.
I don't understand which part wasn't followed, right? And we get into and let me say something real quick. You say one, there's no hypothesis, but the hypothesis is mass attracting mass. Two, there's no independent variable, but the independent variable is the amount of the mass. And then three, there's no dependent variable. The dependent variable is whether or not there's attraction. So there is all three of those things.
Well, you need a hypothesis to begin with. It falls at the first.
I've given you the hypothesis. It's mass
based
attracts
on a contraption, bro.
No, not a hypothesis.
The observation. You need your hypothesis.
How is it not an hypothesis?
Because a hypothesis predicts how your IV is going to affect your DV.
So you manipulate it, and if it changes your DV, and you could maybe back what you said.
The independent variable would be like whether there's mass. So you could do the Cavendish experiment with one ball, and then nothing would happen. And
just
then
put it into a hypothesis.
Two balls, there is attraction.
So you're going to forecast within your hypothesis how the IV is going to affect the DV. What would you say for that?
Well, it's already happened, right? So I'm not Cavendish. Like, I know what the results of the experiment are, but he didn't.
Okay, you don't know what the hypothesis would be. Would you be able to find it?
It's mass attracts mass.
That's not the hypothesis. The hypothesis forecasts how your IV is going to affect your DV. You're just saying mass attracts mass, just an assertion.
The IV would be whether there's mass, and the DV would be whether there's attraction.
But the IV is your cause. You can't assume that mass attracts mass to start with. Like, you can't just claim it and agree with it and just...
Right, well, this is what I'm saying. It's also falsifiable, because if the balls didn't attract, then we would say that mass doesn't attract mass. Because we changed this variable, and then the attraction didn't happen. But it did happen, so we say that there is. So it's got a hypothesis, an independent variable, dependent variable, and it's falsifiable.
I already told you, you can have charges on those balls which cause them to oscillate or not attract or repel each other. So you just don't have any verification of your assumed cause.
Right. You could say that it's electricity or something, or what you could say it's anything, but we know that the mass is attracting mass. You could say that there's some other mechanisms going on.
No, we don't know that. But you assume that because you have a religious belief about it. That's not the same as scientific or having proof.
Hallelujah. I must say, hallelujah.
So do you have an observed phenomenon somewhere in nature of air being contained by something other than a physical container?
Right. Well, I have the atmosphere, but you guys wouldn't accept that.
Well, yeah, but how do you know that that's not being contained by a physical container?
Yeah, that's the thing in question that you need to prove. You can't point at the thing you need to prove.
You'd have to do an experiment that's falsifiable, and then if you prove that there was a container containing it, then there would be a container containing it.
Well, that's just true by default because that's how gas behaves. Can you give us a conclusive example of gas not behaving like that? Can we see it being contained by something other than a physical container, be it gravity?
Right,
whatever?
well, the atmosphere.
The atmosphere is the thing that needs contained.
Yeah,
that would be
it's
the air.
contained by gravity.
Okay, there's that assertion again, but you don't know that.
Well, I know that mass attracts mass, and that gases are mass, and that the Earth is mass. So it stands to reason that the atmosphere is attracted to the Earth.
Because two balls attract each other. The whole model.
Yeah, because mass attracts mass. Yeah.
Well, bro, you know that what's his name? Lewis Ryder. He's from Oxford or Cambridge. Said that. I'll post you the link for it. It's aside from one of his PDFs on general and special relativity, and he says it should be abandoned because it doesn't work with the supposed big scale that the Einsteinian gravity nonsense. I'll post you if you want, if you check the live stream 1 second.
So if your leaps of logic are true here, that mass attracts mass and therefore gas is attracted by mass, then just show it with gas.
I don't have enough gas. I don't have a big enough object.
So take a look.
That says a lot.
I don't have it. Well, I do have a big enough object, right? I have the planet, but when I say that it's the planet,
how do you know that? Is there a measurement for that planet?
Yeah, people measure the density of air at the surface and at the.
No, I meant a measurement for that planet that you think is attracting gas. Does that
let's
even
go with the measurements.
Which measurement of it?
Of the
Also,
Earth.
you're assuming the density of the air is caused by the imagined mass of your planet. Well, you have no proof of that, and especially when we see gas expanding away from your imagined massive planet that's supposed to hold the gas down. It doesn't show that.
You don't have proof of the planet either. So this is all imaginary stuff.
Yeah, so if we can go to that, why do we not go to the dimension of the Earth and like who proved, who verified?
Let's move to the Earth then. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question. We have pretty strong telescopes that can get pretty good images of the moon, right? If the Earth is flat and I point my telescope at 90 degrees with the Earth's surface, why don't I see cities very far away?
What? So you think
what's the
you
weather
can see
visibility
forever?
looking like that day?
Can you see forever? Basically, are you thinking? There's no any particles in the air. Moisture, angular resolution, perspective, light attenuation, the inverse square law. Like there's many different variables when it comes to see how far you can see.
Is this all you got though? Like you can't see forever, so you just immediately conclude, "Oh, I'm on a ball." Surely you have something a little bit more, I don't know, rigorous than that.
We just looked at like a boat that you thought was like going over the curvature of the Earth. I mean, like if you can't even see 10, 15 miles, how do you expect like to see thousands of miles to other continents, especially at ground level?
Yeah, but would the explanation for that be refraction?
No, I mean
you're already moving to an excuse, man.
We can give
What
you
do you mean?
refraction. Like
I'm just trying to
terrestrial
figure out why I
refraction.
can't see cities very far away.
Oh,
Because
I thought that was going to be your
there's
excuse
gravity
for
in
why
the
we don't see a curve. Sorry.
Well, do you not agree?
There's some scenarios where that happens, but
do you not agree that there's particulates in the air?
There are particles in the air.
Right. So, and there would be moisture in the air as well. So
yeah, but
on a flat Earth or a hexagon Earth, are you still going to be able to see like forever? There is obviously going to be a point where you can no longer see, especially down at like the lower elevation down here at sea level.
I disagree.
What you think? How big would a continent have to be for you to see it at ground level?
If there is no refraction, I should be able to see pretty far. I should be able to see like.
Well, there's air, man. Check a weather report. It has a thing on it that says weather visibility. It'll give a figure around 10 miles or something on a really nice clear day. That's not that far. I don't know why you expect to see thousands of miles across the ocean.
Well, they're doing that assumption with a ball Earth, right? Like they give their visibility based off of the curvature of the Earth.
No. The curvature doesn't factor into it. There's also the problem.
Right. So I can wait. Hold on. Can I give my argument? Okay.
No, I want to help you out here a little bit. You're not accounting for the fact that you see in perspective. Everything you see appears to ramp up to the center of your view, and from the sky appears to ramp down. You can't see beyond the limit of your vision, where things.
Well, I have a telescope.
Right.
That only increases the optical limit. That just a bigger aperture means you can see further. That doesn't mean you can see forever. We can also show that with smaller apertures. We can also show that with smaller apertures over small lakes and ponds, we can make things appear to disappear bottom up, where the curvature would be way too small to hide those spots.
Right. So just to give you my conclusion, right? So the idea is, barring refraction, that there's particles in the air, and that's why I can't see.
Excuse.
Yeah, well, I'm agreeing with you in this scenario that I'm describing. There's no refraction, but the issue would be that there's air particles that are blocking my vision. But I could point that telescope up into space, and I can see things in space, and I can pierce through the entire atmosphere. So why is the atmosphere stopping me when I point it?
It's where the densest air is.
You're down at the most dense part of the atmosphere, obviously, when you're at ground level. You know that. When you're looking straight up, you're barely looking through anything in comparison to what you think you would be looking through if you saw